Funky, funky, fresh, funky, funky, fresh. Funky, 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 fresh, funky, funky, fresh. Funky, fresh, yes. You know I'm feeling blessed. Don't feel so impressed. It's just that I'm the best. Wake it up. Funky, funky, fresh, funky, funky, fresh. Funky, funky, fresh, funky, funky, fresh. Funky, funky, fresh.
Same scenario. Win, 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 win. Yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6. We like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down. Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. We need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we doing dumb. told them we the one. They would count us out, now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping, now believe them if you want. Now they show love, came with a dub. It is what it is, it isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, right now. Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, right now. Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh.
Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do,
I need a dub for shoulder, bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot match the glow, I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all ain't notice, exhale like POTUS, and I stay open. Hold up, let's get coders, let's get coders. Crept down the court, walk with the fade. Like, I don't even start for the win, I don't play. Got a coat for the rain, y'all boys brace for the storm. We tsunami informed, and it's best that you stay informed. We run plays without no script, hey, that's light work. Hey, that's light. We make bands just off our shot, but what's your net worth? I cut ties for all my team with all this drip, but no canteen. Now y'all boys can, but no sardines. We off this wave for all 19. I don't, yeah, got no words, don't say too much. Clock on 5 and a step like clutch. Team G6 and the league stay up. Ayy, gotta hit that flex like a rep, we cut, we
hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. I gotta win it, yeah, I just sprint to the finish. I'm pop on spinach, I cook like I'm frying up chicken. And ain't no debate on the hood, man, they catch it, I ain't even fishing. Yeah, they tryna eat off a layup, but beating it, yell out to come out and get it. Ooh, yeah, ooh, hot, fresh out the skillet. Yeah, busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. Busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. You busy looking on IG, it won't get you nothing but fake love and a whole lot of hate. Look at my life, get you motivated. Came from the bottom, below the payment. Shout out to God, man, we finally made it. I know some people that probably hate it. Yeah, I ain't worried about your opinion, I'ma live my life. In the studio in Georgia, finna kill a mic. Quarterbacking money plays, you should take a hike. First down, first down, first down, first down. Running through you about a mile, stiff arm you on the ground. Knocking heads off now, and I know you hear that sound. And it don't stop, and it don't stop. And you getting mobbed, sideline pop. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Hey, hey, way too fast. Way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Foot on the gas. Yeah, yeah, yeah. GPS. I got goals, I know where to go, so I never crash. Yeah. Hey, hey, way too fast. Way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Foot on the gas, yeah. Hey, GPS. I got goals, I know where to go, so I never crash. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm in the end zone. Where did he go? You way too slow, homie, I been gone. I know you see, I got the rings, homie, I been flown. Me and the team going for rings, that is the end goal. Hey, I go beast mode, all around the world like Eco. I go crazy like CeeLo, can't stop me like Chico's. I'm suave like Rico, can't be mine no repo. This my home like Depot, can't deny like Vito. Hey, hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Foot on the gas, yeah, yeah, yeah. GPS.
VCT is starting soon, and I don't know what to do. Gambit are coming for me, 'cause last time we played we beat them. And I know it's hard and I know it's tough, but Fnatic are coming with the diamonds in the rough. Oh, VCT coming to you in February.
Legendary. I'm legendary. Yeah, you know. Yeah. I'm legendary. You know. You know. Let's go. Out of the dust, a legend is born. Born for the game. Born for the throne. Up from the ground. And out of the gates, I am the storm, I am the thunder, I am the eye of the hurricane. Yeah, 'cause I'm the only one that's born for this shit. 'Cause I am mythic, I was made for this shit. They feeling the rumble when I make you quake. Out on the earth, up from the bottom, onto the top, making it shake, yeah. I'm taking the crown, that's why I came. 'Cause I came to reign, know the name. Nothing can stop me, I can't be contained. I was born ready. I'm legendary. Yeah, I'm legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious. Victorious. I'm legendary. I'm legendary.
Hello everyone and welcome to VCT EMEA Challenges, the best league in the world from, of course, the best region in the world. This is the home of the current VALORANT champions of the world, Ascend, and I've got two queens here joining me today who I'm sure are equally very proud of what EMEA were able to accomplish as champions.
Not only winning it, second place, third place, sorry crew, I'm letting Team Liquid take that one, and also like fifth as well with Fnatic making playoffs. A lot better than NA, but they've clearly got a fire under their asses to try and do better, so I'm excited to see what EMEA can do in response.
Yeah, definitely. 2021 was a great year for VALORANT. As a whole, for EMEA, it was even a better year. So 2022 is looking amazing as well. And these teams we haven't seen playing in 2 months, so I'm really happy to see them back.
Yeah, I am as well. But before we kick everything off, here is a format explainer to get you guys all caught up to speed.
It's an interesting fight for Spit. Sender's already behind it.
To do this, he might be able to do
Never
this.
seen that pit before, and Sender has just aced the round.
The 2022 VCT is already in full swing. The qualifiers are complete, and the teams have shown that they are hungry for victory. It's now getting serious for the best teams in the EMEA region. They have each earned their golden ticket and are stepping into their first challenge of Stage 1. There is a new and reworked format waiting for the players. Stage 1 covers the first half of the 2022 season and contains 2 phases. The League-style VCT challenges from February to March, including a group stage and playoffs, and the Masters in April. The Stage 1 challenges takes place from the 11th of February to the 27th of March. During these 5 weeks, 12 teams from the EMEA region will be fighting it out. 4 of these contenders received a direct invite. The remaining 8 fought their way through the regional qualifiers.
He's at least got the one, but how much more can be found playing with the Vandal now? You maybe get punished, or maybe not! A Volva!
With all this raw talent among the participants, how can we work out who are the best of the best? This year, VCT Challengers features a group stage and playoffs. The competitors are split into 2 groups of 6 teams. Over the course of 5 weeks, it's every team for themselves in a single round-robin format. All the games in the group stage will be played as a best of 3. This system is new compared to the 2021 VCT to allow for more consistency and greater excitement. Once the group stage has concluded, the final standings will determine how the journey of each team will continue. The bottom team of each group will be relegated to the VCT Challengers promotion, where they will fight for their right to stay in the VCT, while the top ones will advance to the playoffs. The first place teams will even skip one round thanks to their better seeding. Don't worry, we'll still get to see more than enough amazing plays coming up.
Oh my God! Kellogg's was ready for it! Oh, he's ready for that too! Oh!
In the playoff, these 6 strongest teams battle each other in a double elimination bracket. As in the group stage, these games will be played as best of 3s until we reach the final 2 games. An epic best of 5 is waiting in the lower bracket final and in the grand final itself to conclude the first stage of the VCT Challengers. Besides the prize money, the teams will also earn VCT points. These are essential to qualify for the VCT Champions, the great VALORANT World Championship in September. The 3 leading teams from the Challengers stage will also get the opportunity to collect even more prize money and VCT points as they advance to the second phase of Stage 1, the VCT Masters. There, they will be clashing with other regions and facing the top squads from all over the world. This competitive experience might prove to be a huge advantage when it comes to achieving the ultimate goal, being the best in the world. Who can dethrone the reigning champions Ascend? Find out when Stage 1 of the 2022 VCT kicks off on the 11th of February.
For the first time, we're going to have a weekly league now, which means, Kaquka, these teams are going to have longer to prepare for each one of their opponents because we've got the schedule. They know exactly who they're going to be playing every week.
Exactly. It's completely different from what we saw last year, as it was just explained right there. And as you said, one entire week to prepare for only one single opponent. That means not only all the preparation that has to go behind it, but we should get, technically speaking, the best VALORANT that we could get out of these teams with all that preparation.
Yeah, and for those that didn't sort of clock it as well, like coming out of the group on top gets you a bye. You only need to win one game, one best of 3. If you top the group and you win one best of 3, you're heading off to Masters, which is going to be you're going to have to wait and see. I don't know where it is either. But that's the whole point, is that you've got Gambit Liquid today, favourites out of their group. Whoever wins this, they're in a good position for the rest of this sort of league, I suppose.
Yeah, and speaking of those matchups, Ryan, we have a lot of good teams here. Which matchup are you most looking forward to?
I said BBLG2 just to sort of break the internet, like viewership and just be sort of out of there. I'm really excited to see what Ascend can do, and like an old versus new, Ascend World Champions up against a newly looking guild. I think that's going to be a really good one.
Yeah, I think that it's all summed up in like a history of revenge for all of these teams. Navi versus FPX. Of course, we need to highlight Big versus FPX, you know, the battle of the brains there. So I think we have great groups, great matchups coming up.
Yeah, we do. Thank you for your insight on that, guys. Let's hear from some of the players and see which ones they're looking forward to playing.
When I go into the server, I'm not really afraid of anyone specific. It could be CNET, it could be Scream, it could be Stark, so it doesn't really matter, you know, every game's the same for me.
No idea where the remainder are. Safe taking a big risk.
Operator brought down. They have all the rifles here, J2, but they still cannot face. Whoa! Okay, right. That's illegal. No way that he's just done that.
Easiest matchup is probably gonna be Fnatic. They're not that good online. Like, you know, from the past that they've learned, they play better online.
There's many things in life that come free, especially to us humans, and for us, one of them is G2.
I honestly think like my only goal is to be like dominating the scene.
Opportunity for Scream if he can find him. There we go, Scream looking to make it happen. Oh my God, Scream gets himself an ace.
Big, they beat us in the first qualifier, and we just want to show how much we're grown and that we can beat them now.
Yeah, FPX is of course one of the teams I will like to face the most. Also, Doomgo said that he likes to see me against Angel again.
Но мы топ-1. Тут нечего добавить. Принципиальный соперник у нас это СМБ, турецкая команда, потому что они нас на выход, когда мы могли выйти на Берлин, они нас выбили.
It's already down there before running away. Brave is the one on site to take him down. Brave is quick with the headshots. He finds...
Игра смазалась, и хочется как бы сыграть полноценную Best of 3 против них и показать, ну, как бы выявить, кто сильнейший, как бы в нормальных условиях, так скажем.
En kolay bence hiçbir takım yok. En zor da yok.
Hepsi bence eşit. O yüzden hepsi 50-50.
Herkes bizim kadar çalıştığını düşünüyorum. Herkes istiyor. Ama çok isteyen değil, çok çalışan kazanacak.
Могу сказать про нас то, что я поставил именно для себя цель. Я хочу в этом году постараться выиграть все турниры, и поэтому я буду работать как проклятый.
Mothering them down. Nats is buying time after time. Can they finally take him down? No, they can't. Nats the immovable object. Unbelievable work.
Ascent oyunun en iyisi oldu geçen sezonda. Champions'ı kazandı. Şu anda çok çalıştılar, çok hazır gözüküyorlar. O yüzden onlarla dişe diş olacağımızı düşünüyorum.
Tabii ki herkes bize karşı kazanmaya çalışacaktır. Yani bunun için aslında nasıl diyeyim, çok ekstra bir şey yapmıyoruz. Hala nasıl antrenman yapıyorsak, hala nasıl oynuyorsak öyle oynuyoruz. Çünkü kendimize güveniyoruz ve hala en iyi olduğumuzu kanıtlayacağımızı düşünüyorum. O yüzden umarım bunu başarabiliriz.
We love some healthy trash talk. We saw Hoodie and Mystic there going at each other head to head. Ryan, what did you make of that?
It was just funny that he was like, oh yeah, they're so bad online and they're really good online. It's like, how would you know, Hoodie? Giants didn't get that far. But I think they're trying to get into the whole like Fnatic versus G2. It's a big thing in the LEC. Here, not so much. It was a pretty anticlimactic 2-0 win for Fnatic, but two very different teams towards us today. And it's later on today as well.
Yeah, I think it's probably the outcome of 2021 because it's not only about the teams, it's about the players against themselves. They know each other pretty well. They've been playing for, as I said, an entire year almost. And even though we have those roster changes, of course, the rivalry is still there.
I love the fact that God-B mentioned Angel, and you said that they know each other well. No two other people in this league knows each other better than God-B and Angel.
Exactly. It's a very long story between those two. They were playing in CS against each other for a very long time. The history, I think, probably 15 years ago is when they started more than 50 officials against each other, but never faced, for now, on this game.
Yeah, you said it as well, like we were talking about. Tristan was 3 years old when this rivalry started. So the Battle of the Boomers is going to be a great one to watch tomorrow. They're just great ideas on that squad, how they approach Valorant. And so I think, from the sounds of it, Angel should be good to play. I hope that that's a good matchup, that we see some of the best of these two teams that could surprise quite a few people.
We mentioned a few players already, but I want to throw a name into the hat as my player to watch of this tournament. My Turkish Kaquka and Kardesh at home, you know exactly who I'm talking about. The one and only Aslan. We already have one Turkish player right now, by the way, that is a Valorant world champion. And I would not be surprised if we get a few more, Ryan, this year.
Yeah, we have two Aslans in this tournament as well. So you got to be a bit specific. For me, safe pick, safe option, safe from Guild. I think that his switch over from playing the sort of Sentinel role this time last year for Guild now to the Jet, he's super aggressive. He's found so much impact. It's less of I think he's going to tear it up by storm, but how is he going to do against some of the slower, more methodical teams that are striving to shut down the Jet? How is he going to perform? I think, personally, very well.
Okay, you go for safe. I'm going to go for safe, but in this case now for G2. You know, we had this question for quite a long time. Who's going to step out, take the IGL role? We saw all those roster changes during the last year, and we have to talk about Nuke. For moving on from the race to actually playing a supportive role, performing so well, being so crucial for his team, and picking up that IGL role.
I'm glad you're mentioning IGLs. I think they're a little bit overlooked sometimes. And God-B, we mentioned him already, but he's coming in this tournament hot. I'm excited to see him, you know, show the young guns what it's actually like to be done as one of the most experienced IGLs in the world, Ryan.
Yeah, respect your elders kind of thing. Look at him, he's powerful. He's seen it all. He's saw the dawn of time. He's that old. For me, final sort of one to highlight, I think the best Sentinel player at Champions, it wasn't Nats. I don't think it was Dapper. It wasn't anybody like that. It's Nevera for Team Liquid. I think just the way that he performed, he came into the game so well, only lost one series so far and only dropped one map before that. The fact that he's during so well with his brother Scream, I genuinely think that he is the prodigy for this year. He's the one that's gone from being looking decent to now maybe being his year.
Okay, and you know, I said best for last. We talk about Europe, we talk about Turkey. We need to talk a little bit also about CIS, and we need to talk about JD. Now, after NIP decided to move to Brazil, him stepping in onto Navi and having the performance that he's been having, almost all his starts are purple. He has 0.5 assists per rounds and almost 1 kill in average. Like, every single one of his stats has been crucial and super determinant for his teammates. So, really looking forward to see what he can do against the rest of the stage.
He's having the time of his life over there at the CIS. So I'm with you here, see what he can do. At VCT, JD's going to be in action in a couple of days, but let's talk about the schedule for today. We are starting off VCT EMEA Challengers with a bang. It's the grudge match to end all grudge matches between Team Liquid and Gambit. And then we're going to follow that with the El Clasico of esports. You guys are familiar with this. So looking forward to seeing if they can carry on that rivalry in Valorant that is G2 versus Fnatic. But let's circle back to that first match and start with Team Liquid. We haven't seen them since Champions, but Ryan, do you expect us to see the Team Liquid we did see at Champions today?
Oh, we go through such a weird thing with Team Liquid where they look good, then they try some new stuff with the meta, Scream on Chaos, some weird, odd things. It doesn't look great, they change it back or change a player, bring in Navira, then they look good again. Now that we have Chamber and Neon available and some of the maps have changed a little bit, I'm a little bit worried that this Team Liquid team is going to overthink it a bit. And considering how good they looked on Champions, frankly, the favourites going into the semi-finals before they lost against Ascend, I don't think they need to change up all that much.
I mean, I would love to see some changes because, as you mentioned, probably it's one of the things where we know Liquid for. Maybe a little bit too eager to be that kind of surprise, but especially with Chamber coming in, I think it really suits them. This is the team that actually started playing that double operator, let's call it consistently, okay? Because they actually made it work. So I kind of expect the same Liquid in the sense that I want them to be reckless. I wanted to bring the surprises, all those changes that we were mentioning week to week.
I mean, they can afford to do that, like we mentioned before. They have week every time to correct something that doesn't work. So for any team that's going to take a risk, we know it's going to be Team Liquid. But we have a few questions for them that needs to be answered. And here is Yumpy to tell you more about what they've been up to. I'm now joined by Team Liquid's Yumpy. Hi, Yumpy. Welcome back to another year. It's great to see you again. But first of all, I want to talk about what happened last year, because the last time we saw you play was Champions. Now you've had a little bit of time to reflect on it. What do you make of all the achievements you were able to do at Champions?
I mean, of course, it's a sad time that we lost in the semi-finals, but I think overall, how the year ended with us, we took Nivara for only like 2-3 months before the tournament, that we won actually 2 tournaments and got top 4 in the major. So of course we were disappointed at the time, but after a few weeks we look it back as overall and how much we can improve as a team more, like even from Champions. And I think overall it was like positive tournament from us, and it gives us good confidence going into this year.
Yeah, you should be very confident. I want to talk about you as well, because you've really flourished now as a player and also as an in-game leader since you switched from CS. What have you made about your own progress?
I think towards the end of the year it was better. I think the first half of the year was not the best. I think I only played Jet, and the variation of my playstyle was pretty much the same. But I think after the later of the year I played more agents and I got like more variations of my own game style, and I think it really helped me to like understand the game better and improve myself as a player and as a team also.
Have you managed to find maybe your own IGLing style as well that you could share with me, how you like to in-game lead?
I think so too, and of course, you know, we don't basically have a set IGL in our team. It's me, Soulcast, and Scream who does it. So, but I think overall I get to know as an in-game leader also like what do I want to call and what kind of things. But also I guess like we have basically 3 in-game leaders, so it's good for our team.
One thing I want to ask is about the new agent, because you have a couple of pretty competent operator players on your team, including yourself. What do you make of Chamber? Because I know in the past Navira has been pretty vocal about how much he's interested in playing Chamber. How about you?
Yeah, I think the Chamber is like made like the agent is made for our team. We have 2 good operator players, and I think it's made for our style. So I guess you guys will see it in this tournament. I'm not saying who it's gonna play, but yeah, I think it's gonna be exciting. And yeah, I like personally, I really enjoy the agent so far.
I hope we get to see both of you play on it. And lastly, just before I let you go, last time you faced Gambit, it was very, very heartbreaking. I'm sure you remember how that went. How are you feeling about the matchup today?
Yeah, we are feeling confident. We didn't have the best preparation, but you know, I want the revenge from Gambit, and you know, I personally didn't play my best match against them last time, so I'm looking forward to the revenge, and I think I'm gonna play good. So it's gonna be a fun match for sure.
I look forward to it. Thank you so much, Yumpy, for joining me, and good luck later.
Thank you so much.
You heard it from him there that in the beginning of the year when he first made the switch into Valorant, it wasn't that great for him. He wasn't super confident. But now we can say with full confidence, Kaquka, that this is one of the best players we have in our region.
Yeah, totally. I actually loved about the interview how expressive he was and how he's giving out saw a little bit of what he was thinking. Of course, mentioning, you know, how heartbreaking it was for them to lose against Gambit in the fashion that they did, and how important that match was for them. Really looking forward to what we're going to see from the team as a whole, but obviously from Yampe. Also surprised to see that he's not only IGL, and they have this system of probably a trifecta, just depending on the situation, someone is going to step in and be like, okay, this is what we're going to do against the other team.
Just the flexibility of Yampe is just the amazing thing. Playing the Jet, playing the Astra, playing the Killjoy, playing the Silver, all across different maps. I want to see him sort of put that hero pool into more of just a role, like just playing the Initiators or just playing the Sentinels. Him playing Chamber, but also alongside the Killjoy on maps. I think 47% pick rate is what Chamber had in the NA qualifiers. He played it a lot more than the EMEA, so I'm sure Liquid are looking at that. If they can bring in the KO as well with Soulcast, you've got a scary composition.
Yeah, we do indeed. But you mentioned this already, Kaquka, but the last time these two played against each other, I don't even want to... I feel painful watching the VODs back. I don't know how they will feel. Oh no, don't show me the clip, don't show me the clip. Ryan, this is the most heartbreaking way a team can go out.
This was probably the first 9-3 curse we ever saw. Team Liquid being 9-3 up, looking so good, and then Gambit pull it back in this fashion. This was before Gambit fully blossomed to what they were. And I think winning this series was one of the reasons why they ended up winning Masters pretty shortly afterwards, right? Just that kind of thing. But it does make you look back and go, what if Team Liquid won this series? Would they have been favorites to win Masters in their place? I think it's a different team as well. Nivera's now in instead of Cryptic, so I'm curious on what Team Liquid is going to bring to that table. And Gambit, I think they've been on a bit of a decline. Despite getting second place at Champions, they didn't look like the same team they were in Berlin. Masters 3, because they were above Berlin even.
They were extremely happy about their performance and the preparation. But going back to that, you mentioned it, that was the match that actually sent Gambit onto Masters. So I think it's kind of a consolation prize, the fact that, okay, we lost against them, but they actually won like the entire thing. So they were the opponent to beat. Of course, it was a very tough match for them. And just judging by the face of Yampe, we can tell that I think they're ready for today.
Yeah, I think they must have been dreaming about this moment, right, to get their revenge.
Hopefully not nightmares.
Yeah, but I feel like every team in 2021 wanted to play Gambit. They were one of, if not the best team in terms of consistency throughout that year. But Kaquka, do you think they're also the best team we have at VCT right now?
So definitely the best team probably of the region. Last year, we can say that. Maybe Ascend is also there. I think that they have pretty tough opponents to fight for that title. But when you talk about Gambit, you need to talk about the discipline. You know, the 5 players coming in together, sticking together for so long, not changing the roles, and putting all that work in. Also saw Redgar saying that they had over 1,000 pracs last year. I don't know how it's going to work this year. I saw them pracking the other day at 11 p.m. So probably just following the same flow again. But if you are out there trying to become a pro player and you need a role model, Gambit has to be the choice for you.
I think they were the youngest team at Champions still. Them and Crew were pretty much identical on the age of their teams, right? So there's still so much room for them to grow individually. I just think like compositions and stuff like that got a bit samey towards the end. Like now that we have agents like KO in the game, I want to see Shados pick that up. Yeah. I want to see him pick up those kind of agents and have that kind of impact. And Nats is known for the Sentinel play. Will he play the Chamber? I don't think so, because his Viper and Cypher is just so pivotal. But there were even maps like Ascent that Gambit struggled on where he doesn't play the Killjoy, which Nats on Killjoy we've never really seen before. I'd be curious to see if that gets picked up despite Killjoy not being a necessary new agent.
Completely. I want to see the Chamber. I mentioned also that they were not role changes. I want to see something different, because you mentioned it, Raya. By the end of the year, it's kind of looked like they were low on fuel, if we're speaking about Gambit. So I need to see them reset their mindset, bringing in something new and something consistent, because that's what they're known for. And definitely in these 2 months, that's what they've been doing.
I'm glad you mentioned Nats as well, because he was the player that everybody wanted to be, everybody wanted to beat. Like you said, he got sussed out a little bit. How much do you think he has left in that ceiling of potentially doing more risky things for his team as well?
I still think Viper's very meta, probably still growing in popularity across different maps. So I think it's more the setups, how they play around it, and how much support you can get from the rest of the team. I think it's just that Nats went from being this player that people were like, oh, that's cool, to he writes the book on how to play Cypher and Viper. The Viper's important. The Cypher, I don't think as much. I think he's dipping out a bit now that Chambers in. Killjoy is still very good in a lot of prevalent places. I think, yeah, just sort of adding a few more agents to his book would be quite nice, but I think that relies more on Shados, who has played Sky for so long. She got nerfed. People like Soulcast moved away to KO. Shados sort of stayed on the Sky, and I think they kind of bit him in the ass a little bit going forward.
And now that they've had the time, we also need to talk about Chronicle and his performance at Champions. The problem with Gambit Gambit, which is also a blessing, is that every single one of the players are just so good. Not only on paper, but we see it on the server. There's not one of the players that you're like, oh, he just had a rough day. You know, this is a slow start. Not for Gambit. So of course, we need to see those changes. We need for them to just make that agent pool a little bit bigger, because probably that's the only thing that they were lacking.
But also, these two teams, Gambit and Liquid, they're a handful, if not maybe two of the only teams in VCT coming into this that didn't make a change. They stuck with the full roster that they had, admittedly Gambit for much longer. I would love to know like the record, because I guess Sentinels maybe are one of the teams that had a roster for a long time, but Gambit, one of the longest rosters in the world. But at what point, Kaquka, do they innovate within that? Because they're not bringing anyone in who's fresh and new. They got to just keep trying to make their players branch out.
Exactly, that's what I was mentioning. We need to see the roles changing up a little bit, just being surprised, as if we were mentioning, week to week, and especially knowing that today they're facing against Liquid and they're thirsty for that revenge. They need to bring in something that, you know, has to destabilize a little bit of a Team Liquid that, of course, is coming in extremely strong.
Whilst I want to see both these teams bringing some new stuff, I don't think today's the day to do it. This is their first official of the year. We saw some other teams like G2 in there, like close qualifiers, completely fall flat because it's probably nerves is a big part of it, right? Just getting back into the swing of things and going. Gambit are not the kind of team to be happy with a second place finish at Champs. They're going to be full frontal working towards winning this, and I want to see those improvements.
Also, when you mentioned this earlier, but winning today, this could be the separation between getting the first place in this group and maybe getting the second place between these two teams. But let's talk about the map pool. We haven't seen them play in a while. It is a new year, a new season. But Ryan, do you expect the maps to stay similar in terms of the bans, or do you feel like this is where maybe they do take those risks?
So I think it's a case of like Gambit could have improved their Haven, Liquid could have improved their Fracture, but because the other team's so good on those maps, it's worth still banning them out anyway. So Liquid's Ascent was pretty much unbeaten, so I'm expecting to see that a little bit. I think Bind will be interesting because Gambit looked a little bit wobbly on it, so did Liquid. Yes. So if that's in the map pool, that's open for both these teams and a chance to bring out some different stuff. Gambit always playing like the Gambit comp of like the Jet, the Astra, the Viper, that kind of stuff. And obviously a little bit of KO from Team Liquid on that map. I want to see what else is new. We've seen a little bit of Chamber, but not that much from other teams.
Okay, so in homework, we obviously have to talk about Gambit and not playing that Haven. I'm really looking forward to see if this year is going to be the year that we don't see Redgar on the Reyna. You were talking about...
It'd be on the Neon. Redgar on the Neon.
I'm all for that. That would be lovely. But yeah, we were talking about all these changes, and you were talking also about playing it safe today. So I do not expect to see that Haven. Even if they have been pragging it, I don't think it's going to be remotely ready. Of course, they've had the samples from the open and closed qualifiers to see how teams are, approaching the maps, if anything has been changing. But I think regarding the map pool, probably we're going to see what we saw last year. The problem for us today is that these are two teams that we haven't seen since Champions. Yeah. So of course we know that in these 2 months, a lot of things may have changed. But, it's still, there's room to grow.
Some of those maps we haven't even seen before Champions, like Icebox. It was a permaban for Liquid, and then they played it in home ground, which was kind of the whole point of the tournament, and then they just never got picked or played against them in Champions. So there's that. They've played Breeze twice, I think. They haven't lost a couple of these maps, but they've only played it a handful of times. So there's still so much to see from Liquid, even if they played yesterday.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the picks and bans and see which 3 maps we are going to. Of course, we have the 2 bans coming out and then 2 more bans because we got 7 maps in the pool now. Haven has been taken off the table, of course, as you expected. We're going to Icebox, Breeze, and Bind. I'm looking at the bottom left there. Liquid, they banned Fracture like you guys suggested that you expected. But Ascent, Ryan, Team Liquid banned this map.
This was a map that was, unbeaten in Champions? Like, they beat teams like Cloud9, who were spectacular on that map. But also, it's kind of a trash map for Gambit if you're looking at, like, previous... I think they lost every game at Champions on this map. They were trying no duelist compositions. They were just struggling to find a rhythm and a rhyme. So the fact that Liquid didn't want to play Ascent against Gambit either means that their Team Liquid's Ascent isn't as good as it used to be, or Gambit have been really in the forge making their Ascent as strong as they are. Breeze is an interesting one too as well, because Liquid, we only saw it once. They won in overtime against Sentinels, and it didn't look that straightforward, but a lot of pop-off moments for Yampi especially.
We're talking about the compositions. I expect something different for at least the 2 first maps. Not surprised that the Haven is out. Really surprised, as we were saying, that Ascent is not going to be in. As you mentioned, Gambit not looking strong at all. 3 maps, 3 losses, all 3, the 13-7. So, as you said, trying different things and not working. But of course, these teams have some kind of information that we don't know. Yeah. Of course, they haven't been cracking each other, but, the kind of information that, goes around teams. Really excited to, as I said, those first two maps. And about Bind, I don't know what to think because I expect some changes. Also talked about how Gambit were not looking the finest with the composition, especially by the end of the year. So I think I'm pretty happy with the map select.
I'm a little bit concerned because had that been Ascent, third map, I feel like the playing field is in Team Liquid's favor. But then it being Bind, though, Kaquka, how much does that level the playing field for Gambit?
I think a lot. I think this has to be a series that goes all the way.
I'm already talking about the third map because we are going there.
Yeah. And I know that. And I just think the surprises coming in from both teams in every single map. I want to see that Chamber. I want to see it on Icebox. I want to see it on Breeze. I want to see if they're going to keep playing that double controller onto Bind. We've seen, some teams moving on to the Sentinel back. So, again, for me, is surprises and, of course, revenge.
Breeze as well. Like, Icebox Breeze is just the option to throw in a little bit of Chamber now and again. Like, Icebox, we all know, really boring when it comes to compositions, but we are starting to see a bit more spice, not only with the Reyna being swapped out for the Killjoy, being swapped out for the Chamber, but also like TSM were running Reyna and Chamber, which I think would be a composition that would naturally suit. I know I'm saying TSM made this composition, but I do think there's a lot of merit to it, especially when you have a player like Scream on your team playing Reyna.
I also want to say that I would like to see teams moving over the VSS, Viper, Sage, Sova on this map. Because of course, starting off the new year, we need new metas, we need new compositions. As we mentioned, with all this time, we need something new. Maybe even some Astros, who knows?
Where does the Jet fit into the VSS? Because shouldn't it be JVSS?
I mean, yeah, but some teams might go with the double duelist because it's just a little bit different. But in my head is VSS.
Okay, well,
it's the plan.
I like
and the way that you play around it.
I like
it. Go crazy either way.
Yep, you've coined it. Well, let's talk about Icebox a little bit more for these two teams. Ryan, talk me through kind of the win conditions for both teams and how you expect for it to play out.
I don't know, because we saw Team Liquid play this once, and that was in the home ground tournament against 10-Star, which they won.
Yeah.
But the whole point of that Red Bull tournament was, we are going to force you to play the maps that you typically ban out. So I don't think there's anything to take even from that context, but also it was 4 months ago now at this point. So we haven't seen it in a while. Gambit, this is the map that lost them champions. They were ahead against Ascend. They were looking really good. It went to overtime, and they were the ones on the other side of Ascend bringing it back, and then the final map split was just, I think at that point Gambit would boom. So this is a great chance to really spring it back, and if they've chosen it, they better be good at it.
This is also the map that we cannot forget. We saw Gambit 13-0 in some teams. So, of course, it has to be a very, very strong for them. I'm really looking forward to seeing the compositions. And of course, as I was saying, it's a story of revenge. We were seeing it on the B-roll earlier, that Icebox and how things turned out. So maybe that's one of the reasons that Liquid want to go straight forward onto it.
Well, let's head into Agent Select now and see what's going to happen. Ryan, of course, you mentioned home ground. Team Liquid, they ran the Jet Raze, having Solkaz back on that pretty iconic agent for him at this point. Would you like to see that come up again today?
Ooh, I'd be happy to see something like Jet Reyna. I think it'd be some cool stuff. It's like Yampy. Literally, the question is, what is Yampy going to play? He could play the Jet, he could play the Silver, he could play the Killjoy, the Chamber. Like, this is sort of all up in there. The fact that I think these
Okay. No Jet. No Jet. There is not a Jet on Team Liquid's Icebox. What is going on?
I told you before we came onto here, my prediction is that Jumpy's going to be playing on the Chamber. Scream is going to go on the Jet because we saw all the progress last year that he was actually playing the agent so well, but they have decided to play a Jet.
And Nats is on Sage?
Oh yeah, there's
okay.
is on Viper.
We asked for changes, guys. Are you satisfied with the changes here?
And this is just map 1.
Shados on the KO is something that I wanted to see just ban on different maps. I think for me is the composition for Team Liquid. It looks a bit odd, but I think it's going to play the same way that Yampy's going to be in that same position as a Jet would be, especially with the Operator. The fact that you have a Chamber and Reyna probably playing on A because Liquid are defending first, that is a lot of aggression on the defensive side. It's going to make hitting the ace really difficult for Gambit.
Yeah, completely. You were talking about also the position around the map, how they're going to approach on the side of Gambit as well. How are they going to play these new roles? Of course, not a lot of changes, and we know that Nats can almost do anything. But I'm surprised, happy as I said. So really looking forward to how this Chamber is going to be actually kind of a double duelist for Liquid.
Well, this is the grudge match to end all grudge matches with some new compositions on Icebox. Who would have thought? But here are two familiar faces to take you guys through map 1. It's Mitchman and Tombizz.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Tom, I am excited to be here, man. Kicking off Challengers with, quite an exciting day, it has to be said. Liquid Gambit, and already the Agent Select has not failed to disappoint.
Yeah,
not disappointed.
I think that going into this, well, the desk have said it a lot, and everybody already knew that this was very likely to be a chamber pick coming in at points for Liquid, because it is an agent that was basically made for them. It was designed for Team Liquid to use. But yeah, Nat's going on to Sage, an agent he's only ever played twice. I don't think anybody predicted that coming into the day, unless they'd already played against Gambit or for Gambit. So that's going to be a little bit interesting. I do think it's going to be fun, though, seeing how, if anything, the Liquid Sage probably will play more of a part now that you have all of those traps available to put in different positions, and you don't just have to wall the tube every round.
It's going to be a lot of fun looking at at how these comps are going to work, thinking about that KO, adding in no Jet, Yumpy. Anytime I get to see this man playing on a new agent, I am happy, because it's going to show us some things that maybe we're not ready for. Now, sure, look, Chamber's utility is going to be a little bit more two-dimensional than what we're seeing from some other agents. I don't think he's going to reinvent the wheel, so to speak. But with that pistol in hand, the idea that Yumpy every single round has the ability to one-tap headshot you across the map. I mean, look, at least it's not Scream, but it's not much better.
It's not. No, it really isn't much better. If that's your argument in any scenario, at least it's not Scream. You know, that's not a good argument. It's still going to be very difficult. But yeah, I'm interested to see like the no Jet comp. The thing I will say is it's Scream on Arena. So if you're worried about like the entry potential, it's definitely not going to be there. And also bringing in a KO as well. It's a lot of added info that's going to be available to Gambit and a lot of these early round scenarios, especially as it's another piece of utility that cycles just like the Dart.
We're kicking things off here with Gambit's attack side already well underway here in the pistol. We've seen a little bit of posturing from both teams, but no full commitments just yet. With a minute 20 left on the clock, this pistol is going to be taken slowly, and that shouldn't come as a surprise when you think about the fact that this is Gambit's attack side. This team is known for leaving it till the last second to make that push on in, the slow defaults that have destroyed the majority of teams on the world scene. So this is going to be a task for Liquid for sure.
It has also destroyed themselves. Let's put that into perspective as well.
That it has.
They are known as one of the best defensive teams ever for a reason, but Defo has got off to a flying start. The classic wall to get themselves an afterplant, and now the rotation has to come in here from Liquid, and honestly, the fallback's already there. We haven't seen the changes on Icebox that are rumored just yet, so this retake's going to be rough.
Yeah, this is going to be a hard one to get back into. Time obviously being an issue. They still have a wall online, though. They've lost Navera as they attempt to walk on in, and look at these side angles available, playing around the back of Yellow. I mean, this is looking like a clean round. Nats was still stuck on the site. Now the wall goes down, but it's going to be broken in just a moment. Halfway defused already. And Redgar has actually knifed Link to close that round out. That's one way to do it.
You can't have a knife round in round one of the VCT. That's not...
Welcome to EMEA. We're kicking off day one here, and this is what we've got for you already.
Technical pause. A mouse has just been thrown at a wall.
I've technically just broken my mouse. Yeah, I need a little pause in here. I wouldn't blame them at all. That's a good round for Gambit. Great start to this map. The pistol going their way, and now they're going to come in. Look at this right away. I'm just looking down at what they were buying. We had 2 rifles, but Shados has sold his, so it's not going to be as full on of a commitment as it could have been.
I actually can't believe that we've had a knife in round one. It's just so utterly ridiculous. But hey, it's gonna be an exciting one. Just in case you didn't know, we are back on camera. So I thought I'd tell you that,
Hello.
Mitch,
Yeah,
so you can stare a little bit further up. But yeah, no, not a lot to take away. I think everybody's watched a map of Icebox before. It's something that we have seen many times in the same sort of execution, Defo being aggressive. He's always going to be my player to watch for very different reasons to everyone else, because nobody can ever question Land Defo. Land Defo, one of the best players in the world. The man will aggressively swing everything, and most of the time he'll get you the kills that you need. Online Defo, sometimes a little bit shaky here and there. So I want to see how he starts off. Now, obviously, getting an entry in the first round, after plant, everything really working out there for Gambit. Not really anything to worry about. And also the fact that Nats is still able to be a rat on Sage is a very, very good sign.
Yeah, true. It's going to be super interesting seeing this guy. I feel like he can still do most of what you expect from him, but at the same time, lurking is more difficult. When you think about how that Sage wall is often going to be used, You really want him for pushing into the site, which is a very different vibe than what we're used to seeing Nats be left with. Those late round lurks through middle and catching players off guard. You can do it, but then there has to be some sort of a compromise on the site, on the aggression that you're making, because you don't have that same utility to get into sites and lock off the way that we saw in the pistol round there with like the Sage wall on B side. So it is an interesting switch up and not one that I would have anticipated. I mean, the thing that I said though, coming in, I think it was into one of the Masters events and certainly into Champions, was Nats is a known quantity now. When you come up against him, you know what to expect. No one sat there going, oh, Nats has flanked us this round. What's that about? Everyone knows what's going on. So you have to be realistic then. You have to change your game. It has to happen over time so that you're not going to become predictable and readable. And perhaps pulling out an agent like this and shifting it all together is the way to go about it. If he can add a little bit more depth to his playbook, hell, he's already one of the best lurkers in the world. Now let's see what else he's got. And I'm sure he's got plenty more.
That's almost the thing that made the Champions event a little bit more exciting, is that Nats, and a lot of maps, still very much was one of, if not the star player of the team. But I feel like my focus almost moved to Chronicle. Like I feel like he had an incredible event. Like rounds I think some of the quotes are in the trailer recently of just like, I don't know how that's happened. I don't know how there was that ace that he got on bind, which was just the most ridiculous thing, with a player pushing behind him and he killed 3 in front of him. It made absolutely no sense. And I feel like I feel like Nats almost kind of like covered everyone else by like being so good initially that now everyone else is starting to shine on that team that we didn't necessarily see before. But it sounds like, Mitch, this technical issue might take a little bit longer than us two can potentially waffle for. So I think we're going to head off to a break. You get to listen to some tunes, jam out a little bit, and then you'll be back with our ugly faces in hopefully a couple of minutes.
Legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious. Victorious. I'm legendary. For the love of the game, I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. When they say my name, got the fans going up. Bringing major pain, make it hard for you to stand up. They call me the people champ, you should join the fan club. All I do is work 24, no letting up. Show up in the clutch, you know I had to man up. I made them take a seat because they couldn't stand us. I do it for the love, okay, I do it for the love. 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 I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game. For the love of the game, do whatever it takes. She ain't with me, then you just in the way. Going hard in the paint, it ain't nothing to me. If I'm in the game, then it ain't safe. No slacking, I'm forever grinding. I don't put that work in, I don't put that time in. They can't see me, yeah, I be shining. MVP me, I gotta remind them. I do it for the love. I do it for the love. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game.
The Valorant winter break is finally over, but during the off-season the EMEA region got caught in a snowstorm of roster changes. Fnatic got started with their rebuild straight after Champions. Doma, who had played for the organisation since the foundation of their Valorant roster, has now been moved aside. An interesting move, as Doma was Fnatic's former star player, who switched to a more supportive role in April to enable Derka to play to his full potential. We will see Doma starting in the qualifier with 10-star from now on. Guild didn't make it out of this ferocious storm unscathed either. From the original roster, only Leo and Safe remain, as Draken, Yasin and Bonkar are all no longer on the team. Guild followed the trend of changing their IGL and promptly picked up a new one in the form of Coldamenta to fill the void left by Bonkar. He will be joined by Russ from 10-star and Trex from OG. Both finally want to prove themselves by making it into the playoffs with their new team. Yasin and Bonkar are returning to their Valorant roots in the meantime, making a quasi-revival of their first team, Team Bonk. This time, however, they are changing the name to Yonk. Joining them are Machina from Vitality, Cretan from Alliance, and upcoming talent Neela. Whether this mix can live up to the high expectations that their link to Team Bonk brings with them or not will be exciting to see. A side note in the roster mania has to be made for Nip, who saw the oncoming snowstorm and decided to retreat to a warmer region. The whole roster was released as the org is moving over to Brazil, with the aim of picking up a team there. Contrary to Nip, who escaped south, FPX instead embraced the cold and went even deeper into its midst, joining the CIS region with their latest 2 pickups. They rounded out their existing roster of Angel, Shao, and Zippen with the addition of former Force player Suigetsu, which brings the CIS membership of the team to a majority. They will be joined by Ardis. The Latvian took a timeout due to his health in June of last year, but is now making his return to professional play, rounding out the roster. Regional rivals Na'Vi continue the trend of changing out in-game leaders by parting ways with Arch. The switch comes due to the feeling that a change-up was needed to elevate the roster to new heights. The addition of JD is supposed to bring a breath of fresh air to the team. The 18-year-old finally gets to play in his native region after his time on NIP. It wasn't only Europe and the CIS that got hit. The warmer parts of the EMEA region also couldn't escape the roster change storm. Supermassive Blaze moved on from 3 of their players after their loss to rival Futbolist. Turco and Russ found their new teams in Desire and Giants Gaming respectively. To keep up the seasonal trend, SMB also opted to replace their IGL powerer, who is now playing for BBL Esports. To compensate for the loss of the trio, Cyderex was picked up from Kafalar Esports and fills the IGL void. Joining him are 2 players of regional rival Oxygen Esports. Glovey and Zisto both made the switch after losing to the old iteration of the team in the LCQ. Futbolist also made a change, releasing their Sova player Sasuke after results against the EMEA competition didn't go the team's way. Futbolist also suffered the loss of one of the best Sentinel players of the region. Sterben will also no longer be representing the team for the coming season. Like SMB did, Futbolist also found their replacement on Kafalar Esports in the form of Power. The rookie is joining up with the squad after only 2 months with his previous team. Mr. Farlin rounds out the roster after showing some good individual performances in recent times. Thankfully for everyone, the storm seems to have died down a little and no big changes have happened with the winners of the Champions stage. We can get into the new season with some great weather and more importantly some incredible matches in EMEA to find out if anyone can beat Ascend this season.
Welcome back, folks. Now, we've seen a lot of roster shuffles going on here in EMEA all across the globe, but not too much to talk about when it comes to Team Liquid and Gambit for those roster shuffles. But later on today, Tom, there is a team with a new player that we've had a little bit of a look at. I mean, I haven't, but you have, haven't you?
Are you trying to plug my video on stream?
Yeah, I'm trying to help you out, man.
I feel like such a sellout. Like, yes, you can go to my new YouTube. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to. But yeah, no, I'm excited to see what Brave AF will do because it's a different change to what you've seen from Fnatic. Like, I feel like it's almost a little bit harsh when you have the comparisons of someone like Durka, for example, because I think a lot of people will go Fnatic, roster change, CIS, he's going to kill everyone. And like the chances are it's probably not going to be the case. So he's come in as a much more supportive role. I think I hope it works very well because it's something that I think they desperately needed to sort of like switch things up a little bit, give someone who's ultimately almost going to be that back pocket player for someone like Durka, who we know, as we've seen, one of the best Jets in the world. So I think it's going to be good. And they're up against the G2 side, which honestly I think would be one of the best teams they can start against because there's a hell of a lot of talent within this G2 roster, but they're definitely not near the peak. Like I think there's still a lot of work to be done. We've seen some quieter performances from players like Meadow, for example, in the first qualifier, second qualifier with 2 completely different players. So there's a chance for them to warm up into some of the other teams in the group if they perform to the standard they can.
And that's the thing. That's what today is all about. It's what this week is essentially about. We haven't seen for a while or that have undergone changes since we saw them in more recent memory. Getting to see where they're at and what they're doing with the meta. Remember, there's a lot of changes coming into maps, coming into agents that are in the game as well. There's a lot of changes coming up as well. So for these guys now, it's a real testing ground in terms of how quickly can you adapt the meta to meta. And the thing that stuck with me, you know, that really perplexed me in the start of Valorant was G2 dominating for as long as they did, because it didn't make sense in my brain where I looked at Valorant and said every single iteration and every 2 months, it's a new game. So the top team it should be incredibly hard for you to be the best team for, 8, 9, 10 months, because that's 5 different games. Or even if we speak about some updates like Yoru when he first came out, it wasn't really that big of a change, right? But across 6 agents, at least 3 of them are going to change meta, right? Decently. So that's going to test you massively. And yet we see some of these teams be able to keep up the pace, keep towards the top. Ascend are a prime example. They've come in with decent backing, stuck together, put the time in, and they've consistently been towards the top of the scene. So we've got a lot of those names out there. But coming into this start of stage 1, into this challengers, it's where they've got to show not only that they can do it, but that they can do it consistently now that it's league play. It's not, you know, win a BO3 or win like 4 or 5 BO3s and then don't play for 2 months. You're playing every day or every week at least.
Yeah, I think the main thing I'm going to be looking at is, firstly, has anybody properly mastered Fracture? Because I still don't think we were there yet at Champions. Like, there were some good teams, don't get me wrong. There were some cool ideas, but there was no teams where I was like, they're going to win this every single time. Like, they have mastered it. They've got everything down to a T. I think there was still an awful lot to learn on that map. Then you've also just got the new agents, because I'll be honest, both the 2 agents that have now been added in, I don't think are a necessity. Like, you're not looking at a Jet or an Astra where they're in the game, and if you don't play them, you're almost putting yourself at a disadvantage. But especially Chamber has aspects where I think it definitely can be in the pool. So I want to see what teams have adapted to it. Is anybody going to be playing Neon? Because like I watched a crew play a little bit of it on Fracture. It was a cool idea, but it was somewhat of a cheese strat. It was heavily aggressive and basically just taking map control the whole time. So I want to see if anybody has got those cheesy strategies, or if maybe, because I think a lot of people are looking at Neon more as like it's not going to be meta. Like, it's not going to be played on a map consistently throughout the entirety of the VCT. Is there a team that can prove us wrong, though? Because there have been plenty of agents I think we've seen in the past. Like, even if you look at Viper initially, before it got buffed, a lot of teams shied away from it, and Fnatic went, actually, we can make this work. So I want to see if there's a team that can do that with Neon.
Yeah, and obviously we've talked about Icebox for a long time as a map that doesn't have that much innovation. It's quite a simple and plain map when it comes to pro play. But now we're seeing a lot of changes, at least coming into this matchup. But I'm excited to get into the matchup, Tom. We're gonna have to wait a minute though. I'm sorry to bait you out.
Bait me as well.
That was kind of mean. We're gonna throw things off to a little bit of a video here showing you guys how the league play works, how this tournament actually works. So obviously we're experiencing some tech issues, but hopefully by the time we come out of this, things are all gonna be okay. We'll catch you back here in a moment. That is an interesting Viper's pit. Sender's already behind it.
To do this, he might be able to do
Never
this.
seen that pit before. And Sender has just aced the round.
The 2022 VCT is already in full swing. The qualifiers are complete, and the teams have shown that they are hungry for victory. It's now getting serious for the best teams in the EMEA region. They have each earned their golden ticket and are stepping into their first challenge of Stage 1. There is a new and reworked format waiting for the players. Stage 1 covers the first half of the 2022 season and contains 2 phases. The League-style VCT challenges from February to March, including a group stage and playoffs, and the Masters in April. The Stage 1 challenges takes place from the 11th of February to the 27th of March. During these 5 weeks, 12 teams from the EMEA region will be fighting it out. 4 of these contenders received a direct invite. The remaining 8 fought their way through the regional qualifiers.
He's at least got the one, but how much more can be found playing with the Vandal now? You maybe get punished, or maybe not! A Volva!
With all this raw talent among the participants, how can we work out who are the best of the best? This year, VCT Challengers features a group stage and playoffs. The competitors are split into 2 groups of 6 teams. Over the course of 5 weeks, it's every team for themselves in a single round-robin format. All the games in the group stage will be played as a best of 3. This system is new compared to the 2021 VCT to allow for more consistency and greater excitement. Once the group stage has concluded, the final standings will determine how the journey of each team will continue. The bottom team of each group will be relegated to the VCT Challengers promotion, where they will fight for their right to stay in the VCT, while the top ones will advance to the playoffs. The first place teams will even skip 1 round thanks to their better seeding. Don't worry, we'll still get to see more than enough amazing plays coming up.
Oh my god! Kellogg's was ready for it! Oh, he's ready for that too! Oh!
In the playoff, these 6 strongest teams battle each other in a double elimination bracket. As in the group stage, these games will be played as best of 3s until we reach the final 2 games. An epic best of 5 is waiting in the lower bracket final and in the grand final itself to conclude the first stage of the VCT Challengers. Besides the prize money, the teams will also earn VCT points. These are essential to qualify for the VCT Champions, the great VALORANT World Championship in September. The 3 leading teams from the Challengers stage will also get the opportunity to collect even more prize money and VCT points as they advance to the second phase of Stage 1, the VCT Masters. There, they will be clashing with other regions and facing the top squads from all over the world. This competitive experience might prove to be a huge advantage when it comes to achieving the ultimate goal, being the best in the world. Who can dethrone the reigning champions Ascent? Find out when Stage 1 of the 2022 VCT kicks off on the 11th of February.
I'm in the end zone. Where did he go? You way too slow, homie, I been gone. I know you see, I got the rings, homie, I been flown. Me and the team going for rings, that is the end goal. Hey, I go beast mode, all in the world like Eco. I go crazy like CeeLo, can't stop me like Chico's. I'm suave like Rico, can't be mine no repo. This my home like Depot, can't deny like Vito. Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Yeah. GPS, I got goals, I know where to go, so I never crash. Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Hey, GPS, I got goals, I know where to go, so I'll never crash. So I never crash. Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Hey, GPS, I got goals, I know where to go, so I'll never crash. Yeah. This is what a boss do, what a boss do. Spend a couple racks on the coming for a boss move. Watch what a boss do, what a boss do. Run it up for the money, that's a boss move. Spent 10K on a video, 10K on a motorboat, 50K on a wrist coat. Why these hoes on a motorboat? I don't take no risk, I just stand my chicks. Hold my cards to my chest, move like I'm playing chess. I break all the rules, take it off. I'm legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious, victorious. I'm legendary.
Hello, folks. Welcome back. Sorry for the little bit of a delay. As you guys may have noticed, we've been experiencing some small tech issues, but we wanted you guys, we had this little bit of a break, let you guys filled in on the format, and now we're hopefully going to be ready to go to the game in not too long. We'll let you guys know exactly what's happening. Officials are working on a solution, that little bit of a PC issue. We will keep you updated as we get more information. And appreciate you guys sticking with us through this. Obviously, it's not ideal, but these are the day one issues. These things happen. and we'll move on forward. But Tom, an exciting series still is ahead of us, and at least this break is happening. I'll always say this: it's happening at the start. It's happening after that pistol, after that knife kill, and so we can now kind of come into the game when the players are ready, when everything is set again, with refreshed minds, and look forward to the whole series. It's not interrupting the flow of the game too much at this stage.
It's given Sliggy an opportunity to break down that round 742 times. You know, they're going to be very ready for their second round investment. I'm excited to see what the Headhunter will bring for Yumpy, bringing that into the next round. But yeah, realistically, it happens sometimes. It's one of those scenarios where I'm sure everybody behind the scenes is as frustrated, if not, actually, they're definitely more frustrated than anyone at home right now. It's, oh, damn, I want to watch my favorite teams play. And of course, it's one of those things that's always going to happen in the sort of early stages of the tournament. But obviously, once it's fixed, we'll get into the games. We've got two absolute bangers today. G2 Fnatic. It's like we got two of the best teams and two of the best orgs facing off against each other. So I'm excited for the whole day.
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. Like you were tweeting out just a few days ago, we have got 3 out of 4 playoff teams here coming into today's matches. You know, 3 out of 4 of these teams are playoffs of champions. It's absolutely unbelievable. Top 8 in the world, and here they are in the best region. I mean, look, it's exactly what we expect, though, isn't it? A great opening day for us, and once we get into the swing of things, I'm sure it's going to be an exciting one. But Tom, you know, Icebox as well, I saw that come up in the veto, and we've always talked about it as a kind of repetitive map when it comes to like the same executes in and out. You pick any round, any buy round from Icebox, chances are, compare that to another random round, it's going to look pretty similar. But now we're having these changes come through. We're having, and as I said, Yumpy, whenever this guy is playing on an agent that I have not seen him play before, especially if it's one only just debuting recently in competitive play, I am going to be very excited. This is the guy that came up with the idea to run down mid on Haven as a killjoy with an op. This guy was just running around on like his 3rd official. This guy is just crazy. I love watching him play the game. I didn't at the time. Let me be very clear. Killjoy thing, I didn't enjoy that. It was new, not in a good way. But he eventually got more comfortable with the game, like he said in the interview earlier on. And now he is a lot of fun to watch how his brain works really in figuring out these things. But, you know, as I said, Chamber going to be a lot based around hitting people in the head. That's something Yumpy's pretty good at.
Have you seen what our observers have been doing in the break, by the way?
Yeah, no, I've been seeing what Mel's
why are
doing,
they like
you know,
thirsting on Twitter? Like I can't believe what I've been witnessing every time I open things up. It's like we've hired 2 of the best, most professional observers, and then it's just cheeks. And the funny thing is, this is what people don't realize. So we have 2 screens. One is a camera of ourselves. The other, a lot of the time, is just what they're showing. So I just have a full screen of Viper.
Well, Tom, you know what? I've got some great news. There was a moment where we thought we were going to throw things back to the desk, that we'd get Sue, Kaquka, and of course, Dwayne, the Pebble Sentinel, back here. But luckily, we're going to be jumping right back into the game. They're ready to go. Tech issues have subsided for now.
Let's go.
And hopefully they won't be coming back. Let's get right back on into the action. And you know what? I'm happy. We've waited long enough now. An anticipated second round of Gambit Team Liquid. You know, it might not be the exciting round that you want to come back to. You know, maybe a few ults, a few rifles in here. No, it's the second round. You know, Liquid lost the pistol, and unless they're going to force buy, I don't think it's going to be terribly exciting for us.
Yeah, I'd be impressed if they managed to get much done in this round. Of course, one of the things I'm actually interested in with, again, some of the changes we've seen recently, I want to see if the Bulldogs use more. Because, like, again, this is more just my personal preference, but I've been buying it more so after winning the pistol just because it just feels better than it did before, like just in terms of how accurate it is, the ability to actually get the kills. So I think that we might see it a little bit more, especially on maps like this one, where there's a lot of range involved, especially with the defensive side, able to just sit back. And obviously Gambit play every half like a defense, so they're going to sit back and wait for any sort of aggression. So I'm intrigued to see if that gun's going to become a little bit more popular, or maybe if it's just someone like Gambit who are adapting to it, which, hey, if that's the case, then I'm already sold.
Yeah, absolutely. And I talked a little bit about, you know, what Gambit we're going to be looking to buy up. There's going to be a small moment while Gambit waits to ready up. They're back and ready to go. Tech issues are gone, don't worry. But the teams then have to confirm, you know, that they're at the keyboards, they're ready to go. So they're warming up their hands right now. They're getting into the swing of things. And well, Tom, things will be kicking off in a moment. And Team Liquid on this defense, they're stacked up on A. Lots of pistols here. You can see this in a couple of sheriffs. So a little bit of an investment, maybe some opportunities. But on a long range map like this, I'm looking at Yumpy every time without a headhunter.
Yeah, it's basically to call it a pistol. I think is a piss take, because it's not what it is at all. It's a guardian in your pocket. Like that's what we're looking at. And well, there's always going to be a part of me that would want to see Scream on that agent, but obviously with how he plays, how aggressively they need him to be, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I'm still praying one day we get this Scream Phoenix back, because it's one of the things I enjoy most in this world, especially now I've seen Deepman's playing it as well more recently. I was like, oh my god, it still works sometimes, please. But here we go, right back in, and it is going to be that stack up, and a lot of information already found early from Liquid.
So I mentioned some pistols invested into, but I've seen Scream has decided to go for a Marshall. That hasn't exactly worked out, though. The rifle that was invested into by Defo, only good for the one before he goes down. A little bit of damage for the pistols. If they can find another kill here, that'd be fantastic. A nasty plan spot for Nats. Really difficult to do anything about that in a buy round, and even more so when you've only got those pistols to work with.
I feel like that's a wall that at some point we're going to see them mess it up and not be able to plant, and I'm going to giggle quite a lot. Nice shot from Soulcast.
I would give you that, right? I would, but it's Nats.
Oh, okay.
So
I thought
that's my point. Yeah. We'll see. Some
I
teams
didn't say Nats. I said someone.
Oh, okay. Okay, right.
Someone in our matchmaking games.
Nice little team ace for us. We're going to save over all the rifles. In fact, the 2 Bulldogs and the Phantom coming into this round. So not that much lost if they can drop over some pistols. It is going to lead to some weaknesses here, though, and then something for Team Liquid to potentially exploit.
I've also just thought that a terrifying prospect of Nats is now going to be the one farming up the res. This is something we used to talk about with Scream when he played Sage. It was just like you had a res every 2 rounds just because of how many kills he was actually getting. So he's actually only a couple away. Probably not going to be the most impactful here, but as you said, having those rifles could be the difference maker. Quite a bit of early information for both teams, and actually they're going straight under the tube. An early trade is decent, but it's definitely worked out better in this case for Liquid.
Yeah, Gambit known for their slow plays, but they want to use the faster pace to take advantage of these weaker weapons. Redgar even going for the flank, but he'll be caught as well. With low HP, Defo didn't stand a chance. That is 2-1. Team Liquid answering back convincingly. And I like what Gambit did on that mid push. They go out and they have players ready to counter all of that utility. I mean, for the first 5 to 10 seconds of that round, everybody was doing something at all times. They were shooting down the arrow that's coming down through mid. They're popping out their Viper orb, updrafting, dashing on top, taking all of the angles and applying that pressure to Liquid. But when it came to the crunch inside of the actual hall, there was nothing that they could do. Those duels were dominated.
And actually considering what they had in the last round, it's still a full buy and a Bladestorm available for Defo. So going into this round, it definitely isn't easy pickings. And with Yumpy already gone, a little bit more of an aggressive stance in this round, that is a great start. But an instant trade out with Shock Dart, so not bad.
Not bad at all. But the res is going to come through being online in round 4. As you said, some benefits to Nats being the Sage, getting those plants in as well as obviously the kills that we know he's always going to be finding. Back into the 5v4, and Team Liquid have got a lot of players towards this B side, but it's very difficult to hold off against this kind of push from Gambit. They're going to get a lot of control. They can already be back yellow, and for Team Liquid, every face that they take is a huge risk here. That blind even forces Navera off the angle, and at this point, I don't even think they can stop that plant.
Yeah, this is always the benefit. They have put down some utility, and that's going to take a lot of damage. He'll be back online in just a second. So again, it's always a rough spot to try and get back into these sort of rounds, especially with no flank available. You've got to try and fight this head on as Liquid, and they're just not being allowed any space whatsoever.
It was a good attempt by Liquid to use their Viper utility to stop that plant, even just cause the damage, but nothing found. Now it's sort of suicide to just run in here. They're going to try the wall play. We saw this in the first round unsuccessfully.
Oh,
but this time, providing a lot more for their trouble. Goes down to just the one player, Shados. He's going to break the wall and take the kill, running the clock all the way down and guaranteeing that round for Gambit even after his demise. A third round will be found for this attacking side.
Yeah, definitely a little bit closer. And I like the fact this is something I mentioned in the early rounds, or probably about an hour ago now. But it was where if you have yourself a chamber, the Sage Wall can be saved pretty much every round to do something else with it. And that's what Liquid are attempting here, to use it as a counter in those afterplants. There's also something, and this is almost a direct call out, but I want to see if someone can clip this for me. When that shock dart kill came in, did Average Jonas say, "That's my shock dart"? Because if he did, then Jonas, you're becoming a little bit too predictable.
You know, I do think when it comes to the hold that Chamber has, countering that out when it comes to the next couple weeks is going to become so much more common. Cypher was used in North America for a long time by some teams to replace the Sage or to have her free roaming in very early days. But the problem was always that, you know, that,
goodbye.
That is a nasty shot, and it's the escapism as well. One tap and he's out of there. Now rocking around with an operator to play with, although moving towards the wrong side of the map. It is a that Gambit are at least gravitating towards for now.
The thing is, though, you actually still have Scream there with a rifle, potential Empress if he wants it as well, and pretty much all of his utility online. So although it's open in one sense, the other sense is the Scream factor. But they have already tagged him up, forced him back, and well, that ultimate, if he does decide to pop it, will be completely useless. And they know where Link is, forcing him out of the corner with the fragment. A wonderful little cross, but the trades come back in thick and fast. As said, Scream's still here. And now, in a 4 versus 2 situation, this looks rough for Gambit.
Not the easiest. Even getting out of here is going to be tough for Redguard. There's so many players up close, and it just turns into a fight. Scrambling to try and grab these kills. Shados will be left alone. They're pushing him one at a time. The opportunity's given, but Team Liquid close it out in the end. Came close.
I know that this is something that I've seen people do in CS, but there's like analysis of like where players have their crosshair placed and how much they have to correct their aim. Because I feel like Shados, it's got to be such a small margin, because every single time he took one of those fights, it looked like it was spot on. Like he barely even had to move just with how he was predicting where players were going to be. Even still though, that was not a big investment in that round. Like that was, I think, a solo rifle pulled in alongside some pistols, and obviously the tour de force that was picked up eventually by Yumpy. But yeah, they've done well in that round, managing to turn it back. We still expect this map to lean fairly heavily in towards the attacking side with minute changes other than what's being played by the agent. So for Liquid to get a couple of rounds on the board early and destroy the economy of Gambit is a very good sign.
It's going to be a fast round out of Gambit yet again. They love this mid to B play when they're on the lower rifles or weapons this time. The same result will be found. Nope. Team Liquid running all over them, and Yumpy's a good amount of the way towards that ultimate again. 3 quick kills in this round. You know what? One of the things I'm saying when it comes to Chamber and holding down these sort of spots with utility, the disadvantage is if they do start to notice where you're putting that util and they start to destroy it, whether it's with their own util or taking that map control in the early stages, it will not guarantee you the control as long as the Sage Wall does. And it won't necessarily be as slowing. If they decide to push through, it'll give you the information, but oftentimes they're just going to keep pushing, right? So there's downsides to it in that sense, but in this round we saw exactly the reason that it's worthwhile taking that disadvantage. Sure, you're gonna potentially get those traps destroyed and whatever, and so a wall might be better in some situations, but you can just one tap people in the head and then have an op. Like it's absolutely nuts. And in the hands of Yumpy, I think single-handedly essentially winning them that round with the early mid peak and then closing out that trade on the off. That timing is so good. But Shados is still caught.
All right, if Link's just going to be that clean, they can just leave spots open all of the time. There was a chance that the double kill went back in the other direction, as I believe the drone was actually being utilized. Never mind, though. Chronicle, in a matter of seconds, just waltzes into the A site and evens things up once again. Defo's still lurking around mid, trying to cut off the rotations. And, well, I guess the main problem is the spike.
Yeah, that is a pretty significant issue right now. Link double killing has secured it, and that is insult to injury, confirming the round essentially. As we see the Viper's pit go down, there's no access through middle. This is going to have to be a push from the A side, and there's only 35 seconds left. I mean, Gambit have to essentially run at them, and with no information to play with, like, they have no idea where any of these players are. There's even a res online for Link, but he's not going to get to use it. Taking the fight up against Chronicle and losing it. Now we come down to just Nivera inside his ultimate. And yeah, that Viper's pit hasn't quite reached, but hold on, he's going to reposition, getting right ahead of the ult. But Chronicle, luckily, is there to convert it and put a fourth on the board for Gambit. A tightly contested round, but in the end, the attackers maintain the lead.
I doubt you've ever seen two Viper's pits both put there.
Yeah, not on that spot.
It's a peculiar one. But yeah, I think that was the one sort of thing that made that Viper's pit not as valuable is just the fact they didn't quite cover the spike. If it's in there, Nivera can just sit pretty, watch for anybody to try and enter, and maybe there's a chance they close out that round. Instead, the play he made, it was a good one. Got aggressive outside, tried to defend the spike as much as possible, but all in all, considering that was a 3v5, fantastic recovery for Gambit, but still their economy is on the brink. And now Yumpy's going to bring in an operator to try and defend that B site maybe a little bit more solo.
We've already seen what this man can do in the past on agents like Killjoy. He's not going to have opportunities this time, though. Yet again, we're seeing that B site be completely ignored, but the rotations are coming in quickly. And all the ultimates committed here by Gambit. Lots of Hunter's Fury swinging across either side, but no targets hit. Team Liquid end up in this 3v5. They've given up B control. They still have a lot of control because of those traps down. I mean, Chamber is holding down half of the map, essentially. But at this stage, there's nothing Liquid can really do to be proactive without taking massive risks. I think they just have to hope Gambit makes some mistakes as they push.
Yeah, they've used the 0 point to know that there, at least for the moment, wasn't anybody on site. Again, we're going to see this same wall, but Yumpy had an opportunity, doesn't quite connect, and they're just being ripped apart. Again, but not a bad read from Liquid. You see where every single player died. It was on that A site, but they haven't got a single kill. In fact, they've barely even done any damage.
This is starting to feel like a very one-sided, a couple of rounds streak together. There definitely needs to be some discussion from Team Liquid around this A hold. Losing it way too easily in these early rounds. And when they've got the rifles as well, and like very early on there, Yumpy was rotating as Chamber. He TP'd after peeking in B long, seeing nothing. He used his TP over towards Kitchen, I think. And so he's holding down mid, which allows you to shift one over to A so much quicker, having essentially a 4-player hold on that A side. And then they lose it to a flawless round from Gambit. It's not ideal. And as well as that, Tom, I would add, just take a look at the ultimates. I mean, Gambit are about to have a lot online.
Yeah, it's a weird spot. And that's the thing as well. Like, this A site, one of the toughest, if not the toughest site in the game to defend. There's been so many different variations attempted to try and hold onto the site. In fact, one of them from Liquid was to have raise nades that dropped onto the spike just to try and stop them from planting. We've seen shot darts. We've seen combos with snake bites to just try and deny plants. There's nothing that I think has been consistently successful. That's why most teams, well, they do what Yumpy's doing, which is hold it with an AWP.
Well, the attempt is going to be made, but the opening shot not landed. Yumpy's forced back, and that knife has actually cancelled a lot of these players, including Yumpy, who then cannot escape as Nats quickly decapitates him. The side is not Gambit's yet, though. Still a lot of players here to fight, and Solkas has managed to pick one up through the wall. The side still with 4 players on the back. Look at this. The entire defense is just clumped together, waiting for someone to peek through, and Defo almost made a fateful mistake. They're still committing. They're still moving forward. Gambit are not deterred by hearing numbers. They just see free kills, free ult orbs, perhaps. Alinka still putting up a fight, taking at least the one down. The res will be attempted, but that's not great. The orb already going to tick away. Bunch of Scream's health, and he'll be eliminated in the end, putting it down to the 1v2. Link still holding on. A wall in his possession, and the plan still has to be secured for Gambit, but it doesn't matter in the end with the headshot delivered. It is 6-3.
The thing is as well, right? If you're Gambit at this point, do you ever just not go A? Because that was the whole team. That was their whole team with guns, popping an ult, even to try and get some done, operator for Yumpy, and they still managed to win it out. Yeah, it was close, but that's one of those scenarios where if you're Gambit, you just go, well, they literally cannot stop our A take. I don't even know what they
if they 5-stack A? Oh, we'll still win. Like, yeah, predictability kind of goes out the window at this point. the straight up strategy has been working, and yet you see Team Liquid go back towards the defaults here. 1-3-1. They're holding down primarily in mid, looking to crunch in on any sort of pushes, but Gambit. Oh, okay. They're going towards the A site, which isn't too surprising, but that opening duel is.
Yeah, the issue is it's the same problem as before. With the amount of kills and orbs that Nats has been taking, it's only going to last for a moment. And yeah, there you go. Defo's back.
Now they're going to be spamming, but the wall is blocking it, and Solkis gets spammed back by Redgar. That is unbelievable. That was through. I mean, he was in spawn, essentially. Oh, wow. Gambit with the advantage to play with here. Team Liquid still have that rifle, though. It's in the hands of Nevera now. And the team fully stacked up, a situation we've seen again and again. But Gambit, we know they're slow play. It's their signature style, and they're doing it again. 40 seconds, and they still haven't moved. And yeah, they faked Liquid out.
Oh, it must be so annoying to play against. Like, there's no way they're going to keep pushing here, right, guys? That would be insane. No, they are. They're still just going straight into the A site once again. They have an advantage. They're going to try and get themselves the plant. Players holding, watching to try and catch them as they swing. After plant position once again on this A site. Nice shot from Yumpy, but instant trades from Gambit. They're looking so good in responsive plays, making sure that no advantage can ever be found for Team Liquid. And now, once again, they are just being slaughtered as they try and push back into this site. Defo brought back from the grave, and he takes 3 players with him. 7-3. Gambit, just keep going, eh?
Look, at the end of the day, though, this is the attack side icebox. This is what we know it for. All hope is not even remotely gone for Team Liquid yet, but we start to add on some conditions here. 3 rounds, it's not quite enough on that defense. We need to see a little bit more from them. Maybe if they can like get the pistol and so on, it's winnable. But we don't want to go to the ifs, ands, and buts. Team Liquid walking into this one, they need this round, and they're investing fully into it. A B take from Gambit is a big change, and as you can see, Liquid are not ready for it. They've only got the 1 player here, and that's a retake wall Nevera's put down.
Yeah, he was left as the solo player. Actually gets tagged up by the drone fairly early, and no one else on the team has made it in for the rotation just yet. You can see that the plan basically would just be to try and get that wall in, Nats, get the plant, and then just fall back to yellow once again. And they've left the lurker on the other side. They know there's not been an aggressive push to get in on the flank just yet.
Well, Team Liquid have got full control over middle. They're watching for a flank play through A. The most important thing is this utility setup on the site. Again, we're going to see it used to try and deny a plant, but the snake bite doesn't come in even remotely on time. It might have bounced off the wall, I'm not sure, but the TLDR is plant is secured, and Gambit now have an advantage. They've also got a late flank coming through from Chronicle potentially. Team Liquid are going to need a miracle to get out with this one.
Yeah, and then a lot of them are going to get all of their utility removed from them. They'll know if there's players in the back corner, and Chronicle is just, he's causing issues. That's what he's really doing. He just needs to be in the back line just to almost say, like, guys, you got nowhere to go. Until you kill me off, the round is over, and Liquid know that. They're just going to try and save their weapons for the next round. These afterplants from Gambit have been nigh on flawless, and that's the thing with this map. A lot of what it comes down to is either just winning the round out in gunfights if you're on the defensive side, or denying plants. Liquid have been able to do neither.
Maybe I'm wrong on this, but it looked like Shados canceled that retake attempt entirely with the knife. They couldn't do anything. They couldn't put their Viper util up. They couldn't put a wall up. And almost immediately after that knife went down, the team sort of stopped for a second, sort of looked around and went, okay, let's get out of here. You know, there's no opportunity to get back in. They would have to take all the fights in the open. Their opponents still had utility. They still had like a fragment and everything to play with. That round was unwinnable. And so Team Liquid, they saved these weapons. This is the round that they look to make value from them, and it's Scream getting aggressive on the Reyna, but they're spotting it. Even though Liquid haven't been going for this, Gambit are still being conscious, and they've got an op watching for Link re-aggressing. I mean, Team Liquid, everything that they try, it seems like Gambit are on their team speak.
Yeah, and again, we're going to get into these afterplants once again. Shot dart line up. Might kill off Nats, but I don't think it was timed quite well enough. So no, he's going to be able to survive in this corner and has teammates alongside him. Flanks also being watched. This duel is everything. If Chronicle wins it, the round is already over, and he hasn't missed a beat. He hasn't missed a shot this entire game, I don't think.
Now, we talked about the original iteration of the 9-3 curse. I heard Ryan bringing it up earlier on the desk. Looks like we might have a second opportunity. We'll run it back, so to speak. 9-3 as we close things out. An impressive attack side from Gambit, it has to be said. And, you know, I'm gonna look into this one, into this pistol. I'd say Team Liquid, yeah, you're gonna want this round.
Yeah, and the scariest thing as well is I imagine this was mentioned by the desk. When you look at the maps at Champions, at least that Gambit were very comfortable playing, Breeze was at the top of the list, so it's a bold pick coming in for Liquid. Now, obviously, they've seen the scrims they've been playing against. They probably have a lot more information than we currently do because we haven't seen either of these teams since Champions. So it's definitely a little bit of a different ball game in terms of where people's map pools currently sit, but at the moment, Gambit look sick.
They do. They really and truly do. It's not just about the rounds being won, but the fact that Team Liquid have stacked up sites and tried so many different things and just met a brick wall of resistance every time. It was impressive, but as we said, things are not over yet for Team Liquid. There is a lot of pressure coming into this pistol round, though. On this attack, they'll be going to the A site. 3 players from Gambit here already, and mainly it's Defo, and he gets blinded up. A good Lear that avoids that aggression, really finding anything. Somehow, Defo is still alive, and the cover from Shadows nets them the opening duel. Another landed, a quick shot from Defo, but quickly returned by Link, who's now left to fall back and try to heal himself up. His teammates falling around him, and again, we end up with the advantage in favor of the defense. Oh, you lunatic! He's just gone up, rushing in towards the spawn. Are they ready for this?
Oh, it actually worked out. Obviously, the knife definitely didn't help, and now they know where Link is on the site, trying to just take the fights at this point. Getting a plant seems nigh on impossible, unless he's going to try and go back. He's got the time for it. Obviously, he needs to get out of earshot so that he can just start running. But yeah, there's not going to be a rotation, so chances are there will at least be an afterplant for Link, and if he can get himself in a spot where he can try and find an individual duel, there's a very real world that the Clutch King will win this round.
Opportunity presenting itself, that's for sure. And this is going to be a long one. He has so much time for this post plant. Go wherever he wants, but
10 seconds left.
Obviously, Link doesn't know that. Having healed himself up earlier, no armor, no shields to play with. And Gambit are going to approach this together. No steps are heard. Link has the info, but he's been spotted. That's caught him. Oh man. I mean, they know exactly where he is. He's hardly playing up close on the wall, is he? No, there he is up above. They're ready for this fight now. This gets so much more difficult for Link. He comes so close, man. Look at the HP on Nets.
It's frustrating.
25.
And especially now you have to consider that's another 4 orbs for Nats in round 1. So there's likely to be another res coming in before this game is out, depending on how quickly it actually goes, because that's not the position now that you want to be in if you're Liquid. You win that pistol, I really don't think it's far out of reach to come back into this one. The problem now is you either have the choice of forcing back in off the back of a few kills and, well, the plant, which gives you some extra credits, or you take this as like a few pistols, a flat eco, and the chances are you're going to allow them to get to 11 and have a decent economy to play their bonus.
Yeah, there's a lot of issues here for Team Liquid. No easy road, that is for sure. Chronicled in the jump spot. Gonna be falling back from here. Retrieving the orb, pop it down there. And the same thing that we saw coming out from Liquid's defensive side. And it's become very common on Icebox now. Have that orb in position, snake bite on the other side. And at least you're damaging whoever's planning it, if not taking them down entirely.
Yeah, I think they've been a little bit more preemptive with the utility, though. They've almost just said, like, we're not even going to allow you to get anywhere near placing a wall down, although I don't know if Link actually has it into this round. So that would be a big problem anyway, if you were going to try and get yourself an afterplant with a wall if you actually don't have it at all.
Yeah, kind of tough to use the wall without having it.
You just have to believe it's there, you know? Like, in your mind, if you think the wall is there, then there's no way you can take any damage.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's how it works, but I appreciate.
There's a reason I'm not a soldier. Let's put it
believe. Yeah, yeah. There's more than one reason.
Too handsome is the other. Anyway, we're gonna have that rotation. Yeah, that too. 25 seconds for them to try and get anything done. They've gone back to this B site, but the fact is, Gambit haven't moved. There are still 3 players ready and waiting on this cross, and they're trying to get a little bit more aggressive because they want to try and find some kills, kill off some players before they actually get this plant down. Yumpy will at least get 1, but Link's been dropped, and that means they haven't managed the plant. Soulcast getting a 2nd kill. They're making this one costly at least, but now the time running out, and they could just not kill Scream.
Oh my god, of course he gets that frag. Yeah, you know, the thing is 10 more seconds on that clock, and all of a sudden, I believe that's winnable. 11-3 we go, though, and the problem's really brewing up. Gambit, sure, they can come in and write this round off if they want to, but the way things have been going, I expect them to just full invest at this point.
But yeah, it's a weird spot when you lose that many players. Like, you're sort of going to be left in an awkward position in the next round anyway, where you'll probably have a buy, but there might be a piece or 2 missing. They're actually not going to invest. They're going to play this very, very safe. Scream will end up getting a rifle, but it's at the cost of Link not having one. And yeah, I kind of feel if that wasn't a stinger, he probably gets a kill.
I have to agree with you there, Tom. If it was a classic, he might have
should have had the Lothar bind, then it would have worked.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking. Had that one coming. Well, look, at 11-3, Gambit really impressed me with what it says about them, that they've taken this sort of an investment. They're not in a rush to end this game. They want to win. That's all that matters. Doesn't matter if they are a little bit late for dinner. That drone has spotted a player up close, and Chronicle almost gets away with a kill, but obviously the Spectre not quite dealing the damage that you'd want at that range. So that plan's going to be secured, and Team Liquid should have an easy round.
Yeah, and they're going to put themselves in a great position as well. Getting a lot of kills in the last brings a lot of ultimates very close to being online, and even getting very close to a res for the next round if they desire it. Shados, he just wants to make this as costly as possible, and hey, Yumpy going down a rope. He almost had Scream as well. But it's just going to be the 1 kill. So Liquid, finances will be fine going into the next one. Gambit, though, I think they will have a purchase. As I said, the few shields missing, maybe a piece of utility here and there, not quite bought up, but it's still a solid buy.
Yeah, all in all, this is, with the lead that's there, more than comfortable. Team Liquid's attack, where they stand the best chance of really clocking up these rounds and making it work, but they have very little room for error. Now, the upside here with the last round being decently convincing for Liquid is that they've walked out with quite a lot of cash. Like, losing 1 round now won't put them onto an eco for the final, but that's a very thin silver lining.
It's like, you won't be completely screwed, but you will be very screwed.
You're just most likely out of the map, but...
Again, they're going to put the pressure in onto Chronicle. I feel like he's trained that a million times, just picking up the orb and fading away, and they're also going to spot the lurk of Link on the other side of the map. Not normally the player that you'd have waiting behind, because, well, how are you planning on getting onto a B site if you don't have your wall? So they'll have a little bit of time. I think it might even be a little bit hesitant in their rotation in towards the B site and actually give more space over than you might think. Could it be possible that Link waited there intentionally? If so, that's big brain.
It could be. But this play coming onto the B side, you're having the rotation from Gambit. Drone is about to spot at least 1. Look who's up close. Okay, Scream got seen as well. Snakebite's going to be late. So, oh, Snakebite's actually bounced off the edge of the wall, so never mind. But Redgar still able to catch Link on the fade back. Scream went down too. The advantage now sitting comfortably in favor of Gambit. This was looking good for Liquid, but it took a nosedive real quick.
Yeah, they switched up the wall just to try and deny the snakebite, and then they end up getting caught by bullets instead. Not quite a worthwhile trade-off. Decent flash will leave 1 blind, and the kills coming back from Soulcast. It leaves just 1 standing, but he has torn them apart. 4 kills in this round that was looking like it was going to come towards the end of the map, with Gambit hitting 12 instead. Soulcast helps them live to fight another day.
A crazy pivot in that round, considering the amount of damage that was found in the spawn there by Redgar. I am impressed that they were able to get anything done, let alone a round win. And a lot of props has to go to Soulcast on that side, that hold around yellow. Oh my. Covering every single duel perfectly. 11-5, eco coming out of Gambit. This is Liquid's opportunity to connect that 6th, help themselves out a little bit, feel that little bit more confident. They've almost lost Scream straight away, but they'll be healed on up surely.
Yeah, they do have to be a bit careful. Defo managed to get the orb for the Blade Storm. Fragment will hold them back a little longer, but he's the danger man. And he's dead, because he peeked into the drone. I love the confidence.
I guess you thought they were gonna come running through right after, but yeah, the reveal instead coming into play. Nice shot by Nats. 3 versus 2, still good opportunity for Gambit to maybe pry some weapons out of the hands of Team Liquid, do some extra damage.
Last player
But in the end, it'll be 3 alive for Liquid, and you know, damage this late in the game ain't gonna play that big of a story. It's all about Gambit picking up this buy round right here, and it's the operator in the hands of Defo that starts to scare me.
Yeah, it'll be no shields. So
no shields, yeah.
It's going to be at a risk. This is the thing. This is why you saw the shock of Sue when we had no Jet coming through. One of the main ways you're going to see this defense played on the A site in particular is just how aggressive that he's going to get. Like you can see him push onto the belt, dash away after hitting or missing a shot, and there's very little that their opponents can actually do to stop him from getting away with that. There's also just some of the elevated angles, which sure you could do with the chamber, but it's why we've seen even Scream at times on this map playing Jet, because there's just so many opportunities for those aggressive individual plays to work out, which you can't do as well, at least with Arena. So they're going to have to be very wary of that. Of course, Liquid have played Icebox before, so they will be very wary of that, because it is one of the only defensive strategies that people have at the moment on this map. So I don't think that's going to be too much of a worry for them, but it is Defo. And when as said, I wanted to see the level coming out of him in this online stage of the tournament. He's looking pretty decent.
A gift. Has been one of my favorite players.
For sure.
On the scene for so long, and you know, it was someone that I was very excited after all the rumors in EMEA back in the day, stage 1, stage 2. You know, it was like, oh, these guys are incredible in the scrims, defo, and then you get to see him, and well, I'll say in scrims, he still has not reached his top potential when it comes to officials. Not even close. The guy's unbelievable. That is an aggressive push out of Defo with no shields. He gets away with it. No kill, but Chronicle's doing a damn good job of holding down B. Still on this choke point around Yellow. His utility covering the walkthrough on B. And with that double kill spike drop, look at the repositioning. But that has actually allowed Solkis to sneak all the way through. And with that knife going out, he knows there's a player right up above him. It's the KO, but he'll be peeked from the side still. Getting away with one. Shados will get the jump on him, though, and leave Yumpy's operator as the final player. We hyped up this agent pick in this man's hands, but I think a 1v4 is a little too much to expect from him.
Yeah, especially with the position of the spike. Like, it really couldn't be much worse. You've got 2 players around the angle. Players have spotted him in mid as well, and he now no longer has enough bullets to actually kill the remaining players on the team. So he'll have to either find a gun or switch up to his pistol, and he's not even going to be given the chance. Nats with the repeat will close out this round, and yeah, Gambit back to Gambit ways. 12-6. Chronicle as well, like, again, he was one of, I want to say one of, if not even the best player that we saw at Champions. He was unbelievable. I think only, if they had won the event, he was MVP. I don't even think that's in question. So the fact that, again, he's come in swinging, 18-8, playing Viper, which he has played before, but not necessarily so much on this map. I think Gambit are flying. And as I said, going into the next map, where I think, at least in the past, he also played Viper, might be time to be a little bit scared if you're a Liquid fan.
6 attempts, all those ultimates as well for Gambit. I mean, they've got a deep ulti bench to play with, as do Team Liquid, but it's the fact that Gambit only need the 1 round, right? They had 1 recovery, and they are done and dusted on this. A very aggressive push out of Scream. He's up on top trying to play around that wall. Hunter's Fury will be committed, and it's available on the other side. Redgar trying to grab some tags. This is ludicrous as the Viper's Pit comes out of Nevera. The site will be secured, but Screen goes down to even the numbers.
It looks like a strong possibility of an afterplant. There is a res available for Link, but getting to Scream, I think it's going to be easier said than done. He was perched up around that wall. Unless it's actually been sectioned off. If it's below, he might actually be able to get something done here. Yumpy also waiting, but they'll be held back, and It's mainly going to come down to this Viper's Pit. Can it be clear? Defo goes above, though, and that's Soulcast gone. Thankfully, though, Link's still within the pit alongside Navira, and they are holding this one down.
Incredible movement from Link there. He's going to get the flank in to close out this round. He so quickly maneuvers himself from taking that fight on the site, jumps up on top of the boxes, silently gets himself up above, and then drops back down behind. I mean, that was expert play. 5 rounds now needed. But another concern, Hunter's Fury and Viper's Pit used up by Team Liquid. Now, Gambit did do the same, using the exact same ultimates, in fact, you know, in for penny, in for pound on that one. And so Team Liquid do end up with the ult advantage. If anything, you know, despite the fact, obviously, they won that round, but it was a very beneficial one for them moving forward, purely because they've evened the playing field a little bit.
And they're still in the map.
That too. I mean, that's kind of what I implied by saying, yeah, they won the round, but there's more to it than just a round on the board.
For sure, for sure. Well, yeah, and also the finances of Gambit are in the bin, so should be a fairly free round for Liquid, already managing to catch the aggression of Defo on that A site. And now we'll see how Gambit are actually going to take some risks. Nats has managed to push into mid, though. And with spotting nothing on that side, it might allow them to at least stack up on this B site a little bit.
Yeah, that drone certainly giving away those sound cues. Gambit are fully moving into the B site, but how much can you really do? I mean, with full utility, Team Liquid have an easy plant. We've seen the snakebite strategy of practically no success so far, and then once they go back to these post plants, they out-aim you on range every time.
And Nat still has his wall, but again, it's whether he actually wants to put it into this round. He's going to take the head off Navira, though. The flank at least gone, and they could just fall back and save a rifle. Instead, he is going to try and wall up. There is absolutely no way this works, but he gets rid of Scream as well. And Shados will fall to the hands of Soulcast. Again, a couple of kills. I don't think it's going to play any part in ultimates because Nat's already had his online, and for the other side, still plenty of finances anyway, so somewhat irrelevant in terms of the purchase. And actually, Nats, this is one of the things that could have made a difference. So after he got the kill there, he could have gone back and actually picked up the rifle and saved that into the next round. So maybe that would have been the better choice.
With 4 opportunities to close this out, I mean, that's at least 2 buy rounds coming out of Gambit. A force mixed in there as well. There's a whole lot of opportunity, but it's starting to feel more and more doable for Team Liquid. We talk about that 9-3 curse with these 2 teams on this map. Well, it hasn't come into fruition just yet. Team Liquid with a super slow early stage, and they won't quite get that opening kill, although to me it looked on.
Yeah, the magic trick this time doesn't wow the crowd quite as much as usual, and 2 players. Why actually get spotted here? Did he just deny the drone? I think it had to be shot anyway, but they've left Shados behind. If he wasn't spotted, this could be the snake in the grass that ruins things for Team Liquid. They're going to come sneaking through. Oh, I think it was a bit of an off position from Shados. Moves his crosshair and gets caught by Scream, and he's able to fade away.
Just as he tried to jump up onto that lip, or jump off it rather, the peak comes around, ruining his day entirely. The operator, not deterred, Defo will stay aggressive, but there will be no reward found for that, and Gambit again locked out of the site. Nats has a res, so if they can manage to fight themselves forward, that should be pretty easy to get Shados back online. But look how aggressive Team Liquid are being because of this. They do not want to give any space to Gambit on this retake. They want to make them fight for every inch. There's quite a lot for them to work with in terms of util, and I think Gambit are realizing you're not winning this round. Even saving, though, is going to be pretty difficult because Team Liquid are throwing themselves at those players. Try and drop the weapons out of their hands.
Yeah, they might as well chase it. They've got plenty of finances available to them. I think... Oh, such a leg shot. Soulcast manages to jump out, and the remaining players, they may be on the chase, but I think Gambit are going to be able to save. But yeah, I've quite liked the afterplants of Liquid so far. They have been quite aggressive in the way that they've played, but with Scream's ability to dismiss and then just basically denying that space, having the slows available as well from Link to just stop this pushback into the site. And the fact that I feel like, again, the same for both teams, these aggressive plays really haven't been working. I liked the idea from the sort of bait and switch of Defo and Shados, but Of course, timing played a little bit of a part. But the other thing as well is there wasn't really an out for Shados. He basically had to get that kill and then run away, which I feel like chances of success are fairly small.
Yeah, it's one of those rounds where they take a few risks, it doesn't pay off, and now I start to get even more worried. I mean, Gambit, 3 chances to close it out. Opening duel going in favor of Yumpy, and that is the operator gone. I mean, look, for Gambit, this is another round that they can kind of throw away. They don't have to be too upset if it doesn't end up going in their favor. But Liquid are starting to build up the momentum, and that's where I think a lot of their power is coming from. Oh, this is dangerous. Yeah, the drone has caught him up close.
Oh, the cursed drone. There's a reason you're always going to see Sova played on this map, and that is basically it. Denies any of that space being taken. Same after plant again for Liquid, and a Chronicle that there's a very good argument for him just running away with this operator. Like, maybe he wants to try and get a kill towards his ult, but chances of victory slim to none. They haven't been able to do it with rifles. I don't know why they think they can do it with a solo operator, but hey, he's already managed to get 1 kill. I guess he's tempted to go for it.
They really don't have a lot of credits on the Gambit side. This is strange to see them committing to it. Shados has an opportunity converted.
No.
Oh, the shot from Chronicle on the money. Solkus not actually really having that much time on his side. The spray is close. He's out of ammo halfway already. Shados gets it. It's done. Gambit have got the map 13-9. Only a few seconds left in it. A few more bullets in the magazine, and Team Liquid win that round and keep on fighting. That is mind-blowing to see it end like that, Tom. A retake that, I mean, every part of my body is screaming, go save, what
have you seen the moment
and they win
in Harry Potter where there's like that letter that screams at Ron, like, how dare you steal that card? That's what, how dare you go for that round? How dare you in a 2 versus 4 with an operator go pushing into that site and win it? I am disgusted at what you've just done, Gambit, and yet you've come away with the map victory. That is gross.
Yeah. 13-9 as we close things out here. I'll tell you what, Team Liquid, they've got to be kicking themselves. Another lights out performance from Solkus. We got to give him props here on Icebox. Ended up top fragging 21-14 on the Sova, but, and let's say with, you know, Scream and Yumpy on Reyna and Chamber. Damn impressive stuff, but not enough here on Icebox. There is, of course, another map coming up, though. We've got Breeze coming up in just a little bit. For now, though, we're going to toss things off to a break. When we come back, the Analyst Desk is going to set up our expectations for map number 2.
I'm legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious. Victorious. I'm legendary. I'm legendary. I'm legendary. You won't beef, then have a call. How you like me now? You won't beef, then have a call. Looks like bling blow, ayy. Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You won't beef, then have a call. Looks like bling blow, ayy. Gonna, yeah, gonna, yeah, gonna, so they wanna get in my jeans, I don't wanna give him my ring, Can have been blowing up, growing up, hit him with the right hook, left foot. I ain't scared of the man, I'm I'm not shook. I've been running this jungle, that's my book. If you're looking at the king, better think twice. No, they're looking at the rain like it's free ice. Wanna know what it is, what it be like. What you really wanna do, what is street life? Try to tell them come and follow my flow, but they rather follow my dough. Money might rule everything all around me, but me no way can I control. RMG, get the name. Down with the gang, gang, gang. You may not heard me, you saw me when coming, but you know by my name. I shoot up everything, put up my life on the line, yeah, this cannon got aim. Life goes with the wife goes. Lights out for the light show, yeah.
Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You won't beef, then have a call. Looks like bling blow, ayy. Gonna, yeah. Gonna, yeah.
You should know, CEO, I'm the co, meaning I'm running game. That's a lab like I'm sprinting pro. I keep this all on the wrist. I ain't got no other option. What other shot can I miss? Rings round me like I'm boxing. We all wins, which our ETA. Kiss gold, or that's PDA. Watch them fall, boy, watch them cave. With the dubs, that's an empty space. How they handle the kid, that's a question. Wait, hold on, hit that step back for a lesson. Ayy.
Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You won't beef, then have a call. Looks like bling blow, ayy. Gonna, yeah. Gonna, yeah. Gonna, yeah.
I'm legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious. Victorious. I'm legendary.
It's a new year and a new competition, but it's the same old Gambit winning rounds and maps they had no business winning. I mean, they were doing pretty well, but Ryan, did you expect them to do what they did in that last round and come out on top with it?
Yeah, not really, to say the very least. It was one of those things that I think in a lot of those situations, Liquid looked the better team, right? When they were on an eco buy, they were the ones that were maybe doing a bit more damage to Gambit, but not really winning the round. So it is typical fashion of Gambit win that. There's another round I want to break down in a second that was the exact same. A moment where Gambit's in a 3v5 and they still managed to clutch it out. I think Sliggy's going to be pretty mad at some of the discipline from Liquid in this one.
Yeah, I have to say that we were, expecting to see the chamber and how he was going to apply into this map, where the nuances and the advantages that he was going to create for Liquid. To me, especially seeing how Jumpy was just going out first in the rounds in so many occasions, and having that effect that maybe he wanted to take some control over mid, but actually not being able to find it, and also the way that Gambit was shutting down any kind of aggression that Scream tried to do with those 0 points. The effect that KO had onto Liquid was just massive.
That's what I wanted to ask, because you can sort of see what Liquid wanted to do. You can see the theories behind the chamber, but every time they tried to do it, Ryan, Shados was like, nah.
It's not only the utility connecting onto the chamber and Arena, stopping them from teleporting or dismissing out. As a defender, you want to be a bit more aggressive on A to get information, to see if there's anybody there, or to very least give yourself a nice quick 5v4. Team Liquid were terrified of Shados with that utility, and it's so easy to get some really good KO knives into positions that can't get destroyed, that Team Liquid were playing off of the site when they wanted to play in close and try and get kills. They were just taking out the game on their defense, which is why Gambit were running riot with a 9-3 half.
Yeah, completely. That is one of the reasons why we like seeing Scream playing on the Reynas, because he can be extra aggressive, he can come up from some crazy plays, but he was not feeling comfortable, not at times. And also, I love to see how Gambit, weren't playing that passive. They were actually taking the upper hand and maybe freezing more in a mid-run call and just going one by one, clearing all the angles. And that is probably one of the reasons that they managed to get that last round, just little by little. Of course, time is not on our side. We only have pistols. Well, Chronicle was with the operator because Chronicle can do do everything.
Which was Defo's operator as well. It wasn't his.
He's like, oh, you die, I'm going to save it. Or how about I just close it here? I'm just going to take the picks. But yeah, it was crazy to see Gambit's performance and evolution to this year.
I want to talk about Scream real quick because Jet for me is a must-have on this map. I know, for you it's the VSS. But what did you make of the fact that they played without the Jet? Do you think this Reyna was fine, or would you prefer to see Scream on something else?
I mean, I would have liked to see, I said it on the pre-map, I would have liked to see Scream playing on the Jet. I understand that you want to bring in something new, but I think maybe the Chamber was enough just because of all the situations that Jet opens for you. I also understand why it's Scream and why he wants to play on the Reyna, but I think maybe looking to the future, this might be a change that they want to consider.
It was strange because the whole idea, I suppose, is that you'd have the Jet switch out and have the Chamber play in that position. So it'd be sort of similar spots with the Op on Rafters peeking out, which is what Yempi was doing. But he was also playing very central to the map where you'd see like a Killjoy put her stuff, a Sage putting a wall in Tube. It was like he was in two minds constantly. And every time it was like, I need to make a play. I need to peek out of this smoke. Every single time Gambit felt ready for it because they 0-pointed it before. He's not there. He's going to try and get on us as soon as we plant this spike. Every time, I think it was 5 first deaths that ended up on Yampi. Like he couldn't find an opening.
Sometimes I hate comparisons, but if we talk about Chronicle, I think that we maybe should. Everything went black.
When you mentioned Chronicle,
we got suppressed. We got KO knifed in here. What's going on?
It's on the back of the screen, so we cannot break it. Maybe we should call Liquid to see if they can help us. But on the other side of Chronicle, we have to talk about Nivera. You were highlighting the player, and I think that he wasn't having the best of the matches of the maps, especially because most of the times he was playing alone on B. And when Gambit started that execute, maybe it was Jumpy going for that aggressive pick, not finding anything, and Nivera just not finding exactly where he has to position to support the rest of the team, and just not having the map.
And also, like Chronicle, like you usually, when you see a Viper from Gambit get like 20 odd kills and a KDA of almost like 2.9 free, you expect it to be Nats.
Yeah.
The fact that Chronicle put in that performance and Nats was fine. Like on the Sage, it's hard to have that impact, but he still like did decently. He didn't do amazing, but he did his job. The fact that Chronicle was able to put in that performance, like I'm looking at him again, be like, he was so good in Champions. He's looking to be, if he can play different roles, one of the best players in the region for sure.
Yeah, it's not the Champions MVP for no reason. Ryan, you mentioned the 3v5 earlier. Let's take a look at that now.
Yeah, I'm going to move over to here. This is brand new, so I get to show it off. But I'll keep it straightforward just because everything's on fire right now anyway, so like we can keep it straightforward. So yeah, at this point, Link gets 2 kills into mid. I've sort of boomed up the mini-map a little bit so you can see just how difficult of a position it is to get this spike. The fact that this is reclaimed in the end from Gambit is ridiculous. Chronicle again finding space. He was often playing on these flanks, watching to see if Team Liquid were going to push or whether they were going to sort of stay in the same position. But now this is a nice like leverage position that you can actually see from Gambit. They've taken a lot of space on A. It's forcing Scream to keep an eye and play a bit more aggressive than he maybe wants. But it's the fact that Nivera dedicates to Viper's Pit. We all sort of said it when we were in the room, like, all right, yeah, this is pretty much done and dusted. Like, Nivera dedicating, it might not even be necessary to get this Viper's Pit. But again, this sort of A push, they know that they can't go through this Viper's Pit. But if they can find an opening, this is where it can work. I think the thing that I really wanted to highlight was the good idea that came from Nivera once this Viper's Pit gets used on the other side. So the peak comes in. I don't know how Link loses that fight in the first place, but Chronicle's swinging on you like that. It's this Viper's Pit. I love that Nivera goes to try and push it to preemptively shut it down. He had the right idea, but the fact that Chronicle was playing in so close for the trade, it was one of those situations where Gambit should never have won that round, especially when a Viper's Pit's dedicated in a 5 versus 3. But then Gambit went on to win every single attacking round afterwards. So it felt like, for me, it boomed Team Liquid in that round and they couldn't really bring it back.
Yeah, completely. I have to agree. Of course, we were seeing it on the green room, and it was completely crazy to witness how. Come back here, Ryan. When the map is getting so close, you see ultimates going in and out, and even though the round seemed kind of lost for Gambit just because of the position of the spike, when you see those ults coming in, and again, as I was mentioning, Gambit clearing out angle by angle, just little by little, being like, okay, we can still do this. Also, we need to talk about the fact that during the entire map, of course, we had those technical difficulties at the beginning. Also, shout out to Mitch and Tom for actually, bringing us all that extra content. But Liquid decided to not ask for a single timeout on the entirety of the map. So maybe they would have needed that 1 minute to be like, okay, how are we playing the chamber? How are we playing the map? Are we having the rotations that we want to have and the pressure on the map, or are we just being denied by that 0 point?
I mean, the one timeout we did see Gambit use turned it around for them.
Yeah,
they
totally.
stopped the bleeding. That was a great technical pause, and I can't believe we didn't mention the red guard knife because
That was
okay.
like ages ago.
I feel bad for Link. His first death of 2022 is to a knife from Redguard. But we'll move on from that because map 2 is going to be Breeze. And this is where things I feel like get really interesting because both teams, Ryan, are so good on Breeze.
Yeah, I mean, Gambit also tried out various different compositions, like they were playing a bit of Killjoy on the map, which was super odd. Chronicle was switching between that and playing us over. Yeah, I mean, it was one of their undefeated maps, I think, overall. Like, they were scared by Crew, for example. They were scared by Ascend, but they always did well to bring it back. For Liquid, we only saw them play it once, ever, I think. Maybe twice, but the main one is their win against Sentinels, which they were 3-9 down, or 4-8 down at the half and managed to bring it back in overtime.
Yeah, and we saw actually Liquid playing with that KO. Maybe that could be the difference for them. And also when you're Gambit and you have Nats who's going to be playing on that Viper, what are you going to do? Do you want double duelist? Do you want someone else on the Sentinel when you're so used to having just Nats doing Nats things? So of course we expect surprises. Also we have to mention that even though Gambit got map 1 and we kind of expected, you know, really tough fight, it was the map that they chose. And now Breeze is being picked by Team Liquid. Are we expecting some chambers again? I'm on my side, I am.
Navira maybe on the chamber. Now we see Yumpy on it. There's no reason why they couldn't share that role, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's more Link, I think, because he's the one that's on the Cypher, right? Navira's still going to be on that Viper, so I want to see a better performance from him. The map's also changed a little bit as well.
Yeah.
And I think that, yeah, we've seen a bit of like Nerd Street tournaments, NA playing on like the new version of Breeze, certainly on the A site. It doesn't seem to have changed up that much, but I think this is the part where we might see big differences. We've also seen a lot more Astra being used on this map, which we didn't used to see before. The double controller, teams like Xet, Def, another EMEA player killing it. We're going to do the same with Beckles if 100 Thieves does well. If they don't, he's not allowed home. Anyway, so yeah, I think the main thing is just that it's still adapting, and especially now when the map changes, Astra could be a pick, and Yampy does play a little bit of Astra too.
Yeah, that is true. But what about the side of Gambit as well? Both teams, it's very apparent from Icebox that it's not the same team comps are running in 2021. So what changes would you like to see on Gambit?
Changes per se, I would like them to keep them classy in that sense. Of course, as I said, we want some things to be played safe, especially when we're going onto Liquid's map pick. I want to see keep the Viper. I don't know if I expect some chamber on their side, but what I'd like from Gambit, just from this Icebox, is the change of pacing all the time, being extra aggressive, not being, you know, the Gambit that took a minute and a half to actually make a decision. So if they manage to put that out also on Breeze, I don't care that much about the composition.
Yeah, maybe more Shados KO, really. I do think that this is the point where Soulcast would diff him, but I think that matchup would be really interesting because Soulcast is so comfortable on this age, and that it's going to be interesting to see somebody that's played him pretty much as soon as KO came out because Sky got nerfed versus somebody that was a bit slower to move over, or whether they stay on the Sky because they believe in it. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, and if Chamber doesn't come out on Liquid but comes out on Gambit, I know Nats is probably who's expected to play it, but do you think that it stops with Nats? Because looking at someone like Chronicle, he plays everything as well.
After what we just saw with the operator, please, I want it. I need Chronicle.
I wouldn't hate that.
Yeah, exactly. The thing is, and with the changes that we've seen on the map, of course, there's a couple things that need to be taken into consideration, and of course, the teams are prepared for it. Now, are they going to be expecting this changes, and how are they going to approach, especially when we talk about the attack, knowing that you have those, the defense, knowing that you have those KOs that are going to, you know, shut down the Viper wall, or if you're even going to play the Cypher, if you know that 0 point is also online on the other side.
You could just sort of do the same utility, right? It's that global utility of just stick a trademark over in holes. Just leave it alone. Don't try and face with an operator or anything like that. Give up that space. And so, yeah, I think Chamber is a possibility. I just think that from what we've seen, Gambit's composition, similar to what Na'Vi were running through their qualifiers and stuff. I think FPX picked it up a couple of times as well. It wouldn't surprise me if there is that CIS lean with their comps, whereas Team Liquid, a bit more NA focused, I suppose. Some teams like NRG, T1 running the sort of same comps that we saw from Icebox. I could imagine him sort of playing a double controller with the Astra. That seems more like them, I feel.
Yeah. We are going to head into Agent Select soon, but before that, I want to talk about the gravity, the importance of this map, because on paper, these two teams are the best teams in theory in this group. And as you guys know, if you get #1 seed in this group, your chances at playoffs to go to Masters is dramatically increased. You just have to win one best of 3. So Ryan, Gambit, they're 1-0 up already. If they win here today, how likely do you think for them to get that #1 seed, given that they probably won't lose to anyone else in this group?
Yeah, that's the feeling. Like, I just think that whilst we might see some close full best of threes against Gambit, they always seem to come out on top. They did so in Champions. I expect more the same. Even if Team Liquid win this series, I could still see them being a bit scared by like a Big or a Na'Vi and stuff. Like, I think Team Liquid is the better team, but we have seen them get surprise upset quite frequently in the past, right? So even if Liquid win this, it's a great start, but they need to maintain and win the games that they should be winning.
I think that the problem for both these teams is that no matter who they're going to be playing against after this one, because of course starting off with like your biggest opponent in the group have to be easy. But I think that the rest of the teams on the group have to be scared of them. It has to have so much respect for everything that they achieved on last year. I don't think it's that pivotal for them to just win this one, because they both know that they're in a situation where the other one is also the favorite.
Yeah, it's very early to say this, but do you feel like there's a world that Gambit, if they win the next map, it's a big if, do you see a world where they don't come out of this group as seed 1?
No. Absolutely not. It doesn't exist. It didn't exist last year.
Yeah, essentially,
if Liquid gets them and buys them the ticket for another event, they're
I mean, that's what we're saying, right? Because essentially, if they win this next map, Ryan, they have the biggest advantage ever for Masters.
It feels almost too early to say, but it is
too early.
It's just because of that. Like, maybe they sort of struggle against their CIS peers like FPX and Na'Vi, just because they sort of are cut from the same cloth with how they're playing from the looks, and because the amount that they've scrimmed against each other, I have to imagine. It's a tough one. I think this group is very much more open than Group B is, just because there's a lot of teams that have a lot to prove mind-wise. I think if you're looking at the size of the Oaks like G2, BBL and stuff, Group B is massive. But with some of the teams that are here to sort of prove something, get some redemption and bring out some new interesting ideas, it's going to be difficult for both Gambit and Liquid in this group, more so than it maybe looks on paper.
Yeah, in which case, what do Liquid need to do to stop this from happening, Ryan?
I think it's kind of like the lean on Scream on Reyna. Like, I don't think it was inherently a problem that they played it on Icebox, because you can do that, and like Scream did fine. It was sort of like middling of the pack, like 12 kills, 12 deaths, roughly around there. It's the case of like, okay, if we're playing this composition, we need to not overthink it. We don't need Yampi over-peaking with the operator to make up for a loss. I think it's Liquid looks so much better when they're slow and they're resetting and they're trying to take map control instead of just sending it onto a site. I think Breeze, that was a big thing that stood out to me in their Sentinels game, is if they try and execute through A, they get stalled, they get shut down. Dapper was there being a big problem.
Doms.
Yeah. if they push through onto A, they sort of go there a little bit, they reset into mid, they find a kill in tunnel, for example. You can find a lot of space and a lot of picks. And Link especially is so good at finding those lurks and openings. Let him do the work and play slow. Don't try and rush it.
I completely agree, and that was something that we were lacking on map 1. We need to see a Liquid that is actually 100% onto the game, that are confident on what they're playing, and they actually, you know, they're like, okay, this is the beginning of the round, this is how the round is going to go. Our utility is going to be on top of yours, and even if you force us out, we're going to be able to retake that space, because I feel like it's also easier for them, because they can expect the kind of comp that Gambit are going to play, so probably a little bit more space for them to think of, and especially, you know, think about those lurks and all the pressure that they can put onto the map without going the extra mile, because it shouldn't be necessary.
You guys mentioned some changes earlier as well for Breeze, but before we get into Agent Select and the map, in case people at home haven't seen the new Breeze, haven't had a chance to, Kaquka, just break it down for me, dumb it down for me. What's new?
Well, we have a little bit more of space in both the sides, I would say, and a little bit more coverage on 2A. I call it a big orange box to play after those pyramids. So you actually have more coverage if you want to play from the defense, or, you know, to even using those 0 points in different scenarios. And on the B side, you have a little bit more space, a little bit more open space after the pillar to also play with, especially new positions for all those operators.
I think the big thing that's happened meta-wise with the changes is there's been a lot more, because Viper would usually play on B, and sort of like the column would be there, they'd just be stood, they'd be waiting. And then they'd be like, all right, go, peek, 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 bang, bang, bang. Now they're more going over to the A site, because it's much more open, it's much more safe on B to play from different positions. Link, especially, again, to bring him up, the Cypher setups on defense, he was getting multi-kills after multi-kills. So I'd be curious to see, even if Cypher moves back to the Cypher to play in this and let Chronicle do the Viper, then you have Redgar on a Silver like he was on Icebox. Like, that could work, because you're using less utility over on B to anchor the position or play retake. Instead, you're putting that over towards A, which is a lot more open, a lot more scary to attack and defend, because it's a lot more closed in, and you can peek a little bit more. You haven't got those 50-50 angles to rely on. So I'm very curious on where these players play and obviously what agents, but more importantly, where they're going to be stationed.
I think we still need to see what the agents are going to be like. You were talking about utility and getting a lot of kills. We need to talk, obviously, about Nats playing on the Viper. So the thing is, are you going to throw that 0 point further onto the side to see if there's an operator waiting for you? Are you going to use it close to clear at least that Nats is not taking all that control for you? Because the thing for me is, where is he going to be playing? Because still his utility can do so much damage, can delay them so much, and actually play against the timing of that 0 point, making it not useless, but of course not have the same impact as they would expect.
Knowing that, he's probably found like the smallest pocket of space where the knife cannot get you.
One centimeter of space, and the 0 point doesn't get you.
Stands in that block. But we're going to take a quick break here, and when we come back on the other side, we should have Agent Select with you.
Legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious. Victorious. I'm legendary. I'm legendary. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. I'm legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious. Victorious. I'm legendary.
Welcome back, everybody. Agent Select is on the way. But speaking of agents, we've spoken a lot about Chamber, and I feel like we're leaving out my girl Neon, who I feel like might not be that popular right now in the meta. But Kaquka, do you expect either of these teams to kind of just whip it out as a pocket pick?
I'm sorry that it's your girl, Neon, but I just do not see her, at least for now, here on Tombizz. She may have some potential, so maybe like maps like Fracture, if you want to go for something crazy, especially when we talk about that week-to-week adaptation. competition. Maybe we get to see her. Now here on Breeze, on how the score is, if there was a team that were to pick her, I think it would be Liquid. I do not think that they feel comfortable enough, even if they have tried it, to just pull it out on this one.
I just feel like Scream Neon makes sense.
Oh my God.
You say that about every, you said Scream KO made sense. Guess what? It didn't, not really.
I didn't actually think that made much sense, but Scream Neon makes sense to me.
She just wants to see Scream.
Yeah, I think
it makes sense.
There's merit to it, right? I think Fracture's a good pickup because that's what a crew were running in North America. They ran the Neon on this, and it was so good at just like pushing on the defense and catching people out. I think that as we get into week on week, when more VODs are out there, anti-strat, and especially those teams that are leading with maps like Fracture, you're looking at Fnatic, London United, I think, is up there alongside Gambit. Throwing in a Neon just as a pocket pick is going to throw off a lot of prep. A lot of coaches and analysts are just going to wipe their table off of all of their nose because there is merit to it, but it's not something that you can rely on consistently, like a Chamber, for example, where you can use them across different maps and in different ways and playstyles. I think Neon is very much not so much a one-trick pony, but it gets caught out shortly after the initial burst of using it, maybe.
I think it also comes down to the fact that if you play the Neon, of course, there's crazy things that you can do, but it's, to me at least, it's an agent that always needs enabling from someone else on your team. Like, it's hard to do a solo play unless you have the ultimate and you're just going crazy. But for a round-to-round play, you're always going to need an initiator with you. It's not like Jet, you can just go and cover an angle, maybe going from the operator. For Neon, it's a little bit more rough than that.
So no Neon.
So no, I'm sorry, Yinsu.
No, at least you can hear me.
Maybe Fnatic and G2 pull her out.
I just feel like Liquid and Camber seems more likely to pull out the Neon than Fnatic G2, but I could be wrong. But speaking of those team comps, Ryan, I know you've got some variations you want to talk about.
Yeah, it's just my own. So one of the things I was really interested in going into this, but not on like this in North America, is just like what comps have been played the most. I think behind is a really interesting map because you have the Fnatic comp, which is like the Raze, the Sky Sova, Astra Viper. You've got what Ascender running with the Brimstone and stuff like that, and the Sage. We've seen it on Sage. One of the things about this map is a lot of teams are still leaning on the Sky for the most part. You've got Big, Guild, FPX, Supermassive Blaze, BBL, Sentinels all sort of playing that composition. A lot of teams moving over to the KO. Like Ascend have done it. They sort of led the pack, I think, from Champions.
Yeah.
C9, I think, were the ones that really made it famous with Zephyr from LCQ. And then obviously Team Liquid as well, sort of playing this too. There's a lot of different variations, like Chamber coming in instead of the Cypher, for example. The Killjoys we mentioned with like what Gambit have been running. It's a case of you can mix and match a little bit more. I think on like maps like Icebox is a bit more, oh, you're missing out on this. I think you can get away with a bit more on Breeze.
Well, we are heading into Agent Select shortly. The Sky or the KO, which one do you prefer, Kaquka?
After what we just saw, and based on last year, I want to see the KO.
Yeah, I want to see the KO as well. We are into Agent Select now.
Oh my God.
And Chronicle is on the Chamber. I'm so glad we spoke about this. I am so glad.
happy that we actually got a teaser of that operator onto Icebox. Not even intended.
Honestly, I had zero insight. I had no clue this was going to happen. I just kind of threw it into the wind.
It's no duelist on the side of Liquid as well. They're running the KO and the Sky.
Oh
well, the KO...
Triple initiator for Liquid. What is it?
I would say that Solkaz Yampi on the Chamber KO, Ryan, is kind of the pseudo quasi-duelist anyway.
Yeah, for sure. Like, again, it's you have that utility to plant some or just keep some of the spots away from Gambit on their attack, like holes and stuff, for example, being able to TP out with the operator when you get it in your hands. Also, like Link moving away from like the Sentinel to play a Sova is really interesting. So I think that this is a good move for Gambit. I like the fact that they still have Shados being able to like play on the Sky because he was so good at it. And I think with such a big map, you need the intel. And 0 Point, you've got to like throw it ages away, and it's like, nope, nobody there. And it's just that they're completely like already in your face.
I think that last year, especially one of the conversations that we most have is that we don't consider Sage a Sentinel. And I don't think on the same matter, we should not consider Chamber a full Sentinel or maybe KO a full Initiator. So in this regard, they may be playing without a proper, or at least with the tag of a duelist, but they do have that firepower to play with.
Well, as Liquid's map pick, they have to win here. And what a comp to do it with. This could be a meta-defining moment. Let's toss this over to Mitch and Tom and get into game.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Well, Tom, it looks like we're finally ready to roll with map number 2 of Breeze, and I am...
Agent Select is coming.
Let's say, I've heard, in a minute now, any time now. Yeah, so I'm excited to get into this for a number of reasons. Obviously, it's well anticipated at this point. There's been a build-up, but In particular, the Des touched on it there. We have Chronicle playing in on an agent who's going to have an op as an ultimate, and he did okay with the op over on Icebox. So
Yeah.
I'm expecting a lot from him here.
Yeah, it was pretty decent. I'm going to be honest. You've sort of thrown me the point of picking up on Chamber. I'm looking at Scream on Sky. That's probably one of the most interesting. That's the last thing I expected to see today, because although it is a quasi duelist, you can be aggressive. You can take those fights. You can pop flash yourself in. We've seen how he's been on like initiators before on KO. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't Scream. And that's the thing I'm looking at. I think the favorite agent I've had of him on this map was actually Reyna, when he was just obliterating teams just by being incredibly aggressive. So I'm curious to see how this works, because I've watched FPX try zero duelist comps many times, and then they don't really work.
Yeah, and we've all had the conversation many times with many different people involved in teams. You hear it again and again that Sky's not a duelist anymore. We're not expecting to see the same level out of Scream on this agent, but the fact that he's picking it, the fact that I'm excited. Whatever he has got to offer us here. First for us, and as you can see here, the plant's already come down. Gambit with a typical B take. They pop down their wall. They go over to the site. Now they've got a nice, comfortable post plant. And the problem here, really, though, is that Team Liquid still have a lot of utility when they come back in. In particular, those flashes can do a lot for getting them through the Viper walls.
Yeah, they've set up for the retake, a full retake strategy, and there's still a flank coming in as well that could just catch that late luck player off guard. It did. Yumpy's already managed to take down his counterpart of Chronicle, and they're winning every single fight on the way back into the site. It's left all onto one man, and this time Nats is not going to be the hero. Solid stuff from Liquid on that pistol retake. Sure, a plant goes down. Sure, they lose a couple of kills, but all in all, it really doesn't matter.
And altogether, a successful pistol round. Nivera, in particular, having a nice time on the cleanup. Obviously, we know he's pretty happy with pistols in general, with how he debuted his Valorant career. And the 1-0 here on Breeze is exactly what you wanted. Now, I believe this is Liquid's map pick, obviously, but it's not like Gambit are terrible on this map by any means. I mean, even look at the grand finals of Champions. 13-11 over Ascend.
Yeah, their Champions run on this map was incredible. Like I think they didn't lose it. They won it against Crew, who were great, Ascend, X10, and Secret. So yeah, if anything, I would say it's probably their best map at Champions. That's why I think it's a pretty bold call for Liquid to pick it. At the same time, they've got their new comp. They've clearly done their research, and maybe this was a map as well they didn't expect Gambit to change, because that's the thing. If you're good at a map, if it's one that you've been winning convincingly over the best teams in the world, well, probably don't want to adapt it too much, and in reality they haven't. They've just switched up what Chronicle is playing.
And let's be very realistic. You know, when people, I'm sure it's an easy thing to do to look at Breeze and go, oh, 80% win rate, so they're pretty good, but you have to take the context of recent form, of the fact that Champs was so good, of the fact that when they were losing this map, it had only just come out. They were getting very much getting used to it. They were playing against some teams that they weren't very much used to playing against. There were a lot of variables in there that no longer exist. Gambit are comfortable, and they found the opening duel here on the Link. A quick one for Chronicle, who's managed to retrieve himself a Spectre. Fighting out to the side as well, they'll have a really strong split with players still inside cave and mid.
Information has been garnered by Soulcast. Now, I have enjoyed watching his KO play an awful lot, so that it's always going to be worth highlighting. Link as well, switching up agents for the umpteenth time, because it just seems to be his role within this team. Chronicle, though, has managed to find another. Navira's lurk position might be able to delay the plant a little bit, or at least make it more awkward. Never mind, though. He's been forced out of the corner by Nat and killed off by Chronicle, who now has 3 kills. Make it 4. He didn't even have armor going into this round, and somehow it's only Yumpy left.
God, unbelievable. This is not a round that you should be walking away with even near this amount of damage in. And I don't even necessarily want to put it down to Chronicle having that headhunter weapon, because I think with his Sheriff in hand, he does a very similar job. It's just that he'll have the headhunter here. He'll have Ace, and Ace as well. I mean, he's as an operator for round 3 at 0 investment. That, well, we said he needs to deliver. I think he's done an all right job of that.
Yeah. You know what? Eng, good choice. I respect it. Decent work. Love the coach. Oh, God. It's short-lived for Liquid. And, of course, like, again, there's been some changes on this map that I feel like give more opportunities to the defensive side. But what we saw from the open qualifiers, a lot of it was still quite attack-sided, which is fine. I like the fact that there's more options, but I don't necessarily think it needs to change the whole dynamic of the map. I think it being balanced, I don't really like if every map is balanced. It makes the pool quite boring. So, I'm still expecting Gambit to come out with the main portion of the rounds in this first half. But at the same time, Liquid's defense previously was very aggressive. As I said, they used to have Scream on a Reyna. Like, he used to just go fist fighting anybody who was in his way. So I'm interested to see if they're still going to have that same sort of dynamic, or if they're going to opt now to play off of information, because they are a triple initiator right now, which that's not common at all.
Oh, we've ended up with an opening onto Yampy. A mid-control attempt from Team Liquid, not yielding any results just yet. You're going to fall back and play towards this spawn a little bit more turtly. And with these pistols, play some crossfires, try to catch opponents off guard. You know, you got to go for those ratty setups. As you've seen, the heads-up duels don't quite work out. And I don't think that's what Liquid were looking for at all. I think they were just trying to poke down mid. Get themselves the control, maybe early flank for a B crunch or early A flank, but I don't find anything. Very patient by Gambit too. They posture up, wait for some sort of aggression, wait for some duels, and eventually they say, let's just go A.
Yeah, got an incredibly deep screen as well, so any battles that can be taken at range are just not going to really play that much of a factor. And they've actually planted deep as well, just to try and hold on to all of this control. Now, this is something that the container will definitely help them with, as Chronicle can now look to swing a little bit further. Bear in mind, he already has his ult online, so him getting kills at this point is almost just a flex.
Farming up, even when the supplies are full, he'll keep on going. Chronicle will close this one out nicely with the Spectre in hand, 2-1. You know, these kind of rounds, not ones that you're really too excited about. Here's where the real game kicks off, when Team Liquid get those rifles in hand, and more particularly the operator in the hands of Yumpy. I'm super excited to see this, because this is a guy that I know for getting hyper aggressive in the early round and dashing out. Now it's not as easy to escape. Obviously, he has to pre-plan it by placing down his anchor, and not only that, but it's not instant. You know, you can still very easily die, especially against some high-tier players like Gambit, who are going to headshot you instantly.
Yeah, I think in your normal matchmaking games, you're probably all right to escape. When the player on the other side is someone like Defo, you don't get that split second anymore. He's already shot you in the face. So we're going to see in a very aggressive position from him, though. Just waiting around the corner. The pot flash will force him off, but he isn't going to fade away just yet. Maybe hoping that Scream can give him an angle. That's something I never thought I'd see. Scream's the one throwing the supportive flashes for Yumpy to try and get him into angles. It's weird. It doesn't feel right, but hey.
I mean, it's reminiscent of his Breach play back in the day, though. This is a player that very early on showed us in Valorant he has no ego. He didn't come into this game going, I am the Jet. Sure. I will kill everyone. That's what I do. I will Reyna or whatever. He is absolutely willing to step down a little bit and play that supportive role for his teammates. That's how much faith he has in the players that he surrounded himself with. Team Liquid, 45 seconds left, and they're still anchored down on this defensive side. They're going to use their drone in through the holes, confirm that Tube is clear, and all the while Gambit are posturing up for this B hit.
Yeah, taking space here, though, might actually be a little bit difficult. They've managed to smoke off the angle, and Defo's just going to go running. Scream with the instant headshot. No surprises there, but there's a lot of targets still to find, and he's going to be able to get a second, at least making this one close, and Lick just goes swinging through, trying to maybe waste some time, allow for the remainder to rotate. And there's only 15 seconds left on the clock. If they can catch this player, there's a very good opportunity down to the 1 versus 1, and it's just going to be an open plant. Reglar just sticking it all the way through, but Soulcast will eventually swing and close it out.
Solid interruption to close. You got the fragment on backside as well to deny that defuse coming through. That was handily done. First kill for Soulcast on the board. Everybody's here to play now, so to speak. And with the 4th round gone, we get into a very scrappy situation, because Gambit are going to be buying up fully. They're going to be investing everything they've got. Chronicle can play with his tour de force as well. But Team Liquid, they're not as healthy with Navera having to have a Spectre, but, you know, at the end of the day, he's got his Viper's Pit to play with, and someone like Link on a Guardian, it's not the end of the world. But whichever team loses this round falls behind, because their economy will be in the dumpster.
It is very funny seeing Defo buy up an operator and then have to sell it because Chronicle's like, well, you know, I have to use mine. So, you know, bud, sorry, no operator for you. I like the fact that we've again seen that initial drone just completely denied by the knife, a more reactive play coming out from Soulcast, but it means that they can't actually clear out that Viper's Pit anymore. So Navira can sit pretty, wait back, and although he still has some support available to him, that's so important because if he gets killed early, this round completely falls apart.
The operator of Yumpy, we talked about his early aggression, and there you go. The opening duel will be his, and it's Defo that's taken down. One step closer to his Blade Storm, but now out of the game. That won't really be mattering for now. Still, though, Gambit have got that operator on Chronicle if they want it, and that's...
Whoa.
The Seekers this early, I mean, they knew that there was control over mid, right? It confirms what they already know. I don't feel like that's been too helpful for Team Liquid.
I guess it's just the time. Again, we're down to the 30-second mark, so now knowing that they're still wrapped into mid, they haven't really got control elsewhere, they can start to gamble their rotations at least a little bit more. Link low, but he's still going to catch another, at least keeping this one a little bit more even, and they're probably not going to expect Navira to be here because why would he be here? The pit's still up. You think he'd just be sat within it, waiting for you to push. Instead, he's taken that space elsewhere. The flash for Shados at least grants him some space, but the time is gone, and now they just need to survive.
Yep, carrying these weapons through becomes the primary objective, but as you can see, Team Liquid want to disrupt that as well. Solkas charging forward, removes another rifle. Now, I said that whichever team lost, their economy would be in the bin. One of the upsides of having Chronicle be able to play that operator, not having to buy up, and having your jet so close to the Bladestorm, just 2 points away. That's why I was kind of saying it last round. If she found just a 1 kill, Defo would have been set up to have a buy here easy, but now has to invest that little bit extra. But it still allows them to sort of get a buy together with that saved rifle. And you've just got so much boosting your economy, I guess, on that attack side. Oh, that's an aggressive play by Scream.
Yeah, who was saying that it's not going to be played as a duelist? That looked like a duelist to me. This is so aggressive. Fight in from Gambit. They found the entries they needed, though. Trading things out effectively, and Yumpy's probably just questioning, like, how is everyone already dead? The round's only been going for about 30 seconds, but my whole team is gone. Oh, this angle is ratty from Chronicle. The door left open, and oh, it's a freebie. This man is already on fire today. An ace in, what? He's had an ace and a 4K in 6 rounds.
Yeah, that's pretty unbelievable. I mean, saving over that operator, it goes straight into the hands of Defo. Gambit are situated very, very nicely indeed. And you say what you will about that previous round. I think for Chronicle to show up the way he is, 11-3. Morale's got to be sky high right now. And Team Liquid won the pistol, remember? Like, they had technically a pretty good look to them starting out Breeze, and now they're neck and neck with Gambit having a lot of wind in their sails.
Yeah, luckily for Yumpy, also now has that economy boost. We can see the early Tiger. It will at least spot the close players, so they're going to be forced back into the site. And in fact, we actually had the Hunter's Fury pop through from Link, trying to catch them as they go forward, but I don't think that connected onto anyone.
No. It's fired out. No targets to be found by it on the other side. It looks like Seekers are going to go through on the A side, and there's a rotation coming in already from Team Liquid. They've read this play entirely. The Shock Dart Snakebite combo that eliminates Shados on the way through the choke point. Nats, though, is able to at least recover something. The Viper's Pit going down to try and retrieve that spike, but a tough task ahead of them. Defo will try to thin out the numbers of the defenders as they cross over to the site, but Nats has to hold strong. And they are rushing him down, running it to try and take him out of this round, already dealt with. And as you can see, Defo, he can't make it anywhere near Cave before that spike is diffused. Good round for Team Liquid as they secure a 4th.
Yeah, Soulcast having a big round in terms... Oh, sorry, Link having a big round in terms of denial. I'm not going to get used to seeing Link on Sova for at least a little while. Yeah. I see Sova and I'm like, Soulcast, but no, not in this case. But yeah, solid denial. I think also like the reason we saw that Hunter's Fury come through so early is just because of how explosive the previous round was. And if anything, he was half right. They did just then explode onto the site behind the Seekers. The pacing from Gambit is almost not Gambit-esque. I feel like this might be something that they've been working on. It's just these faster burst plays that I really don't feel like a Gambit round at all.
So we talked about, though, reinventing yourself coming into the start of this season. You have to have a new look. You can't just be playing the same game you were 2 or 3 months ago. With a 4-3 scoreline, Team Liquid be situated back into this 2-1-2. And we saw earlier heavy rotates to that A site. This time, though, much more aggressive Viper wall coming down. We saw it before, right? When you have the shock dart snakebite comp, you're always going to have a tough time pushing out through that chokehold. And the fact that Team Liquid stacked up last round and managed to find so much damage with utility, I think they've sort of got Gambit in a spot where they're like, you know what, I don't think Gambit are going to rush out A again. Play the round slower, 2-1-2 it, and they're content to play 0 info. They don't even have control over mid, and they're happy with that.
Yeah, well, I guess you say 0 info. Triple initiator kind of breaks that mold.
Right.
They have so much utility that we're just finding that information instead, that they don't have to be as aggressive as their old composition relied on. Instead, though, it's going to be the other side that's being very aggressive. Yumpy this time will be able to catch one, and in fact, him and Scream have locked it down. The remaining 2 unable to get anywhere near this site, and the trades are in thick and fast from Liquid. It's left all onto Redgar with an operator.
10 seconds left. Okay, Viper's in a great spot.
Yeah, Navira's got to have him.
Oh, if he hit that shot, he could have won the round. That's all right. Well, 5-3. We've evened out. We've ended up back in reality. I don't think I could take another Gambit clutch like that. It feels like every time that we've got guaranteed, oh yeah, this is how the round's going to go. It's pretty much no way back in. And then all of a sudden, Gambit turned into some sort of superhuman animals.
Yeah. If Redgar had operator clutched versus them, I think I would have just been out. I'd be like, I'm living in some sort of ulterior universe that just has never happened before. One point I do want to make, though, and this is in relation to the run we saw from Gambit at Champions. They were a defensive team on this map. Now, it's one of those things where I don't think we can, again, read too much into it. The map has changed. The compositions have changed. The teams have had months to prepare for this, and it's a pick of Liquid. So I don't want to take anything away from them. But versus Ascend, 10 rounds on the defense. Versus Crew, 9 rounds on the defense. Versus X10, 7 rounds on the defense. Versus Secret, they only got 1. But to be fair, they only played 1, and they won 13-0 with a 12-0 attack. So technically, they did win 100% of their defense rounds, but it doesn't really count. So they're going to take a timeout. I do genuinely think, though, this more aggressive style from them is because their attack at times was lacking, like 3-9, 4-8 versus both Ascend and Crew, and then it was a comeback each time. So I'm telling you not to underestimate Gambit, but at the same time, Liquid are doing a good job on this defense.
Well, this is the map that they chose. Look, starting out on the defensive side for a lot of teams is on a map that you know that you chose. Hey, yeah, you're comfortable enough. You definitely put your time in here. Although they've lost the star player, I suppose, of their team a lot of the time, although arguments could certainly be made. The return is in. Defo's down. The playing field evened up once again.
Yeah, and they're all rotating through the spawn. Liquid have done well in their retakes so far. They haven't really needed to overface. The one worry is still that the Tour de Force is available for Chronicle, so he can try and watch things on the cross if the players look to try and make their way back through. Also, this time they don't have the screen, because I believe that's been placed down on the other side of the map.
Snakebite, but Sulka's already ahead of it. Going to clear out the left corner. A lot less angles to worry about now, but moving into the site still might not be easy. If they don't clear Shados, he's going to be able to get the jump on them and completely ruin this retake for a moment. Put a crack in it. But they managed to recover it. Just sheer numbers and better weaponry that gives Team Liquid this round. Still, they've lost a lot more players than I think they'll necessarily be happy with.
It's a weird one, really, because in most cases when a single ultimate is used, you're like, oh, well, yeah, they probably shouldn't have lost too many players. When it's a free operator, you're almost sat there going like, well, I guess you can kind of give them a little bit of slack. That's the weird thing with teams that currently have like a chamber jet comp, is that there can be rounds that are technically ecos that I don't think we can even really consider ecos anymore, because they have 2 incredibly powerful ults that basically count as a free weapon. So it's a weird one to be in. 6-3 though, they don't lose too many players there. They make the retake work in a 4 versus 4, and now, well, buy back in for Gambit.
It's not necessarily about the strict damage that they should have received, right? It's just that this is the benefit of Gambit coming in with this comp, having your Jet, having your Chronicle, as you said. So it's something you have to then consider that, yeah, you're going to lose a lot of rounds that otherwise you would close out.
Oh, dear.
And Nats has just completely destroyed them, walked into A site, taken a double, the rest of the team joining him, and it's proving to be very easy indeed. Chronicle's mid flank has completely ruined them. And Gambit looked like a fresh-faced team on that one. Team Liquid had no time to even figure out what was going on. And this is kind of where it comes into me saying they're going to be upset losing those rifles. Look at their money.
Yeah, yeah. Obviously, you're not a football fan, so this will mean nothing to you. But there was a point where people used like a squid to predict football matches. It would like swim into the, or maybe it was an octopus, I think. It would swim into who they thought was going to win. I feel like that's what you have to do with Gambit rounds, because they went from like losing retakes, like not really being able to get into the site, to winning a flawless round. And I don't really think anything changed. Just Nats walked into the site and then Chronicle did it a few seconds later. Like, it doesn't make sense.
This is going to be tough for Namera.
Oh,
he's revealed. He's Hunter's Fury. He's pushed. Still gets killed.
Fair play.
All right. I don't know. He shouldn't have gotten away with that. Well played. And maybe a chance for Team Liquid if they can pick up another kill. In fact, with this plant going down, I see shock darts. Nats is already half HP. There's some opportunities here.
They've done very well at killing off that flanking player almost every single time. Nats, though, with the hold, has turned things back into a 3v3 scenario. This battle means quite a lot, actually. Killing off leaves just the flank remaining. They may not know yet, but with that flash coming through from Scream, they're going to know that both players are currently coming in from behind. They've tried to clear out that back corner. Successful onto one, but the trade from Shados is there once again, leaving it onto Scream. But he always seems to come through with those headshots. Another round onto the board for Liquid. Their retakes on this side of the map have been fantastic.
Well, that's something that I guess normally I would say you can't really count on, but it is Scream at the end of the day. 7 rounds acquired. Team Liquid do very well. I mean, that was a breaking point for the defensive side. If they lose that round, Gambit should easily be able to push up to 5, maybe 6. Why 6? Oh, yeah, because it would have been 6-6. I confused myself. I was like, wait, 7-6? How could that happen? It's like, have I just gotten math that wrong? But yeah, they could have easily tied up at the halftime. And that puts Gambit in a spot where, you know, considering what we've already discussed about the defensive side, they're likely to close out the series. But now 5 being the max. We've seen Team Liquid bounce back. If they can win this round right now, I'm feeling a lot more confident about their next half. But Gambit have gone for a very aggressive strategy, and you can see that pace was not expected.
Well, yeah, this is, I guess, the problem of not having such a dedicated mid hold, is that sometimes a team can just run straight up mid. Most teams won't, but Gambit will.
Yeah, Gambit normally wouldn't as well, being that slow defaulty team. Good shot, but Nats falling, and Redgar is being dropped. Okay, 3 versus 3. Team Liquid have just been granted a miracle. But the numbers won't stay even for long. And look at this aggression out of Shados. Okay, maybe Sky is a duelist. I might just take that all back. 7-5 at the halftime. Gambit's attack already clocked up a pretty amount of digits. And as we've said, their defense is not expected to be poor.
Yeah, I feel like we almost sit roughly where we should do, in essence. Like, Gambit's attack on this map was never particularly good, and their defense was. Liquid always had pretty good defenses, but again, I feel like they've played it in a completely different way. Like, the way they used to play was a lot more aggressive, taking map control away, almost fighting them on the front. This time they played purely off information. And okay, I feel like there were a couple of rounds where it bit them. That last one in particular being one of them, where they just didn't know that they'd gone that far up mid, and well, a Link got a nasty shock because of it. But it also meant that a lot of these rounds from Gambit, they ended up having to take some pretty incredible risks going into the site, and it didn't work every single time. So I don't mind the composition from Liquid. I'm interested to see how it works now going into the attack.
Yeah, I think that's really where the questions start to arise. And Team Liquid are going to have a quick attack here in the pistol. In terms of splitting up through mid, they're already coming into the B site from both angles, and the TP back over leaves just Viper, who's now being kind of pincered in. Players pushing from behind. Shados gets blinded. Inside of mid, though, you've still got quite a lot of resistance by Nazis, covering off that cross, making sure they can't get over, and the fights from spawn go to Chronicle with the Headhunter in hand. Really nice coverage by Gambit, not overcommitting to going back into the side. And for Team Liquid, honestly, I feel like they got unlucky in a couple of those duels. They have a few shots connecting to the heads a lot quicker than I think anyone would have expected.
Yeah, we've seen both teams play in a similar way on this B side at the moment. It's just like almost having maybe 1-2 dedicated players and then just having this spawn spam where you're just basically just making sure they can't get any angle to try and get the spike down. And it's worked wonderfully because, well, if you're winning all of these fights, there's not a lot that your opposition can actually do. Lead diminished. Not going to be a massive investment into this round. And, well, you can see a lot more of a passive hold. I was going to say that, and then I've realized where Defo is.
Yeah. I think when we talked earlier on about Team Liquid about having Yumpy going aggressive, you certainly saw the limitations to what he could do at times. And I think in the position Defo's in right now, it was very much one of them. The spot Yumpy would love to play him before. Oh, Chronicle, a long-range weapon, takes it up close and then gets himself out with the anchor. Nasty stuff for the opening.
We saw him ace the previous second round. It looks like he wants to try and do it again. Only has 4 bullets left in the pistol. Boy, he's going to take one to the face. I felt like he almost deserved that with how aggressive he was being. But again, we just got utility trying to clear a lot of these angles. That's one of the main weaknesses right now for Liquid alongside the weaponry is, well, they don't have much in terms of util whatsoever.
Yeah, not ideal for holding off, having to take all these duels in the open and on range. That's exactly kind of what you expect to happen. And Yumpy's not at a good time there. That's a comfortable enough follow-up for Gambit. Only losing Chronicle and, well, his weapon's pretty much free.
Yeah, it's a few hundred. Depends how many bullets he bought. But yeah, exactly. It really isn't that much of a detriment whatsoever. And I'd be interested to see what he goes for in this round. Is he just going to stick with the pistol? Just I suppose there's not really much value in doing anything else. And that's the thing. It allows him to almost play in such an audacious way that, like, firstly, he can use his rendezvous to get out, but you then also have the fact that if they kill him, he doesn't give them anything in response. So, it makes things very easy for him to play much more aggressively without the same sort of risk.
Same thing again from him, holding up close, but he's not ready for that window peek, and yet still gets out of there alive. Very much the benefit of playing the Jet. Oh, I think he jumped over some of those bullets. But he can't escape.
Yeah, I feel like that was a little bit of cover coming around. He got a bit lucky to escape in the first place, and then Yumpy just denied it. Of course, this is a bonus round for Gambit. Sure, there's a rifle on board in the form of a Guardian for Redgar, which might be a nasty surprise. In fact, it is an easy kill onto Yumpy there, and now they're going to try and clear some of these closer angles, but the information's been given over to the other side.
Redgar is enough of a problem by himself, and just wait. Oh, is that a shock dart going straight down? I think a little bit of damage dealt. Redgar still alive on backside, dodging all kinds of utility. And Chronicle picks up one in the end. Look, all things considered, this round is
to be, but yeah, decent round. I'm liking as well the trap placements from Chronicle, because you saw one of them come into play almost instantly. Like Shados is just waiting for that trap to pop, insta swings, and his opponent can't like try and shimmy out of the way or do anything about it. He just has to hit the instant shot, which easier said than done when you don't know where your opponent is. Ultimate gone, but there's a couple more coming online. The problem is that financial position that Team Liquid find themselves in. You lose 3 players in the previous round, you almost have to take this one as a bit of a hit, other than Soulcast, who had a few extra credits.
Well, Yumpy's going to be trying to get some damage done with that operator in hand, but they're not going to commit this towards the A side. Instead, trying to capitalize on the control that Soulcast has already got up through mid. That's where the operator's going to be joining him and looking to pick off a head or two. I expect this to be a pretty slow round from Liquid. I mean, really, this is where you just let Yumpy run wild and try to have his own round.
Yeah, see if he can take things into his own hands. Doesn't have anything to help him escape at this point, and it's definitely a little bit awkward, but nobody's really going to go fighting. Eventually.
Second tag.
we'll see the drone taken out, but he had to use one of his operator shots to do it, and now they're going to try and burst into this B site.
Good opening. Shade Austin, a little bit of trouble. So many players coming around that corner. He does well to get the triple before falling. Still, that operator, the tour de force in play, looking for a victim on the site, but you can see Gambit are conscious of it. Nobody wants to swing out wide and give those fights away. I say nobody. Chronicle does, because he's got an off of his own. The ultimate trading out Yumpy and leaving Scream in a bad situation. I think he might have just eaten that snake bite. And that's going to be a 9 for Gambit secured. Still, look at the threat posed in that round, Tom, considering the investment.
I love the fact that in most of those positions, Liquid know exactly where Shadows is going to be, because he always seems to be in this corner. Still gets 3 kills. Still gets 3 kills without really any trouble. I also like the small detail of, you see the Tiger looking to round the corner, and a teammate from Spawn does actually peek just for a second to destroy the Tiger and leave Defo in his little lurk spot on the site. It's just those micro details coming out from Gambit that, well, made sure that he wasn't just going to get pressured by someone. This is why I'm scared of Chronicle on this agent.
Yeah. Once that wall goes down, he's got such a good spot of vision. I don't think he could TP from where he was, but yeah, he's going to step right back on into it. Defo's holding control up above. They're about to face on in. Look how many 3 players just down below on the ropes. One is spotted, but the others are ready to peek up above. Defo, he was absolutely in control, and his fallback is even being covered. He's just going to tuck in and wait for Chronicle to come in and assist. Although Chronicle goes down after the 1, it's still a pretty beneficial spot to leave them in a 4v3.
Yeah, I like that setup. They have to push through tube, but an escape plan is set. Sure, it didn't go exactly to plan, but it gives them a man advantage, and now they can get the heals back in onto Defo as well. That's definitely a worthwhile trade for Gambit, and a cool little idea to give them some space in the round. There's 40 seconds left mid, and they haven't left bottom mid. They're going to have to use their Seekers to just try and find out if anybody else is still aggressive from Gambit.
This is going to give an opportunity, actually, revealing Nats in towards the elbow, but he makes the right call, falling to the B site. The wall will go up a little bit late, and he's able to grant vision, and this is a massive problem. The Seeker doesn't quite reach. It's cancelled out at least, so they don't know that he's all the way to the back of the site just yet. And the drop down is spotted. Solkus eliminated. A second follows suit. And now the spike is in Nat's hands. This round is done. Complete control for Gambit, 10-8. And Liquid have got to be kicking themselves. They isolated the player on B. They tried to deal with him even with the numbers on their side and him suppressed. They were not able to take down Nats.
Oh, that's the worst thing about it. They suppressed him so that all of his utility dissipated, and it just proves that Nats doesn't need any of it. Just reposition, even activates it all just as they finally look to kill him off. And yeah, he has to be one of the most irritating players to play against in the entire world. Like, he is incredibly good at what he does. 10-8. I feel like Liquid are almost falling into the traps of Gambit every single time. Look at the way that Defo is playing. He's got a free kill. It's too easy for him, and even hits the tap onto Soulcast as well. Nice shot from Yumpy, but doesn't garner anything from it. Okay, Nats is going to go back.
Yeah, gonna be finding one. You know, not often you see a sheriff kill from somebody playing as a chamber. And Yumpy's already out of those bullets. Oh, not quite reaching all the way.
Toxins going up. Poison orb emitting.
This stage really for Team Liquid, I'd look at even where their wall is. It's not granting them that easy access to the A site. A lot of hope's going to be dwindling, but power in numbers is how they're going to default to. Oh, well, that's the spike down. Well handled by Chronicle. Yumpy's low HP, so shouldn't be too much of a threat. But he's Yumpy, so that's on me. I'll take that one.
You had to say it, didn't you? He's still got 44 seconds to play with. There you go. Defo's there to close it out. But 11-8. And that's the thing, like, Gambit's defense at the moment is looking far more proactive than what we saw from Liquid. As said, like, Liquid were playing with this composition because they had so much information, whereas, well, the power of Jet and what's always been there is the fact that you can go fact-finding yourself, and Defo's just been pushing and prodding them throughout the entirety of this map. You've got Shados there as well to have those guiding lights to find extra information for them when they need it. And then you just had Chronicle doing this, which, again, like, I think he is making the strongest of arguments for himself being the best player in the world.
I was just seeing in the background there. I'm not sure if because obviously we've got this new hood, beautiful stuff down the bottom. See all the abilities and stuff. I love it, but can't see the round timelines, obviously, which is the one downside. But a timeout here for Team Liquid does seem to make sense. Gambit have strung together a lot of rounds at this stage. They've been in complete control for quite a while now. And Team Liquid, yeah, they're going to take the moment, sit back, talk to Sliggy, and try to figure out this attacking side. It's still not... honestly, at 11-8, it is the perfect time because this is about where I see Gambit having a small advantage. But it's not as detrimental as it looks. It's still recoverable for Team Liquid. One of the main issues, though, Tom, we've already spoken about the ult economy of Chronicle and Defo and how they're able to constantly give themselves buys. Well, they also have a ton of credits on Gambit.
Oh, it's so dirty. He doesn't get the kill, but there was no way they were expecting him to just swing back out through that. That was pure panic on the other side. Defo wants to go back for more. He is not done fighting. There's already been a trade back and forth with one kill coming in and Scream able to make it a little bit better, but they still haven't cleared Shadows from his backline. And that was the most awkward fight I think I've ever seen. Another round on the board for Gambit. You wanted to know the timeline. I believe that's now 5 in a row. Oh, there you go. Perfect.
Ooh, look at this. Okay, we got a fancy other one. Thank you very much, production.
27-12.
And look at this
27-12.
Like, there has been one round for Team Liquid, and other than that, it is a streak out of Gambit. I mean, at 12-8, 4 rounds left to go. Look, hope has got to be a hard thing to come by on the attack right now.
Well, that's what I said before. Like, last time we saw them play against Ascend in that grand final, Ascend only managed 2 rounds on their attack, and that's with CNED. So, let's put it this way. It is hard playing this side of the map. Shados still lurking within. Did he peek out of that, or did he just headshot him straight through the screen? There's been trades back. Hunter's Fury trying to clear out those backlines, and well, I was about to say looking like an afterplant, but every couple of seconds there's a swing from Gambit that takes off another scout.
Now with this, I mean, Team Liquid again having some promise in the early round, but things start to switch in the other direction. See if they can bring it back. Solkus and Link, shock darts to play with for Link, but it's really the duels you've got to be winning, and Defo comes in quickly. Those ultimates that we spoke about starting out this map, Chronicle and Defo close it out with them. It's 13-8 and 2-0 as Gambit started out strong here in the EMEA Challengers.
Yeah, for sure. And I said it was a bold choice going into what is probably the best map out of Gambit when it came to champions, and Liquid gave it a go. They looked decent on their defensive side, but Gambit just looked unstoppable. So many strong individual plays. Chronicle still looking like, as said, one of, if not the best player in the world at the moment. I'm sure we've still got Ascend to see, which there'll be plenty of arguments to be had with that one, but that was an impressive display. And in a lot of cases, it was almost a flawless display. Like, there were a lot of rounds where it was almost like they just switched a gear.
Yeah, it really does feel like exactly what we feared coming into today. The desk spoke about it. We spoke about it here. Gambit looked good on Breeze. And we hoped Chronicle would do well. Like you said, he did an unreal 28-12 on that map. There was really not a lot going for Team Liquid at the end of the day. That's a great start for Gambit. Our grand finalists of champions certainly not cooling down to kick off the season, but they still have a lot of games. Honestly, though, that's one of their harder games already out of the way. But look, Tom, we've talked about these guys over on Gambit. I don't think there's going to be much debate on this, but let's ask the people anyways. Player of the match, guys. Who do you think it is? Head on over to @ValEsports_EMEA and get your vote in. You have 3 options. Those are Chronicle, and... Oh, no, we have actually put other people. Shadows and Nats, potentially. But, you know, if you're not voting for Chronicle, you did not watch this game. That was unbelievable. Tom, you want to put any points out there for any of the other contestants? You feeling Nats
that's
deserves
the thing,
it?
guys. Look, I know you guys love Nats. I love Nats too. I know he's very popular. Love his stream. But this time it's Chronicle,
Give it to
right?
him,
Like you just got to accept that he was the best player today and vote for who was the best player of the map, okay? Because honestly, fantastic performance. Whole team was great though, and as said, like when it comes to online Gambit, we always have a few questions. Like Defo's definitely one of them. He was great today as well, so solid start to them. I'm also really curious, and I want to know if the desk thinks this too. That looked like a Sliggy comp to me. How long before we go back to a screen comp?
Okay. Well, let's keep an eye on that as the season progresses. For now, though, I think we're going to throw things off to a break. Our analyst desk is eager to get back and break down that series, but it's not the last series of the day either, so don't go anywhere because plenty more Valorant action coming right after this.
I'm legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious, victorious. I'm legendary. I'm legendary. I'm legendary.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year.
Oh yeah, I've been shooting in the gym, getting it, oh yeah. Watch me how I ball, watch the Rangers fall, yeah. I've been on my grind, team been winning, oh yeah. They hate it when I shine, I'm like, give me mine, yeah. I see you wanna win on my rings, but you don't wanna win on my team, yeah. I see they wanna say the same thing, but we don't really know what you mean, yeah. I'm royal with the crown, been top shelf, that's the king, yeah. Y'all fill a cup with the lean, but I'ma fill it up with the whole up. I'm coming for anyone thinking I'm not gonna carry my word. If they don't believe that I carry this cannon that's more than my name, then that is absurd. We are not on the same level, I eat you like cancer. You just a germ, all authentic when I twist up. Getting burned like a perm, yeah.
All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year.
Started off slinging dope, tryna buy a Benz. Lord knows I knew better, but I tried again. Move that coca, that mocha, that smoker. Spent off the porch with a bag and a toaster. I pulled out a check, I got a check. On to the next, whoa, whoa, she not lit. I know she sick, she ain't get a chip. After I did, I said the kid. One down and I took. Never come when I spend. Every day I be on some shoes, lace on trip. They gon' have to try again next year. Cause it's my time to shine, talking last year.
All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year.
I'm legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious.
they got the job done. A clean 2-0 against Team Liquid in their debut in 2022 for VCT EMEA. A lot of that on Breeze came down to Chronicle. He was the MVP, technically the best, one of the best players in the world as well in 2021. And coming into this one, you guys, I feel like Chronicle might still be one of the best players in the world.
It was, you always remember that ace against Crew, right? Like that was the moment that I think really pivotalized his year. But when you get an ace in an eco round after losing the pistol in the way that he did, it's ridiculous. For the first showing of him on that agent, he looks one of the most comprehensive and so good across multiple agents now, which makes him even better.
I think when we were looking at what Gambit did on the attack, I was kind of scared, but because they were back onto their old ways of this, let's just be patient, let's just wait around a little bit. But of course, they have to do it. Liquid are playing with triple initiator. They're going to have a lot of information to play with. The problem is the more time that they gave and the more space that they just give as a gift to Team Liquid, the harder it was for them to actually get onto those sides. But man, when it got to their defense, maybe Team Liquid was, lacking a little bit of that firepower or that, explosiveness.
Do you feel like that did come down to the comp though, Kaquka, or was there something else?
I think it's a little bit. I think that also Gambit played amazingly. Like the fact that Chronicle was going for the kills, but Nats has been lurking around a little bit. That he was also playing around the 0 point and he was not being caught. I think it's a little bit of everything because even though Team Liquid had all the map control that they wanted at the beginning of the round, they couldn't work with it properly.
For me, it's more the sense of the fact that, like, you could understand what the composition for Team Liquid with no duelists was meant to do on the retakes. Like, the amount of utility that they can just throw out. They were playing off of the sites, they were trying to play in ratty angles and stuff, but when you have the Chaos shutting down a lot of that early utility from the Sky and the Sova, the drones instantly being shut down, as Tom was saying, it felt like Team Liquid were on board, but as soon as you get to the attacking side for Liquid without a Jet or an opening duelist to find that space, I think Gambit have never looked as mechanically good or as confident as they did. They were pushing multiple parts of the map at the same time and finding so much success for it because there's not an aggressive duelist agent to maybe meet them on the other side.
And one of the things that we mentioned that was lacking there also in Icebox was, Team Liquid actually not calling for that timeout. It took them until round 20 to actually slow down things for a little bit and have a minute to actually talk about how they can improve the way that they're approaching the map. But the response coming in from Gambit being extra aggressive, going like, you're going to go for something more frontal, is just not going to happen. Playing off all the angles and just getting the kills that they needed to close the map in the way that they did.
Ryan, I know you've got a round you want to break down for us as well.
Yeah, I think the main thing that I wanted to highlight overall is shove me along. We've been talking a lot about Chronicle. We've been talking a lot about all of the different looks, I suppose, that we can see from Gambit, but I feel like we're not talking about Nats too much. And there was one round in particular that helps you remember just how good Nats is in a lot of these situations. And it was a round where Team Liquid looking good on the sort of reset, ready to execute. So if I play it from here, it's a bit of an awkward position for Team Liquid anyway, just because the buy is so awkward. They've already lost players. They used the Seekers early on, and Nats has to move in this position. If I just pause it here for a second, the fact that the Seekers gets used, and he's originally, if I move this over a little bit, if it wants to move, it doesn't. We'll carry on. It's basically in this sort of position, if I just absolutely clear it now completely, we'll start again, sort of play it from there. The fact that Nats moves from elbow because the Seekers is going to find him. He gets into a position, he gets 0 pointed, and a recon dart in that combination shows that he's no longer in this corner. They know where he is, but two players don't expect him to have lurked all the way back into this position, and he catches both of them. It's just one of these positions where there's not been that many examples of Nats being able to do what he does best, but I think just the on-the-fly decision-making that he made in that spot, he's lurking in elbow, he's trying to catch people out on the reset. The Seekers gets used, which kind of ruins everything, but he still moves in a way that the Seekers either has to struggle to catch him or nobody's realistically going to chase him all the way into B main to try and chase down what the Seekers is doing, right? So for me, that was the big thing overall. If I move back, it's just one of those things where Nats can do what he does best, but it doesn't feel like an over-reliance like Champions, for example, where it's like, Nats, are you going to have that insane impact? He had it like one round out of this series, but everybody else was there to fill in the gaps. Nats is still an amazing player, but there's no reliance on him anymore.
Yeah, I think it's also because every other player is also stepping up. I think that they all fulfilled the roles. We saw some crazy plays from Redgar. We saw them from Defo as well, just doing what they have to do. You're the duelist, you can go a little bit extra aggressive. A Chronicle also using the rendezvous. And even especially, Nats just playing around his utility as he does.
I mean, we had some questions whether Gambit, if they had the bandwidth to improve even more from last year when everybody has figured them out. We got to give a shout out to their coach, and I feel like he was, he was just like perpetually underrated because how good his players are. But the decision here as well, Kaquka, to put Chronicle on the chamber, which I think most people would have expected, Nats has worked out very, very well for them.
Yeah, we saw it on Icebox. We got a little bit of a teaser there. We expect to see more changes coming in because, of course, we were looking forward to see Liquid versus Gambit. We wanted to see these two teams, but we only got 2 maps. I feel like I wanted a little bit more.
The difference, I think, between the two teams and how they approach compositions, every Gambit change agent-wise made sense. Like, it just straight up, you were like, okay, I understand that. It's not so much that Team Liquid went too far beyond that it wasn't unrecognizable. Like, of course, Scream on the Reyna makes sense. I think it's just one of those things that you have to lean into what your team is good at. So Scream playing Reyna, I haven't got a problem with. If it was anybody else, I'd be calling out why are you playing Reyna at this professional level. But when you're running, like, no duelist, you're not leaning into the strengths of Link on the Cypher, on the Lurk. You're not seeing Soulcast be able to play off of anybody because there's no duelist there to play off of, right? So there's a lot of good going for this composition overall, but I didn't see the Team Liquid that we saw on Champions because so much had changed that it was hard to see what made them so good in the first place.
I mean, that's why the format is so good, right? Team Liquid now have an entire week to try and tweak some things, maybe come back with even more risks, who knows? It is Team Liquid, so anything could happen, essentially. But I want to announce player of the match here. Do you guys want to take a guess who we went to?
It has to be Chronicle, please. Please. Like,
it did go to Chronicle, of course. Yeah, no trolling by Twitter this time. It is Chronicle. Best player here today, and dare I say it, the best player in the world right now. I'm just going to throw that out there on day one.
Unless somebody has an insane performance in NA on the Viper and the Chamber. You never really know.
Against a great team, because you also have to mention that it is against Team Liquid that he pulled out this performance. We were mentioning before when we were walking from the green room to here, like, if you had that finisher of 2021, you can maybe talk about, you know, how good a player is on LAN, but the fact that he's back home and he's still performing even better than last year when you probably think that he's reached his peak performance. Well, not yet.
Redguard mechanically looked really good as well.
Oh, yeah.
Like Guardian kills, he was nailing, nailing screaming duels. Like, it feels like a lot of the pitfalls that we maybe had against Gambit, it's just one series, but against Team Liquid, you have to bear that in mind. But they look so comprehensive and, very scary leading the group now to begin with.
Yeah, I'm going to let you two take a quick breather and bring you guys a post-match interview with Nats from Gambit. Hello, Nats. Welcome back to the show. Congratulations on your victory today. A very clean start from you guys. How happy are you with your performance?
Hello. Thank you so much. I'm super happy. First game in the new year, first win, so very good. I hope it's going to be the same in other 4 games, and we will qualify from the first place, but we'll see. I'm very happy right now.
Yeah, you guys look very, very scary. I just want to quickly talk about some of the changes you guys made. I'll start on Icebox. Shados onto the KO. What was the reasoning behind bringing him onto that agent?
So about the Icebox, we was testing a lot of things. It's not the only one pick actually, so we just tested a lot of things. I was playing Viper other agents, so he was playing other agents as well, and we decided that pick is going to be the most comfortable for every one of us, and we decided to pick it and play. So I guess in T-side it was pretty good. I don't even know what just happened in City, but T-side was very good for us.
Yeah, you guys did very, very well on that KO on Icebox. The next one, I think, the more, surprising one, because when Chamber came out, if we were looking at Gambit, your team, people expected maybe you to play Chamber. So why is it that Chronicle was playing Chamber on Breeze?
So about the Breeze, actually, we just left me on Viper because I have a lot of experience for that agent on this map, and because of that, we just think that maybe Chronicle can try to play that agent, and he's playing very good on that Sentinel, and I like how he's playing on that agent, to be honest.
Yeah, he played amazingly today. And last question, like you said, you won 4 more wins as well down the line. But next week you get to play against FPX, who recently moved to CIS, your region. So how are you feeling for that matchup?
The same like the other ones. We were playing against them, I guess, a year ago. I don't remember. It was the first EMEA qualification and the second. Now it's going to be again on EMEA, and I hope it's going to be interesting match, super interesting match.
Yeah, I think it will be a super interesting match. Thank you so much, Nats, for joining me, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you, of course. Bye-bye.
Bye.
You would have missed it.
You guys heard of that. They tried all different things, and by the sound of it, they even took Nats off of his agent on Icebox as well. And in the end, they settled with Shadows, which ties into what you were saying, Ryan, that every single move they make has a very big process of tests and meaning, and it works.
Yeah, for sure. It's also the fact that this is something that you want to be doing week on week, especially against teams like FPX that have different looks depending on who they're playing on. Gambit will have to do the same.
Yeah, well, Gambit, they won their opening game, but it's time for us to talk about the second best of 3 today, which I hope is probably going to be a 3-mapper as well, and this is G2 versus Fnatic. I mean, the rivalry behind these two orgs, not just Team Valorant, goes back years and years, but here, let's start with G2. Coming into VCT, I didn't think that we were ever going to see a time, Kaquka, where Mixwell is not playing on this roster, but in this tournament, as you can see, no Mixwell.
Yeah, it's very weird to actually not see him here because he was like the pivotal piece since the beginning of the entire project. So actually, after all the changes that G2 has been going throughout the entirety of 2021 and 2022, now he's the one missing into this lineup with Kellogg's jumping in after, you know, that performance that they had on the first close qualifier where they were invited and they didn't have the performance that maybe they expected.
I was just going to say that I don't know if you agree as a Spaniard as well. I feel like Mixwell was a bit hard done by with the whole situation.
I think, I mean, there's various ways to look at it. I think that is, you know, a team decision. I don't know how everything closes up.
I think that just the main thing is that like G2 were invited to close qualifiers.
Yeah.
They didn't get an instant buy into challenges. They bombed out in the first ones. They dropped Mixwell or benched him and then brought in Kellogg's and then they qualify. I think that it's more to do with the map pool, right? Like G2 were happy to play Fracture in the first qualifiers. They lost against Vitality in the Alliance, who were very good on that map anyway. But it's then just the sort of consistency. It was their first game of the year, so nerves are going to play a part, which is also something that could have happened to Team Liquid 2 today. So I feel like I'm excited for this squad. I'm excited to see what Nukier can do in that integral IGL role now, especially on a silver instead of more like a duelist. But I do think that like what Mixwell brings to a team like that could be missed, especially if results stop going well for G2.
So that's like the other side, because you don't have Mixwell, and we also have to talk about how he was, you know, swapping the roles. We saw him from the Jet, then onto the Initiator, then picking up that IGL role, and maybe doing a little bit of everything. When he wanted to move back to being purely a duelist, of course it's going to be complicated because everybody has been playing to the best of the capabilities and improving as main Jets. So you're going to feel a little bit, you know, lackluster. So let's see what Nuki can do now. You know, let's focus on the positive. Kellogg's is back. He's been performing. And one of the things that we heard from last year on G2 when Colamenta was still in and he was the IGL, it was that maybe sometimes in some occasions it's kind of hard to put a leash onto Kellogg's because he's young, he's electric, he's a great player, but sometimes, you know, you need to grab him and be like, okay, can you stop? Okay, we need to talk about this. It looks like Nuki can do it, and he did it during the entire qualifiers, open and close. Let's see if he can keep performing this way.
I mean, he also, you know, clarified the whole situation that went down with Kellogg's, right? So hopefully going into this, Ryan, he is the right person to rein Kellogg's in.
I mean, every example I think of a player being dropped, especially dropped like a team like G2, they usually bounce back and they look a whole lot better after being on G2, underperforming, and then eventually being benched. I think that's what I want to see from Kellogg's, just that wise up almost, like that bounce back of being a bit more mature with his work ethic, with how he plays the game. I don't think you put, like you said, a leash on Kellogg's playstyle, but sometimes the plan is to not just go ham with the Sometimes it is just hold the angle, be patient, it'll be worthwhile. And I also think when you have like Nukier and Avova who have been successful on different rosters with Heretics, there's a lot of experience you could take that. And also from the Giants players as well that moved across Hoodie, Meadow, and of course Pipson, who is fundamentally driven. I don't think Kellogg's is getting away with anything without Pipson's permission.
That is true. That is very true. But let's talk about Fnatic now, because G2, they've made some changes. Fnatic, they've made one pretty big change, Ryan. Again, I don't think many people expected them going into this tournament without Doma.
Yeah, it wasn't a safe change. It was a brave one, bringing in like brave.
Oh, God. No.
I think the interesting thing about this is it doesn't feel like it was a a case of we want this player so much that we're bringing him in to drop Doma. It felt like they were looking for somebody in a different role capacity, right? Because Brave, as Tom's video has highlighted, definitely shout out to that, he's more of that Silver player, he's more of that support. And the curious thing is like, what does Boaster do then? Because Boaster was always like dance between playing the Astra or the Silver. Now, what is he going to be playing? Because you have Mystic as well, who's a really good controller. Is he going to be on the Sky to KO the Breach, that kind of role on a team? And if so, how hard is it to call from that position too?
Yeah, completely. Of course, we're going to see maybe a little bit of a different Fnatic. We were kind of surprised, when we saw that Doma was not playing any longer. We had like a couple weeks that nobody knew exactly who was going to be that replacement. And even when Mixwell was out of G2, we were like, oh my God, Fnatic Mixwell. Yeah. Like, well, I don't see that happening because Dirk is there. But, everything can be. And the fact that we know that his main job is going to be enabling and helping Dirk, who they already know is one of the key pieces on the roster, I think it opens a window of opportunity for Fnatic to find that comfort and actually, set the roles into who's playing which on every map, and let's just stick to this.
I'm glad you both raised the role changes, because I had a chat with Mini a little bit earlier and he gave us some insight on what Boaster is going to be playing on the new team. I've got Fnatic's coach Mini with me here. Hi Mini, welcome back to another VCT. Now, last time we saw you guys, the roster looked a little bit different. So talk me through why the decision was made to change one of the players on your team.
I just think, so we'd worked with Doma for a while, and I think that long term we just saw a bit of like a culture difference between us and him. He's obviously like an astounding player, and I expect him to do well. Just think we needed something different. And especially with the roles, like we're looking at switching roles a little bit. So we're going to test to see how that works. Obviously bringing in Brave as a Silver player and kind of moving Boaster over towards a more flash support player, which is a bit weird. Like most teams would have that player be a more duelist role, but we're going to see how it works with him being a kind of supportive element.
And speaking of Brave, he's not a player that we saw that much at VCT last year. So what can we expect from him on your team?
So at the other day, he was like, if I get less than 30% headshot in the official, I'm going to be sad. So he's a headshotter, and he's like generally just really good with utility. So like, it felt very natural playing with him. Like Dirk enjoys being supported by him. So yeah, a blend of aim and utility.
And the last time you brought someone over from CIS, it worked out pretty well. So looking forward to seeing how this one goes. Now, I'm not sure if you watched one of the videos we made with the players in the off-season, but Hoodie had some words to say about you guys. He said that you guys are not that scary because you're not that good on online. You're kind of only good on LAN. How would you like to respond to that?
I think there was one period where we were bad online, like one stretch. And there was more to it than just the online thing, we played these third-party tournaments that kind of sucked, but like we were purposely trying to not do anything too crazy. So I don't know. I think it's a bit overblown, and I like to play into it a little bit, but we'll see today. Like we'll see. Like I'm excited to watch us play. I'm excited to see how we do, and we'll see.
Yeah, one more thing I want to ask you before I let you go is that at Champions, we didn't actually see you guys play that many maps. That was one of the biggest, I guess, criticisms people had, that we didn't see all that many maps from you. But do you see that maybe as an advantage going into this VCT? Because in the past, when people did have a lot of information and VODs on you, they were able to kind of counter-strat you and give you a hard time.
Yeah, something we've been thinking about is like, we haven't played Ascent or Bind, I don't think, for what feels like years, and it'd be quite nice to actually like use some of the stuff we got. And like we're also like, wait, we don't need to change too much. No one hasn't seen anything for like months and months and months. So we've been working through that a little bit about how much we want to change, how much we want to keep. But yeah, I think it's kind of our map pool is pretty good, and I'm interested to see today like how it actually fares out.
I'm interested to see that as well, Mini. Well, thank you so much for joining me, and good luck later.
Thank you.
He says it feels like they haven't been playing Ascent and Bind for years and years, and I feel like we actually haven't seen them play those maps for years and years as well. But this is pretty good, I would say, Kaquka, for them, because no one can counter-strat anything they do right now.
Exactly. He feels like there are some maps that he hasn't played in such a big while, because we have to remember, after Gambit won Masters 3, they also logged and secured the spot for Fnatic to be on Champions, so they didn't have to go through LCQ, and then in Champions we didn't get to see that much. So there's maps that we haven't seen since August. So that is a big stretch, a lot of room to work with, and actually, maybe an advantage, not only because your opponents are not knowing what to expect from your map pool, but also a chance to bring in Brave and make a change onto your team.
It's also the fact that you've got Boaster moving over to this flasher role, as Minnie sort of put it as well. So what does he bring to the table that Doma wouldn't have? Is it more KO? Is it a bit more Breach, for example? There's that natural lean to what fits Boaster and what fits Fnatic that is going to be impossible to anti-strat unless you've been actively scrimming them. Now that you've got groups, you just scrim the teams on the other side that you're not going to be playing in officials, right? So I do think that not only has it been so long, you've got this switch around to who's playing what agents, and naturally what suits Boaster might not suit Brave and vice versa. So that's something to maybe lean into as well.
Well, you guys mentioned a little bit about Boaster. Let's hear from him now about his new teammate Brave.
Oh, we got a new guy, by the way. We got a guy called Brave. He's Russian. And that's pretty much all I know about him, really. We trialed him, shot some recons for us, shot some heads too. Seems like a nice guy. And if we ever get into fights, we'll use him because he's been to the army. So I guess we're sorted for that we're sorted.
He's Russian. I feel like that's enough. After what we just saw, I think that's enough of a backstory.
Yeah. With all of the trash talking Hoodie was doing, do it to Brave, face to face.
Do it, come find me a LAN.
Please don't.
But one quick thing I want to mention when it comes to Brave is that we haven't really seen what he can do, who he is. We don't really know. But one story that Minnie and Boaster were telling a couple of days ago on why they actually signed him out of all of the other players they trialed is that they showed him a couple of recons during the first trial, and they were like, okay, learn these. But they didn't expect him to actually go away and learn them. And during his second trial, he was whipping out all of the recon darts that the coach and the IGR had showed him. And that to the Minnie and Boaster were like, this is it. We need a guy who puts in the work. So I'm excited, Ryan, to see him on the server.
Yeah, it's the work ethic, but also you got to wonder, how much does he, actually, I have this recon dart that you can maybe use. It's a two-way street sort of thing on that front. And I think that's what Durka brought to the table when he joined initially, and why Fnatic had such a good run after Durka joined us, because he wasn't just doing the normal jet stuff. He was filling in, doing the fundamentals, wasn't being super aggressive sometimes, but then he just had that creativity to make plays on the fly. That's what I want to see from Brave. It's a tough ask in that first debut game against G2, but it is defined by the two solvers. Nukier being able to call and play a fairly new agent to him still. His utility in the qualifiers was straightforward with defaults and recon darts, versus Brave, who we just need to see more of.
Yeah, completely. I like the discipline out of that, being, okay, you want to be part of us. This is a couple things that you could do. And he puts in the work and he keeps progressing with the team. Maybe it's what Fnatic needed, someone that has the discipline to just carry on, be part of the team from the beginning and just following what they needed. Now, as you mentioned, on the other side is going to be Nuki, of course, a lot of weight on his shoulders. We were talking about how, probably for the open and close qualifiers, knowing that Kellogg's only practiced with them for 3 days, maybe it wasn't the best of the performances. Now, I don't think any team has any excuses.
Yeah, but I guess for both teams, right, have they had enough time with, I guess Kellogg's is not the new addition, but have they realistically had enough time, Kaquka, to get 7 maps down?
I think 7 maps is a lot. I think that's still, I can cut teams some slack on not having every single map prepared. I also think that just again, as we mentioned, working week to week does leave you a bigger room to see what you're going to ban and why. But I think that at least 6 maps with 2 months, I think it's okay, knowing that you're not starting from scratch.
It's a trepidation. I think we're watching Fnatic too, where they had maps that they were amazing on, and they could be amazing on, say, Fracture, as an example. But then that's quickly, some teams use the same comp as them, they play the same style, and then just end up doing it better than Fnatic in the first place, right? So that's my concern with Fnatic is I think it's less about having their map pool look as clean, because it never has, but those lead-in maps when it comes to making their bind as good as it used to be, being good on Fracture, leaning on those map picks, but being so good on them that it's hard to replicate. Look at Ascend on Bind. Nobody can copy their composition. People have tried and failed, so they sort of stick to what they know, right? So I want to see Fnatic do that. They've got some brilliant minds and brilliant ideas with compositions. It's just that they come out with it, they look great, and then everybody else copies them, and then they start to do it better. So I want to see Fnatic try try do something that is hard to copy.
Well, let's take a look at the picks and bans today. You know, it feels like both teams, Fracture, Breeze, are the ones that they have been banning out here and there. So maybe we won't be going to there, but we are going to be going to Icebox, Ascent, and Split. But okay, Fracture was actually floated after the first round of bans. So Breeze was taken by Fnatic, and G2 took Bind out. They floated Fracture, but Kaquka, Fnatic decided against that. They did not choose, I guess, arguably their best map.
Because it might be a bait. You just don't know. You can never be sure. And of course, knowing that it's such an important matchup is not only your first day, but it's kind of your debut after 2 months, bringing in a new player. So are you actually that comfortable? Like, what is going through your mind where you see G2 banning Bind instead of Fracture? Can you feel comfortable enough? G2 did.
Yeah. It's also the fact that, like, we're seeing G2 banning out Bind as well. They're one of the only teams I think that run like a Killjoy on it. Like they have their own style, so maybe they're not feeling comfortable running into Fnatic there.
Yeah.
Maybe it's that we don't want to lean on Fracture too much because there's so many teams that will naturally just ban it out first anyway.
Yes.
So we wanted to put time into making our Icebox better. There's that reliance on Durka. Magnum, he could be on the Chamber, but I think what he does on the Killjoy is good. I think it was one of their certainly strongest maps, like undefeated at Champions, maybe, question mark. It was just like Crew on Split that they sort of really got upset and hardened by. So, yeah, I think Icebox is a good map for them to start, but I don't think G2's record on that has been that bad either.
Yeah, G2 have looked pretty strong here. I mean, I feel like it's a bit of a deja vu. We had Icebox in the first matchup as well.
Yeah.
That was just complete surprises, left, right, and center. However, Kaquka, I feel like on this one, it's going to be a different story when it comes to the agent picks.
Yeah, it's not only that, it's a different story. It's a different background as well, because on the first encounter, we had Gambit and Liquid that were literally waiting from Champions to play on here. But on this side, we have a G2 that had to go first through that close qualifier where they were invited, and then through the entire open qualifier and close. So they have been gathering that experience in officials. They'll be able to actually test things in a way that actually matters. I'm not saying the Prague zone, but you know what I mean. So of course, Fnatic are going to have to work with that. Are G2 going to make any changes, knowing that, you know, they have to go back to adapting onto Kellogg's? And how many changes can we expect from a Fnatic that, you know, didn't look the cleanest by the end of the year?
In the composition, I think the Fnatic used to run is very straightforward, like the Jet, Silver Sky, that kind of thing. So just with Magnum on the Killjoy. With the switch around, would it mean that Boast would be playing Sage? Because that'll be like an interesting take. It's hard to have those kind of like diffing games, but from what we saw from Champions with Fnatic on Icebox was the Sage walls used in post plants to stop that utility and like using it for retakes and those kind of situations. That's what I'm curious about, and I think it's probably easier to call on Sage if you're making those kind of plays.
I also got to say, the Champions, when they were playing the Sage on Icebox, it wasn't clean, Ryan. How many times have we seen them miss a wall or mistime something? It just didn't really work out for them, right? So maybe this is where they turn things around a little bit.
Yeah, and I think it's a great trial by fire for Durka. Like it's always a case of like he can perform on LAN, on online. Obviously, that's the sort of narrative. Is it going to suit into that? What is Fnatic going to change around?
Well, let's head into Agent Select now and have a look. It is the mirror comp that I think we expected. The same comp both teams have already run before. Kaquka, I feel like we've taken like a time capsule back in time.
Yeah, we were so excited at the beginning of the day. Be like, oh my God, Chamber, and then Chamber again. Oh my God, okay, there's no Neon, but
you were right. Boaster is on the stage here.
Yeah.
I think for both these teams, it's just know what you're good at. Like G2, the only team that we have seen play this year out of the three, so they don't need to re-identify themselves. Their protocols are so set with Pipson, and it's something that they've been building on. Fnatic, they don't need to overcomplicate it. They've got Brave coming in, just keep him on the Silver, Boaster over on the Sage. Everybody else roughly knows what they're doing. Durka versus Kellogg's is the matchup you got to highlight, though.
Yeah, totally. And not only that, we were talking about, you know, the entire adaptation. I want to see clean rotations over the map. I want to see a Kellogg's that is not being completely shut down and lost and not feeling actually, you know, part of the team after being away and then being back in.
Well, this is it. We haven't seen Fnatic play this year, but we have seen G2 through the qualifiers. Let's see what both of these teams can do on Icebox. Over to you, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Sue. Well, Tom, I am excited to kick this one off. That is for damn sure. There's so many storylines that we could be leaning on here, but for me, I've got to be looking towards the fact that we've got two world-class Jets about to be butting heads.
Yeah, and it's an interesting story because of how it went with Kellogg's initially, like not being in the first qualifier, coming in for the second one, being one of the difference makers, which actually helped them get through. And then on the other, so it's almost like they had the time to practice more so with Mixo, and then Kellogg's was almost brought up to speed. So now they've actually had a little bit of extra time. Will he be up to scratch? And then you have the same argument on the other side with Brave is, okay, they've had a bit of time to work with him, but is he going to be on a level high enough to take down a team like G2?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a big question that we're going to have to keep an eye on moving through this. I think most eyes are going to be on Brave, looking at how he fits into this roster. Certainly big boots to fill, but from what we've heard from the Fnatic guys and from what we know about him, certainly seems to be someone that's up to the task. We mentioned starting out today, you know, the kind of vibe is we're looking at all these teams that we haven't got to see for a little while now, coming into a new meta, into a new game in a way, because some of the maps are very, very different.
New meta on Icebox, yeah?
Well, yeah, catching that one. I mean, the last Icebox we saw was nice. That was definitely a little bit of a shift, but there's a lot of changes. A lot of things have changed, and a lot of time has passed. Let's catch up with these teams and see where they're at. We're kicking things off here with Fnatic on the attack on Icebox, and the pistol is going live as we speak. You're going to see a lot of ghosts for G2. It's the first thing I see.
Yeah, and a fairly slow start coming out from Fnatic. Now, this is definitely one of the more bolder picks that we've seen come through in the veto, because it is a map that G2, I believe, were flawless on throughout that second qualifier. So it looked very good for them when they were playing it themselves. So Fnatic clearly feeling very confident going into this series, not feeling the need to go for any sort of pocket pick that they might be saving for later in the tournament, and sticking out on a map that, as we saw mentioned, hasn't had a lot of changes.
Hoodie's up close on this. He could be in so much trouble. The timing is all that separates him from death. It looks like he's going to make it away. Be able to fight for a retake. A wall still online for him if he wants to try and deny the plant. We've seen a lot of teams go for that. Although for now, it seems G2 are just going to wait patiently and allow Fnatic to get control. And it's a good thing they did. A deep wall comes out of the attackers, and then they late split through mid. That has completely caught G2 off guard.
Yeah, these are the sort of pistol rounds that you definitely don't see too often. The deep wall with reclaiming of any chance of the rotation. And, well, Nuke is very good in these clutch situations, but I think a 1v4 in the pistol is going to be a little bit much. Nice start from Fnatic. And as said, like, this is their map choice. It's one that, even though we haven't seen them since Champions, they've always been good at. Like, I mean to the point of Summon FC always good at this map. So I would be very surprised if Fnatic came in and looked underwhelming. It's similarly to how we used to always talk about their binds. Like, this has been one of their strongest for a long, long time. As said, though, G2 are also comfortable on this map, and I feel in a way that, I don't know about what you think, Mitch, but picking an Icebox is always very risky, because I don't think it's anywhere near as heavily leaning as other maps might be.
I think getting off to a poor start on this map, though, you can always get right back into it. I mean, depending on what side you're playing in, but here for Fnatic, they're in a little bit of trouble, to be honest. Look what they're up against. Double marshals as they run down the alleyway, but none of the shots are connecting. Fnatic are going to continue to move on forward with that drone, gaining themselves a lot of ground and making it hard to use these marshals to get back in, especially now that the wall is there. Catching an angle is going to be tough.
Yeah, for Durka, just on the pistol, definitely going to be able to take a few extra risks in this sort of round, almost aiming to try and get towards the Blade Storm. I'd say that on this map in particular, his Blade Storm may be more deadly than any other in the world, with how aggressively he takes that A site back. For G2, though, this is the problem. Like, you're stuck within the site trying to retake from yellow when you have a huge disadvantage. Utility even falling down, assists coming through from the Viper lineups of Mystic as well. And they've gone for a counter wall here, but they haven't been able to get anywhere near this defuse. They're just trying to bait these remaining players from Fnatic in to try and get some final frags, but it's not going to be happening.
No, not a single one, in fact. And I don't think anyone's going to go down to that spike. Oh, I was wrong.
Oh,
that is a double kill for it. All right, so look, a decent bit of damage off the back of that.
Yeah, I definitely didn't expect two. I was thinking maybe the last player would go down, but the fact that a couple of them have died to the spike turns that round completely on its head, because in reality, that should have been a pretty clean round, as we sort of stated. It's interesting because for anybody wondering, we definitely do know that the cams are backwards. So I'm sure there's someone out there that's scratching their head like, well, I thought Avova was dead. How's he saving? No, the people are definitely going to fix that. Don't worry. Cams will change around, but hopefully we can keep things nice and clear for you as the rounds go on.
Yeah, as you guys can see, we got a lot of new stuff for you here. New UI and all that sort of stuff. So I really like that we have the maps up top left. This solves the... I bet there's still someone in chat. There's always someone in chat. Hey guys, who picked this map? Every time, dude. It's like, just like... Come on. Nuki is going.
Pick map 3, though.
Oh, good point. Yeah, just got all the bands up there as well. Chuck in their full names. You know, what's Avova's first name? We need to know. Chuck it in. All you can see is the crosshair at the end of the day.
Fnatic have actually invested quite heavily into this one. They are not playing this as a bonus round whatsoever. They are gunning for that victory and maybe caught Nuki off guard in the early stages of the round. Now, they do have the retake wall ready and set up, even using some of their utility early to try and deny that initial space. Well, we got a little bit lost in the source, but they are going to be getting themselves a plant here.
Oh, no, they're not. That wall's broken immediately and straight away. They're going to have to go to a plan B. Maybe it's planning a little bit to the left, but no. It's losing Boaster. He's been headshot immediately. The attempted plan to bait them out into the open works. As Avova's caught. Another player spotted. There's only 10 seconds left, but only one player, and they've dealt with them. Fnatic. They have really just... I don't know how they've gotten away with that round. I don't want to say got lucky, but my God, that is not a round you win every day.
No, and it's one as well where I feel like other than just hitting their shots, G2 actually did everything right. Did really well to delay, denied the plants, and then you just have... They know exactly where they are at this point, and then, of course, Magnum's just in the back with a Spectre. Like, just tunnel visioned in a little bit too much, but... Yeah, flying start for Fnatic. Winning what was sort of a bonus round, but not really. It does still give a couple of their players a lot of extra cash. And, well, 3-0 up. Don't worry, Mystic. Nobody saw that.
All good. It's all good. Those barriers sometimes stick around a little bit longer than you think. Merka's going to try to peek this headshot angle, but it's Nuki that he's up against if he does. He's going to approach this one with caution. Avova even there to trade. His pistols want to get some value, having invested into the Sheriffs. And light shields. Want to at least make sure Fnatic don't get away with all of those rifles.
Okay. Decent start. 2 of the 3 players down. Same plant we've been seeing in the last map as well. Elevated angle. Even waiting a second. Oh, they're getting the ult orb. I like it. Take your time. You've killed everyone off. You know that the remainder are probably the rotating players. Make sure you maximize things as much as possible in this round, Fnatic. And while for G2, any kills, anything they can get, especially with the 2 players that are remaining, 3 ultimate orbs away, even just a kill or 2 would be worthwhile. And there you go. Kellogg's, even if he dies here, he's only going to be 1 away from his ult.
He will die indeed, but as you said, just the 1 away made sense to go for it. 4-0. Very, very strong start for Fnatic. G2 going to be buying up comfortably. Getting them... Oh, pause actually coming in. And this makes a lot of sense. I'm assuming that's G2 that are calling this pause. And they're going to have to put all the credits on the line. And Fnatic are already running away with this map. It's definitely the time to take stock of what you've got coming into this round.
Yeah, the fact that you've got Magnum and Mystic both not dying yet, and Dirk are only dying once, and actually Boaster only dying once as well, it kind of tells a story that, well, not the prettiest of ones at that. So, yeah, Fnatic, they've always been very good at this attacking side, and the Warriors as well, that we know that Dirk, especially on his defensive side, can cause any team issues. Now, it was highlighted by the desk. Ryan saying, you know what, I want to see that Kellogg's versus Durka fight. Well, Kellogg's now has his operator online, and this is where the dynamic of this map can easily change. Like, he's going to opt to try and get in the faces of Fnatic, and Fnatic, well, they're going to have to try and stop him from doing that. The one worry for me, Mitch, is that in terms of ultimate economy, G2 are losing by a lot.
Yeah, they really are. As I said, if they lose this round, they're left with absolutely nothing. Fnatic, definitely not in the same boat. Gives them a large amount of wiggle room to play with at the start, and their attacks, and this is the other part, right? G2 are the ones that are getting figured out. They're the ones that have to constantly go to their backup plans change up things. Well, it's going to be Kellogg's pushing mid. It's a big change with the operator. We see this a lot. But they're close now. They'll be able to get the trade on this if he's not quick. And Kellogg's has made it out. Dashing his way to safety as Meadow picks up Boaster. That mid play for Fnatic has been shut down.
God, I like the second layer of it. Like having Meadow there makes sure that even though Kellogg's had to dash away, the other players weren't just given the free space to try and lurk through. And he's now going to go back for more and catch Mystic. That operator already worth its weight in gold. And you can see the remaining two players from Fnatic are just on complete opposite sides of the map, just trying to find anything they can. Hoodie's already spotted one, and Brave won't be able to connect. And well, Magnum 1 versus 5, Spike at least close by, but there's no reason for the remaining players of G2 to do anything overly aggressive.
No, they can just hunker down at this point and play this one nice and comfy. Even towards the A site where there's a weakness, Evova's got his util and is now pushing up and gaining some extra information and control. The G2 have got a net cast on this round, and the mid-control fight in the early stages has worked out exactly. I mean, I don't even want to say as planned. I think that's far better than they planned.
Yeah, I think the fact that Meadow catches Boaster trying to aggress further, that was the icing on the cake. They just wanted that initial kill, and then for Kellogg's to be able to reposition. And for Magnum, it looks like it's just going to be a save. I wouldn't have minded if he tried to go for something a little bit more aggressive, and maybe he still will. Not a lot of time left, and well, Meadow still had his setup available to catch him as he goes. It is a flawless round. Ult's now getting much closer to online for G2, but as said, on the other side of things, you still got a Blade Storm, you still got a Viper's Pit, you got a couple, well, every ult within 1 or 2 orbs, so Fnatic could just bounce straight back, and G2 need to make sure that doesn't happen.
The thing that makes me feel comfortable that G2 are back in the game at this stage is the fact that that was a dominant round. They played it disciplined. They did not look to lose control at any point in time. That was on the back of a mid-fight that went very much their way. Everything in the early round played perfectly into, I want to say, into their hands. Obviously, they had set themselves up for that. But now, coming into this round, as you said, Ultimate's online for Fnatic. There's a lot of pitfalls that G2 can fall into, and we're not going to see them attempt the same sort of early round ludicrous aggression. They are instead playing much more passive, playing towards the sites, and we're hoping that they'd find an opening with Kellogg's. But now that that op's being spotted, it's not very likely that they'll be given a duel towards the B site.
Again, though, they've kind of left a lot of this A site down to a solo hold of over the only man in position, and with the rest of the team of Fnatic looking to try and breathe down his neck, I'm starting to get a little bit worried about this initial setup. It doesn't look like they're even in a spot to really have things to retake this. No lockdown available just yet, and Evova's just got a delay, just spamming his utility to try and make sure they can't get through. And actually, he's just caught the spike.
That beautiful spam. He knew they probably wouldn't be pushed past that initial snake bite, and he's able to pick up one because of it, delaying them by an incredible amount of time. Honestly, 30 left on the clock. Shock darts are coming through, and Evova's walking on out afterwards. He's going to push into that ult. At least he thought about it for a moment, but he thinks better. Waits a second, backs off, and Hoodie, he can see through this by the looks of things. That is a gorgeous spray transfer. Brave was taken down, and the round has fallen to smithereens. Fnatic have no choice but to try and save this rifle. Even then, Dirk on 30 HP running to spawn. Luckily, Kellogg's missed his updraft.
He didn't make it over the wall. Oh, I guess I don't think they're going to care. Like, sure, it is an extra weapon for Durka to play with, but back-to-back flawless rounds for G2, that is one way to explode into the server. And, well, we've always highlighted Evover as a player that can turn rounds. I don't think anybody's questioned that. One of the best controllers in the game at the moment, but this was impressive. Like, just holding the line, delaying as much as possible, and then you just have Hoodie with a... I don't really know how he transfers that to a second player. Maybe he can see slightly more than I can, or maybe I need my eyes tested, but for me, I could see nothing there, so fair play.
Yeah, with a Vandal too. You know, I always love players spraying inside a Viper's Pit randomly with a Vandal. It's not a tilting way to die, nor is that. Up on top of the wall, Kellogg's has just ruined Magnum's day. He's going out for more and found it with Dirk and Delta. Oh man, G2, they've got complete control of this round. What an impressive bounce back this is after the pause. 2 rounds found, and slowing it down, playing those picks on the off. Well, it's granted them a lot of kills, and Kellogg seems to be unkillable. Never mind, he's dead.
Boaster has a res. I don't know if they'll want to commit it right here and now, but Brave has found another. This turns it into a winnable spot and definitely worthwhile, but it doesn't seem like he wants to give up his position. Instead, he swings onto Meadow, who's caught off guard. This was a 2 versus 5 just seconds ago, and well, it's now a 2 versus 1.
Yep, the snake bite down actually stopped the res, honestly. Can't res them inside the snake bite. And Boaster's gonna have to get that plant. Not able to pop a res now, they're gonna rush him down. He's gotta play it. 1v2, he thinks maybe one's still coming from B main, but both have grouped up. Isolating the duels, though, still. What a good job now, having a rough idea as well. Oh, the peek's coming through! Boaster's rounded the corner just in time with a sliver of health. He'll get healed back up. He'll even pop the res. Now Nukia has to move quickly, rushing in towards that res, but he won't catch him. A 2v1 in Fnatic's favor, and they're running away. Nukia cannot catch them, so he tries to bait them into the open, already defusing it halfway, but they'll catch him in the end. 4 kills for Boaster. This man's the IGL, but he's not afraid to get his hands dirty.
That is a round that G2 never should have lost. It never even should have been close. Like, Kellogg's did everything he could there. 3 kills to kick off the round, basically repositioning every single time. And then you just have, well, I don't know what this bit was. This is not the bit I would be replaying, if I'm brutally honest, because both players just running in different directions. I don't know if Mystic actually had a gun or was just trying to escape, but whatever it was, it ended up working out. And yeah, huge clutch out from Boaster there. That was crazy.
Back-to-back flawless rounds for G2, and then that's how it goes. A triple opening for Kellogg's and a round loss in the end. It is a devastating way to put 5-2 on the scoreboard, but at least G2 have picked up the opening yet again. Kellogg's op seems to be incredibly strong so far in these defensive rounds, pushing up on multiple different angles, finding those duels, and it's going to start to play into Fnatic's mentality, but they have managed to push up towards this B site still. They're going to look for a plant here.
Patient stuff from Meta, making sure to clear the angles, and that's the backline's gone. We've seen this deeper wall a little earlier, used to deny a lot of those snake bites, which people have been popping in, and Kellogg's, well, he's been spotted, but he spotted his opponent as well. A lot of information currently for G2. The main worry is Boaster, again, in a fairly aggressive position. He's going to win the fight onto Kellogg's as well and make this a 2v2.
Oh, they've dealt with him at least, but still, Brave is here. 1 versus 2 of Vova, low HP, even spots him. The shock dart through should be enough, and indeed it is. They know where he is, but time is on his side. He just needs to keep this clock running down. Nukia catches him through the wall, though, and so the defuse will be found. G2 will pluck it up to 3, but it comes close once more. Fnatic are doing a great job of fighting back into these rounds, even after they lose those opening duels.
Yeah, it almost worries me a bit more than for G2 than it does Fnatic, because the fact that, like, Fnatic losing those early battles is not a good sign. Like, the fact that Kellogg's has basically just been styling on them, but for G2 it almost looks like in a lot of really strong positions, either they do crumble or they come incredibly close. And well, a lot of this just came down to a 1v1 with Nukia. Now sure, he's someone that I think you can rely on a lot in those scenarios, but they shouldn't have needed to.
And that's exactly it. You know, look, 2 of the rounds for G2 have been flawless. 1 definitely could have been better. The building blocks are there, and they've certainly got a lot to back them up. 4 ultimates coming into this round, and immediately we're going to see a Hunter's Fury, but it's on Fnatic that it's popped, already having tagged up Avova. He'll be down, and it looks like Meadow was going to get hit by it, but Magnum beat him to the punch.
Oh. Boaster just about hidden, shot darts landing, and he actually gets out of there. It looked like he was dead. Darkra has been getting farmed by Kellogg so far in this map. Every single shot connecting, res comes through and brings it back into a 4v4 scenario. Still, there's a lot of after plant utility, and in fact, they're even going to use a lockdown.
That defuse, though, that's going to scare them. Movement's got to be made. Avova's already got it halfway. Oh! He's still on it, and he's going to get it right under their nose. The snake bite comes in just a second too late, and G2 have found the round.
What are these rounds? And they're so backwards. Like, each one, there's a team that has an inherent advantage, and then it's like, and never mind. Like, just sticks that all the way through. There was a lockdown. They had so much utility. In fact, I think the snakebite even killed him just seconds after he got the defusal done. But Avova with no fit, and that is not the first time in, well, I guess in this part of the tournament. We also saw him do that in the qualifiers on the B side of this map.
If he keeps that up, I'm certainly not going to be complaining. Hoodie's been tagged up. He's going to fall back, but look at the switch. Hoodie runs away, but Kellogg's, well, he takes that as an opportunity. Oh, there's players pushing here? Okay. Targets, you mean. And out he goes, but Durka catches him, finally punished for that over-aggression. Hoodie, the back of yellow. Good for the first. No res possible. Look at that. He's only got 2 charges towards it even after that kill.
It's an interesting wall, though. He's locked himself into the back of the site and just closed the door on them, and instead the players lurking through mid have been caught by Nuclear. It leaves this really awkward battle for Durka, and then the other player trying to get the spike down. Look at the wall that's now been put down by Boaster. He's trying to innovate, like, what do I do here? Where do I plant? He's had to put it the other way around to just try and get anything, and he's isolated himself.
Yeah, that is insanely smart play from Hoodie. Guy came into the game as a jet operator, 2-dimensional player. I was certainly not a fan in the very early days, right? I'm talking, you know, when he initially jumped over, and obviously what did every CSGO operator player or op player do when they came to Valorant? They went, oh, jet, ooh, operator, I'll do that. But he has grown nicely into a very, very strong player and a great pick, certainly.
A very strong flex player as well. Like I feel like he's another one that has become someone who can play absolutely anything. And then you would see that within this iteration of G2. Like he is almost the glue of the team that just tries to switch up onto anything, alongside Nuclear as well, who has almost picked up that mantle while also in-game leading. But yeah, just a nice little adaptation from him, because that's one of the main problems of playing that position as a defensive player. Unless, of course, you're a jet, there's no real way out. So he just locks himself in, just sits in the corner like, all right, come get me. And there's no real way for them to clear that angle without full swinging around the other side of the container, which you will die if you try to do. And to be honest, I don't really mind what Boaster attempted. Like, it was the only way he could lock off one of the angles. The problem is it also meant he locked off Durka as well.
Yeah, of course, in those kind of moments, there's a little bit of panic set in. And it's not always so easy to see things from that bird's eye view, but 2 rounds left to play with here. Take a look at where we're at ultimate-wise. And in terms of economy, you're certainly set for G2. Fnatic, going to be a little bit scrappy. But ultis, they sit comfortably in favor of G2 starting this round. But Fnatic could very easily fight back. They could have a Viper's Pit. They could have a Bladestorm, a Res. Plenty of things that could come online here. So around the G2, although they have the advantages, they still need to be quite cautious not to give Fnatic any runway.
Don't like them starting to see a few more stingers come into play. I still have seen little to no value of this gun ever in a match. And Boaster's here to prove me wrong. You know, he was one of the connoisseurs of the Bucky FC in the past. So if anybody's going to make this work, I guess it would be him. Hoodie, again, he's going to be cleared off the angle initially, and I wonder if it's going to be the same re-aggression. I doubt it, because in this sort of round, such an advantage for someone like Kellogg's if he just sits back and plays the range.
Yeah, that wall's even going down as we speak. A shot through, not going to land, and a rush from Hoodie. Oh, this is getting a little bit scary now. Fnatic are on the site. They've got weapons. They've got a Viper's Pit activated. That, you know, oh, okay. That's a good scalp to take. Now, you can talk about the Stinger being weak, but good luck fighting against it inside this ulti.
True.
Oh, that was close. Narrow range right up in his face, but even point blank, Magnum comes out on top. The drone. It's a Hail Mary play to try and find that Viper. They won't do it just yet, but Mystic is being spotted now, spraying inside the ulti. He's going to try to pick a little bit more, but Nukia is making quick work of those players. A 6th round is found for G2 here.
Yeah, and the thing that G2 did incredibly well in that round was actually just delaying, because at no point did that plant go down from Fnatic. That's what they were desperate for. You have that Viper's Pit, you have the plant, the round almost seems like it's yours. But they just didn't allow them to. There was so much utility just being thrown into that Viper's Pit. Every time they tried to tap it, a drone went through, a shock dart went through. You had nano swarms, you had snake bites. Like, just nothing allowing them to get anything done. And then you also just had the spam through the Viper's Pit. So, yeah, well played by G2. Of course, they use a couple of ultimates of their own in the mix of that. And for this round, at least, it looks like, unless Durka could get his Bladestorm, I'll be interested to see if ults actually play much of a part at all.
Yeah, I think the Bladestorm would definitely make sense, but the others being so far away. Magnum, not really getting a lot out of that Killjoy ult in the early round, and with 2 orbs, what he needs a kill in the orb. Like, you're not really gonna farm that up that quickly. Maybe for post blind it can have some sort of impact. 10 seconds left as we roll on in, and Kellogg's op is just the danger man at the start of every single round. This guy has been a terror for Fnatic to deal with. And coming into this round, he is once again towards this A site where he's found a bit of success in the past. He's going to get aggressive with it early on. Look at how quickly he's moving forward. This man has got an operator, and the reason he's so confident to take that angle is because of Ova's covering from behind.
Yeah, they know as well that the likelihood is they're going to try and play for one of the orbs. Now, unfortunately, if they'd gone for the B one, there probably would have been a good opportunity to try and find something. But with the setup that's there initially, we've had the deep slows alongside the screen and then just spams coming through every single round. So just not worth the risk of going for that orb. Instead, though, this position has been held for an incredibly long time. And after a while, Fnatic are going to go poking. So we'll see if Kellogg's can get out of it alive. They're going to hear the drop down of Boaster, so they'll definitely know that they're here.
That's valuable info. If Kellogg's was thinking about going back, he is now going to just sit in this position, no doubt about it. But the drone forces him to fall on back, and Durka catches him on the way out. That is such a quick kill for Fnatic. They'll execute off that right away. Bladestorm popped as they're going to attempt to use that height advantage, see over the utility, but they've lost Durka, they've lost Boaster. The whole team is gone. Fnatic only have Magnum. And he's dealt with quite quickly. Mystic was way, way back, and, well, you can see now he's coming to a pretty messy party.
Time's the main issue here. Sure, there's 3 players on the other side, but with 15 seconds left, they have absolutely no reason. Actually, they're just going to wall him off. Oh no, he's had to reload. He's definitely going to run out of time. Oh my god, that was close. That was way too close.
If he had gotten that, I don't know, my heart would have taken it.
Would you have shouted me out again?
3 players. I would have had to. Yeah. That's unbelievable. 7-5. Okay.
This was 4-0.
Huh?
This was 4-0 to Fnatic.
Yeah, true, actually.
That's how we started.
What the hell?
This has been an incredible resurgence from G2. Like, some close rounds, some rounds that were fought back. And actually, the only other round they got was that clutch that came out of Boaster with the 4K. The 2 versus 5 they never should have won. So, if anything, it's been a fairly strong half from G2, especially on that defensive side. Now, in the qualifiers, at least, they looked very good on their defensive side. Their attack, at times, a little bit more questionable, but a lot of that was just because they always started defense, and we're getting 7+ rounds each time. So this is really going to be for Fnatic now to prove us what they've got, because again, this is their map choice.
Standing ahead.
I can feel comfortable on the defense, perhaps, with getting a little bit aggressive. Looking for someone to take some peeks. Patient play has been a staple of at least the first half, and that last round very much summed it up. How long do we have, 4 players separated by a wall, just waiting for the other to make a move? G2 are going to move towards the B site. Plenty of util here, though. Killjoy's actually put all her stuff down, so Magnum's going to be able to slow them. Maybe even get a lot of damage out. They've pushed right up to the site, but G2 have different ideas. They're going for that deep plant.
Oh, I think this is an even deeper plant. They're looking to try and plant for the opposition's spawn. Fighting all the way into it as well. A great start from Avova. There is a trade back onto him at least. Turning things into a 4v4 scenario, but retaking this spot is definitely going to be a little bit difficult.
An audacious move, bringing it all the way towards their spawn, but it might just pay off. As you said, Fnatic facing some difficulty. They break open the wall. Now getting through that choke point is quite hard. The wall that they have from earlier, not really useful, but the bullets certainly are. Oh, it's Snooki that has to stop that defuse, and he'll only get the 1. Brave closing it out with a nice little shot onto Kellogg's. We are at 7-6, and I have to say, Fnatic winning that pistol, that really puts the game into motion.
One of the things I really want to give credit to Brave for is the fact that I feel like he's very good at surviving in scenarios where he shouldn't. And this is a prime example of it. This round is over if Brave dies. They have the whole spawn. Every single player can focus in onto where they planted. And that was the plan all along. You kill the players rotating, and then anybody else coming from other spots is screwed. Brave stayed alive for the entirety of that round. He spammed a couple of shock darts, and he gets 3 kills from what looked like an impossible scenario because they were literally playing to kill him. So, yeah, impressive work. Currently second on the board. We sort of highlighted that maybe we don't expect him to be one of those top fraggers for the team, but thus far he's done well.
Yeah, he absolutely has. As we said, big boots to fill, but he was picked for a reason, and so far he's living up to it. Durka taking a while to get that shot off, but it'll work out in the end with Kellogg's down and out of the round in the first couple of seconds. Fnatic still comfortable with taking some ranged fights, but maybe they shouldn't be.
145. Nobody enjoys those except for Kaquka. I learned that recently. Kaquka loves a 145 because she likes people suffering, I guess.
Yeah, it breaks my heart every time I see it. There's nothing worse because it's a great sound. You know you've hit that headshot, but it's also a horrible sound because you know they're not dead. Boaster, nicely done. Pistols won't be getting anything. It's all left to Nuki. Now, this man can do a lot of damage, but they've gotten away with it flawlessly. And a flawless second round plus the pistol, Fnatic couldn't ask for anything better than this. Didn't they win? Yeah, it was 4-0, right? So they won round 3 last time around.
Yeah, that's the thing. They've won themselves both pistols at this stage, especially going into a map that a lot of the time I think most teams are comfortable to play. If you win both pistols, you should close out Icebox. Like, well, I think across all maps it's 80+% of the time. On Icebox, I feel like it should be higher because it's such an advantage, your economy being built up early. Now, if they can win the bonus as well both times and then somehow lose this map, that will be one of the most gobsmacking defeats I've ever seen.
Well, winning the bonus, so let's take it one step at a time. They've already lost Magnum. So Fnatic on the back foot. G2.
Oh, it's the turret down.
Magnum's gone. No turret, no halls control. And Kellogg's has spotted that. He knows they've got complete control. The spike is still in spawn. All the doors are open for G2 right now, and they don't seem keen to shut any, but eventually they'll decide to move towards the B side.
That is not a spot you normally expect a Viper to be in.
This is second player here. Oh, okay. I figured Nukia wouldn't expect Boaster, but in fact, Boaster didn't expect Nukia. And with those kills, G2 are going to storm towards the B site, where they should find a convincing plant. Kellogg's has been spotted, though. Oh, he's now in danger. That's a Guardian on the other side. It's not a guaranteed fight. If it was a Spectre, he'd feel that little bit more confident, but luckily, he's going to be able to slip away.
Oh, no! Delete the mod. Delete it. No one needs to ever see that. It's his debut. We give him a break. We give him a break, all right?
And Tom, you've been really impressed by Brave anyways. What did you say?
Timmy's hit the gym, you know? Since we went away, he's been hitting the gym. He can now actually take 7 shots. There you go. He was warming up.
Yep, that's all right, Brave. You have made up for it immediately. Thank God. He thought about peeking spawn. He's still thinking about it. This could be it. Viper is out here. If he checks it, dropping down. Oh, he can't reset in time. Well played by Avova. 8 rounds for G2 now found. Still, they lost a lot of players.
Yeah, they get the lead back, but will it be short-lived? That's the question, because the thing that does play into their favor is the fact they've got Viper's Pit for Avova. If they can get into an afterplant in this sort of round, there's not really going to be much that Fnatic can do other than to try and play into it. And, well, at least for now, okay, sure, they've still got a decent amount of utility on their side, but they don't have any ults, so it's a good chance that G2 will be able to take this over the line. The thing is, though, they don't have a lot of backup cash. Neither team does, but for G2 in particular, they're not going to want to let this lead slip.
Audacious play from Avova. Creeping up beside the edge of the poison orb to try and catch himself anybody that peeks on through, but it's passive play from Fnatic for now. Alex is going to be caught when he walks up through. Turret's seen him. They know they've lost kitchen. If anything, though, that's going to benefit G2's cause. This stops the rotation that was underway from Magnum, who is playing much closer towards the spawn. He could cover the mid push-up, which his alarm bot currently is. But most importantly, he could get to A faster to help out his teammates. G2 are stalling it out, hoping Fnatic reset, but these guys have stayed with that 3-player A setup for a long time. Now, though, they're starting to shift it just as G2 does.
It's like they're in each other's heads. It's the mind games versus the mind games, and they are holding and watching for Kellogg's to try and make a move. The split comes in. There is a gap in that wall, and they will have seen everything as they look to go past. In fact, Boaster's going to go over the top. It's audacious as hell, but it actually works out. You've had Magnum finding 2 as they try and rotate back through the kitchen, and now they've only got 20 seconds. They firstly need to kill off Boaster, who is trapped, but it doesn't seem to matter. Fighting out of that corner as if his life depends on it. I suppose it does.
Yeah, it turns out they were stuck in there with Boaster. He's able to take them all down. That's crazy. 8-8. And the wall play just dropping down into that little slot. Oh, I love that. That was a beautiful thing to watch. And here's the problem. Take a look at the credits over on that attacking side of G2. Oh, here we go again.
Spike down.
He's even vulnerable as well. Like, they made sure that if he was going to go behind, they even had an alarm bot to stop him. So while he was taking that fight, he was as weak as could be, trapped in a corner, and he still gets 2 kills. You gotta respect it.
Solid old start. And as I said, G2's economy is in tatters. They have got practically nothing. Fighting for orbs here is going to be super important. Blade Storm almost up for Kellogg's. You don't want him to get that Blade Storm, but there's not much. You can't overcommit to denying it. They find... Okay, Hoodie's gone down to a shock dart from Brave. My man has been learning his lineups, but they lost Durka. As I said, the Blade Storm, the big threat, and it's dealt with. Oh, he's 1 HP. He's made it out alive. Kellogg's will end up with another kill for his troubles. That's not enough. Not enough to give G2 the lead, and not enough to give them the win.
Yeah, again, an extra kill here would be great, but nothing going to come of it. Hoodie is cursed. So he got hit by the shock dart in the early stages of the round, which lowered his HP after he healed to enough that when the second shock dart also hit him, he died from it instantly. You've just got to feel like you're almost magnetized to the shock darts at this point, that they're just following you around the map. But yeah, they get the Blade Storms used, couple of extra kills. Economy still looks pretty decent though, at least onto Mystic. 6,600 credits post buy, and they have a lot of ultimates online as well, like a Viper's Pit, Hunter's Fury, Rez. The others really aren't far away. Durka, wow, he's going hunting.
He's going to be spotted by that recon when it goes up though. They've destroyed it. Durka not having to even turn from the angle, but surely this is what stops them now. They haven't seen him. They don't know, but he's falling back. Scared of the amount of utility that went through, I guess. Fnatic have made the right call in backing off. And it doesn't look like G2 are even going to get aggressive on A main.
Yeah, I think it was because they forced Brave back, so he left it. He would have been left almost completely open to the rafters spot, so it wouldn't have been great. Again, we're going to see this kitchen control challenge. Now, it's worked one round, but that was only because they actually managed to get the kill onto Magnum. So with him still standing, information's definitely going to be there. And they've actually put the Viper's Pit straight down on the plant spot. Magnum just swings in. UK's gone. Blink and you miss it. Trade back from Avova at least, but again, the time is ticking and they don't have much space.
You should
no option to pivot this. They've got to commit to B, and that's where this ult comes into play. That's going to be canceled out. There you go. Lockdown destroyed by the Hunter's Fury, and even a connection onto Avova as well. Huge value. Playing onto the side. The snake bite gets Hoodie. The spike is dropped because of it. Durka, although he falls, this round is looking like it's definitely going into Fnatic's hands. Magnum gets rezzed up. There's no time left. What a beautiful round from Mystic. A round almost as beautiful as the man himself. A 3K, 10-8 we go.
Such a simp. Oh god, if this man had a Patreon, you'd be the highest sub possible, but hey, 10-8. If there's not a hidden one that I've already given him all of my money. But no, a huge round. And I think as well, the fact that you have the lockdown destroyed to help him out, and then Avova gets killed by the same Hunter's Fury. But he played this to perfection. Like utility usage, his positioning coming out to actually kill off the remaining couple of players as well, denying the plant. Like, you couldn't really ask for more from Mystic. And this is why, like, when we've seen him move off of Viper on more maps, like, he used to play this on Ascent. which we actually have coming up. I would love to see it again because he's so good at playing this agent. Definitely one of the people I think has mastered it within EMEA.
Tom, for G2 in this timeout, can you imagine what the comms are like right now? You know, that's a question I'd ask in the post-game interview, Tom. You know I would. But
yeah, I've witnessed it.
Yeah. Listen, I did interviews at Champs. I didn't even ask it, not even once. So it was pretty, I was proud of myself. But in all seriousness, for G2, you know, it's not a nice situation to be in, down 10-8, but they've got a lot of positives in the fact that this isn't their map pick. You know, they're on the attack side here. They've definitely got time to come back into it. They lose this round almost definitely, 11-8. And then, you know, there's opportunities there. It's not the end of the world. They're definitely not going to feel that way. But you also understand how much pressure is on the next buy round. You lose that, map's over. And now you're reverse sweeping in. Look, it's a league system, so it's not like you're going to a lower bracket or anything like that. But at the same time, you definitely don't want to kick the year off with a loss.
Well, yeah, and this group is tough as well. Like, it's not one that I think you're just going to be able to squeak your way through. Like, in fact, Fnatic are probably considered one of their greatest rivals within this group, with the likes of Ascend as well, alongside Guild, who have looked incredibly strong. So that third spot is up for grabs, and the winner of it sounds silly because it is that first game, but it genuinely could decide who ends up going through. So every single game is important. There's no slow starters when it comes to this year's VCT. I'm on for G2, a slower round. It's kind of unfortunate as well, though, Mitch, because I do think if they had won one of the pistols right now, they'd be in the lead.
Very true. Very true. And I think for G2, it is unfortunate. You go 4-0 down, but you normally don't get this close to coming back into it, right? When you go down by that much, when you lose both pistols, they're getting a surprising amount done. And that's something I think is definitely going to be boosting the mental game for G2. Now, I'm not too worried about this. I'm kind of worried about this round because they've got a couple rifles here, but Boaster's going to be able to deal with that, so it's all good. 11-8, things go exactly as expected with no hiccups or worries. It's all fine. 11-8, 3 rounds between them. This is where G2 need to mount the comeback.
See, this is one of the things. Well, we talk to Sue quite regularly, and one of the things that Sue loves to complain about is that Boaster's life is Valorant. And I genuinely am starting to believe that he spent the entirety of like the Christmas, New Year period just DMing. Because man is looking crisp. And then that's not really what you highlight when it comes to Boaster in most matches. It is normally the big brain plays, but he's had some nice clutches, some big rounds where he's brought things back into contention, and Fnatic are looking good as a whole.
Well, Tom, you know what? If there's one thing I know about Fnatic players, they like to DM. That's why they've got this sick aim, this incredible skill. And G2, you know, they've got the same. They got tier 1 teams up against each other here. So we're expecting nothing less. Now, listen, 3 rounds between them, as we've said. It still gives a lot of wiggle room to Fnatic. They can feel confident, but I was not expecting this level of aggression. A minute 15 on the clock. They haven't seen anything, so they say, hey, screw it. I'm going to pop up a recon. Oh, what am I going to do after that drone? I'm going to peek with Durka. Brave's going to go aggressive. Durka's going to fall down, then pop a Blade Storm, up draft, and then take that player down again. Oh. He's not going to give up. No space is given to G2 in this one. As they try desperately to push forward, it always comes at a cost, and that cost is in the form of bodies. This time it's Fnatic that pay it, though, losing Brave, and Hoodie goes down with the spike up on top. That is suboptimal, let's say.
Yeah, especially because his opponent was almost spamming against him. Boaster, he's got eyes in the back of his head, and Durka's there to close it out as well. Huge round from Fnatic, especially considering the investment that was there for G2 in ultimates as well. One of the things that when speaking to Mini about Brave was that the way that the almost synergy, the natural synergy that him and Brave seem to have is what him and Durka have seemed to have is really exciting. And just already watching this Icebox, it's like one player peeks, gets the kill, the other is waiting, holding the angle for the other, then they both fall back, then they swing together. Like it almost does just seem it seems like they've been playing together for like 6 months to a year, not like a month.
Absolutely. I guess it's something that we heard, but listen, every team, you're never going to have an interview with a team where they go, yeah, we picked this guy up. We thought he's kind of trash, but we needed someone.
Yeah,
you know?
Of course.
So, like, I'll tell. Oh, that's actually caught Jet. That's a good bit of damage done. Durka and Boaster both quite low. Brave, though, able to catch the first. And as he's falling back, Durka goes down. The repositioning coming through. Boaster's here to play with him. I like this. Fnatic gonna try to make a micro play. The distraction was in. What? Brave still gets 3, taking his time, tapping away, and this round is done. This map is done. Kellogg's will have to 1v3. A minute on the clock and the spike down. Fnatic not necessarily even control of it per se, but Kellogg's doesn't really either. There you go.
He's not going to expect Mystic to be there. Dear Lord, what was that from Brave? He's definitely here to stay. I don't think there's anything doubting that at this point. An incredible closeout to the round, and well, I'm liking the look of the new boy on the block. I want to quote another thing that Mini said, which was just an offhand comment, which was he kind of has that crazy CIS Vandal aim. I think you might be correct on that one, Mini. I think you might have got that one spot on.
Yeah, pretty much hit the nail on the head right away. Like you said, when you take those CIS players, you bring them in, you're going to be expecting Durka. Well, I'll be honest, man, Brave hasn't really under-delivered considering the age that he's on. You know, stick this guy in a jet. Who knows what he can do? That's an impressive debut for this iteration of the Fnatic roster, but that was their map pick, and they won both pistol rounds and converted the 3rd round of the first half after winning the pistol. So, you know, they had a lot of runway into that game. They managed to close out the map, but G2's map pick's going to be coming up next. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with the analyst desk in just a little bit, and map number 2 will be shortly after.
I'm legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious. Victorious. I'm legendary. I'm legendary. I'm legendary.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way. Yeah, it's time to make a play. Swear it's time to make a play. Let me tell the world the truth. Gotta tell the world something. Hard times never stay. Hard times never stay. Put in that work, yeah. No giving up for real. You know the deal. It's written in stone. We stay going strong. They already know what it is. They want us to lack, but we coming with stamina. Put a new vision on camera. Bringing that pressure. No need to relax. It's about to get hot as it's ever been. I'm speaking the truth and bringing the proof. It's about to get crazy. Running them numbers up. Legendary, amazing. Gotta be careful for the fire we bringing this blazing. I'm just ready to see the look on their faces. Get a little extra, we killing it, you can't save them. Mark my words, this history in the making. Got another one showing up in this major. Don't wanna miss it, this something that you was waiting for. Call everybody you know and tell them the wait is over. It's time to open them doors and let the whole world know it. We on the way, ain't no looking back, cause we going forward. Finish line in the distance instead of going for it. Can't be impatient, just do it right, it's gonna last forever. Understand how reality speakers really clever. A lot of times we only focus on the bigger picture. But it's the details of the picture we gotta remember. I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way. Yeah, it's time to make a play. Swear it's time to make a play. Let me tell the world the truth. Gotta tell the world something. Hard times never stay. Hard times never stay. Keep going till you get it. Man, you gotta keep going. Solid plan put in place. Gotta put a plan in place. Let me tell the world the truth. Let me tell the world the truth. I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way. I know it's hard to keep going strong. You already on. Tough times don't last long. Stay in the zone. That right. From the ashes to overtaking new milestones. That right. See, that's what happens when dedication is turned on. That right. Never give up when facing pressure. It'll make you better. A lot of things gon' come together in stormy weather. Yeah. Just keep your focus on something better. Better late than never. Never give up on that level. It's closer than ever. Can't be impatient. Just do it right. It's gon' last forever. Understand how reality speakers really clever. A lot of times we only focus on the bigger picture. Why? But it's the details of the picture we gotta remember. I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way. Yeah, it's time to make a play. Swear it's time to make a play. Let me tell the world the truth. Gotta tell the world something. Hard times never stay. Hard times never stay. Keep going till you get it. Man, you gotta keep going. Solid plan put in place. Gotta put a plan in place. Let me tell the world the truth. Let me tell the world the truth. I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way.
Yeah. I ain't choose the game, game chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. Yeah, I'm legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious, victorious. I'm legendary.
A hard-fought but very entertaining battle there on Icebox between Fnatic and G2, and it's Fnatic that came out on the top. We had some questions about the new additions to this team, how they were going to work around, but it does feel like Brave, Ryan, looked incredibly comfortable playing alongside Durka.
Yeah, it was just the way that they comboed on the defense towards the end, because Durka clearly wants to be the one leading the line, being aggressive with the operator, but the fact that Brave was letting Durka do his thing, it wasn't like they're in competition to outfrag each other, but the fact that Brave was able to play off and almost put up the same numbers as Durka. He had a couple of iffy rounds, like the 1v1 clutch he had with Nukier, where he sort of peeks out a bit wide. Some really, like, Ferrari peaks coming out of him too, but overall I think that's a great debut.
The first blood percentage there too, Kaquka.
That is completely insane. We were expecting a great performance from him, and not only with his first kills, also the usage of utility. I would say for the entire Fnatic, the damage that they dealt with the nanoswarms, the snake bites, and obviously those shock darts, a really good debut for him. I expect to see more.
The Hunter's Fury got a couple of kills. I don't think there was a Hunter's Fury where he didn't get a kill.
Yeah. No, that was a Crashies-esque, I felt like.
Mystic. KD of 3.
I do feel like you were talking about this with me, Ryan, during the game, but the new kind of look, not just in terms of agent, but roles in general for everybody on Fnatic. Mystic is now kind of doing the lurking and finding a lot of success.
I think the big thing for Fnatic overall is these big ideas that have come from Boaster, for Mini, how that translates to the other players on the team. I think we're putting Boaster on the stage. Not only could he clutch out amazingly, but he puts all of the heavy work on himself. Like, okay, we're going to do the Snowman default on A, where we wall off Snowman and take all of this space instead. He doesn't need to worry about teaching that lineup to a teammate. He could just do it himself. Mystic seemed a lot more loose. Magnum was kind of going for some lurk, sometimes playing secondary entry. Everybody else on the Fnatic team looks so much more relaxed, that they can do what they want to do, because Boaster's doing all of the calling, he's doing all of the set defaults, and I think on a map like Icebox, it works so well. No wonder why they picked it.
And we have to talk about the other side, because even if Fnatic was feeling super comfortable getting both pistols, and even with the final result, I feel like they were on top most of the times, you know, converting onto that bonus for them, then getting the fourth. But then Kellogg's going on the operator on the defense, and we saw just a G2 taking a step back and being like, okay, we're just going to give you the space, you decide where to push, and we're just going to wait and maybe play for a retake, play for close one. We're not interested in finding and go seeking on those duels, because Fnatic were succeeding at them. So we saw some rounds where G2 it really looked that they were back onto the game. Now, we talk about the attack and what happened there, because Fnatic won every single time in against them, and even when they started to execute, they were like taking steps back. They were not really sure of how to look up front and attack the site.
I gotta say, Durka was quiet here, Kaquka, and and the fact they were able to win without Durka popping off is very, very good for them.
Yeah, but I don't think it's only that Durka was quiet. I think that we saw every single player on Fnatic, you know, doing their thing, as we were mentioning, playing with their utility, looking for, okay, I'm going to take care of mid. What we saw, for example, Boaster just being like, oh, I found a wall. I'm just going to wall in. I'm just going to take this pick. I'm going to get 2 kills. I'm just going to be in this corner here holding. And everybody, you know, when you feel like you have that freedom to work with and everything is working, but you're still playing as a team, of course the score is going to be pretty even.
It wasn't all great for Fnatic, though. Like, they struggled a lot with Kellogg's up once he had that online on the defense. They didn't seem to really have an answer for that. Also, just like Evova's A control on the Viper was really nice. It was just the attacking side of G2. Like, they tried to, like, mid-round reset a lot. They had Kellogg's lurking on his own. It was like they were overcomplicating it mid-round and trying to call, like, Nuki to call that against Boaster in those scenarios, it's always going to be tough.
Yeah, well, Ryan, we spoke about some rounds already, but I want to see one that you wanted to focus on in particular.
Yeah, I'm going to highlight the KDA free man himself, Mystic. I think the curious thing about it, I suppose, is the ability to sort of strive under pressure, which I think is something that he's always naturally been very good at, but also the way that they're calling mid-round to try and sort out some of these situations. So this is a lurk that Evolve has done. Kellogg's has made this lurk a couple of times if I start playing it. Sort of pushing through to kitchen. The big giveaway that comes in overall is just the turret. It's the fact that you have this, and immediately, pretty much as soon as that turret gets killed, you see Mystic use the Viper's Pit where he is, basically wherever he stood. The reason is because they're expecting the Fnatic play of using the Viper's Pit over in this sort of kitchen space, right? So the fact that they're able to do that, it's almost like an anti-Viper's Pit coming out of Mystic. The lockdown gets used from the attackers to try and uproot him, and Mystic for a second is like, just wait, like maybe I can catch somebody that's going to push into me and try and catch me out. Then he makes a call of, okay, no, I need this Hunter's Fury to clear it. I'm going to stay where I am. Not only does Brave clear the lockdown, he even gets a kill onto a Vova that's still in that mid-lurk position. And then from there, it's the fact that he gets the snakebite kill on the plant, as the plant was trying to go in, and then gets a couple more kills. It's the adaptation, I think. Like, Fnatic in the past have looked very rigid, maybe in some cases, that they don't really get to strive and play on the fly, which is something they're very good at because they're incredibly clever. This time it was like Mystic being like, okay, I'm going to make this play. I'm going to try and just off the bat use this ultimate, make a connection there. And kind of from that position, I suppose it would be like, just diff him at that point. Yeah. It was one of those areas where I think like Mystic looked the best he has in a while, and he's always been a really good Viper too.
Is the awareness, right? And the quick reaction of, okay, we had that drone over to kitchen, that Killjoy turret, but now we lost all control. What do we do? And the instant response is, okay, I'm just waiting here with the Viper Spit. They might have our backs, but we are going to create our own space on site to play around. So obviously one of the things that, as you were mentioning, we wanted from Fnatic this year, map 1, we have it.
Yeah, and pistols too, right? Yeah. What's happening? 2
of them.
Yeah, I can't help but feel that, you know, back at Champions, we saw them give away like insane leads. We saw them literally give away a 12-8 lead and lose in overtime. In another world, maybe that would have happened, but today, like you said, Kaquka, they closed it out pretty cleanly in the end on Icebox, despite some of the wobbly bits, Ryan, I like to say. But it's not over yet. It's only map 1. We have 3 maps in this series. We didn't get to go to map 3 on the first one, but there's every possibility for us seeing the 3rd map here. But the 2nd one is where it's very interesting. G2's pick, and they've looked very good on Ascent, Kaquka.
Exactly, and it's not only that. You have a Fnatic that, as Mini was saying, you know, it feels like ages since we haven't played maps like Bind or Ascent, and exactly, we haven't seen them play since August, you know, and even on the Red Bull, being like, you know, nobody really took Red Bull that seriously, especially if you were going to Champions, because you don't want to show off all the things that you're working on. But for G2, it's the complete opposite. This is the map that they've played the most this year so far, and they have only, I think they only have 1 loss with Kellogg's on the roster. So of course, we're coming off after Fnatic's pick. I expect a different face of G2 here.
Yeah, and they've changed up a little bit as well when it comes to like they've mostly been playing Meadow on the Cypher, but they moved him over to the Killjoy, so there's a bit of room to breathe there. It is just a very straightforward composition. You've got the Sage in there, which has been a comp for Ascent for eons now at this point, so I'm more curious if we see like a KO or a Sky, like the flex role, I suppose, in that composition. If Fnatic try and go, we know that they're going to play Sage, let's play this to try and counter what they want to do.
I mean, Kellogg's had a great performance already on Icebox. Ascent is where you want your Jets to step up, right? So how important, Ryan, do you think it will be for Durka to kind of come online here?
The risk, I suppose, is that he feels that he has to, and then he starts doing what we saw from Yampi earlier, just overextending, trying to overdo it. I think what worked best for him and the performance on Icebox was when he was just playing the default protocoled way alongside Brave. That's where he had much more success. So I don't want to see him go, right, I need to just aim diff this Jet against me. They were pretty much trading out first kills and first deaths across each other, the Kellogg's and Durka battle, but it's more just play the map, play the default, keep it straightforward, because it's Kellogg's that is going to be a bit more on the aggressive side.
I think it's also funny because we started the day, we know, with so many chambers all over the place, and we are literally not expecting anything new from both these teams. As we were mentioning, probably G2 feeling comfortable and they have what they have already tested. But on the side of Fnatic, can we expect, you know, something different, maybe something more surprising? We know that Brave is probably going to be playing on the Sova. Again, we're going to have, as we mentioned, the Battle of the Jets, but maybe, you know, I want some kind of surprises. Also on the side of G2, not a total big fan of the Sage if they're going to play it, but, you know, maybe there's room for surprises still.
I want to see Boaster KO. That's what I want.
Yes, I would love that.
Do you?
I think that if you're a person that's changed your role to be playing on agents like Sky and stuff like that, or Breach, I think it makes sense to move to the one that is having the most impact, which is the KO out of the Sky, Breach, and Sage. I think it's one of those areas where he's probably had a lot of time to get used to it. Everybody else is learning the agent. There's a lot of really nice and straightforward lineups that you can use. I just think there's something about Boaster that would suit that agent, despite not being as insane as Aim in the Shados, for example.
And we've seen how he he has been performing on the Sage. So I'm completely down. I'm in for a treat. I think that he is going to do, if we see him actually picking that KO or maybe a Sky, maybe even Breach, who knows. And he's actually going to enable Dirk. I really want to see how that works because they're on A back on Icebox. They were doing a great job.
I mean, Mini was kind of talking about how he's going to be playing the flasher / support, right? Like specifically, not kind of like he said a Shados or a Soulcast KO, but does it work? Do you think can KO be played in that supportive role?
Trying to think if there's any like really good examples of it. I think so, yeah. I mean, the issue is if you have more of a supportive silver with Brave, you kind of have to be a bit more aggressive on the KO to make it work, right? You've kind of got to like match that balance, the yin and yang of initiators there. So I think that you can't really sit back as passively maybe, but I think there's a lot of utility and setups that you can do from a distance to allow Durka to do all the hard work. Maybe like, because Magnum's been so good on the secondary entry on Icebox, Magnum on KO and then move Boaster over to the Sentinel, that's a complete off-the-wall guess. I have no idea, but it's those kind of things where it's like, Magnum could still do work on the Killjoy supporting Durka. It doesn't have to be the initiator to do the initiating.
I love how we're just assuming that we're going to see the KO still. We do not have that kind of information just yet. We're going to have it in a little bit. But I would love to see it, especially since we've seen this agent develop specifically on this map and all that early control that it gives you and all the windows of opportunity that it opens, especially on the mid-round calling. So even though Fnatic has not been struggling with that on Icebox, it can always be a problem on Ascent, especially because you know that G2 has picked this map because they've played it a lot. They have a lot of experience and you have to bring in something different to the table because they cannot know what to expect from you.
I do wonder if G2 maybe are the ones to switch things up a little bit, maybe add a flasher into their comp because the last time we saw them, like you said, the Sage, some people love it, some people are not so keen.
The thing is, with Sage, of course, you have more room of opportunity. You can do some crazy things with the walls. You can go in and just cover up mid and just go for that B execute. That's going to be so easy. But if you go into that site and you find a Killjoy and all that utility is just going to be on the floor waiting for you, we just got 0 point again.
It's an omen.
Yeah.
Well, it's not. Well. It's a scream, but...
Let's see if we get to split. Okay, let's see if we get to split first.
Anyway, I believe we are heading into Agent Select soon. But Ryan, what about you? Do you think G2, they need to change anything?
I'm certainly on the party of not a fan of the Sage comp, really. And I think Hoodie also struggled on the Sage in the last map too. He didn't really have the same kind of impact. I think it is like the protocols to setting up the roles, the mid-rounding has always been important in Pipson's team. So yeah, it's certainly looking likely that we are going to see what I want to see, and that's a couple of KOs.
These two teams, they can't help the mirror matchups. Yeah. Like on Icebox, they were like, they're like G2 and Fnatic, we got to do our thing. And on Ascent here, we do have 2 KOs and 2 potentially, do you reckon, Kaquka, different KOs in terms of playstyle?
Yeah, probably, because most of the times we see Kellogg's going onto the solo play. We saw him on Xbox, and we've seen him before. He's just going to be covering one angle, but maybe, this adaptation and bringing Hoodie in is going to open a little bit more, the advantages that G2 can create on a map like this one for themselves. So 2 maps, 2 mirror comps. Okay, I'm down.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I think Hoodie could be a mechanical god, but he's certainly on more the spectrum of being more supportive with his Breach and his Silver and stuff when he was on Giant. So yeah, that's kind of like, I want to see who's going to change up the most from the supportive style to be who's going to be the most aggressive out of Hoodie and Boaster.
Yeah. Well, G2 are the favorites here. What would you like to see from the side of Fnatic?
I guess just a bit more of that functionality. I think that the protocols have always been so good with G2 because Pipson, but I also feel like despite Anders not being on this team anymore, you still have those kind of like protocols in place that made Fnatic so good in champs, but that flexibility is back for them as well. It's not so rigid.
Well, 2 changes here with a KO. Both teams have brought it on. Mitch and Tom, I can't wait to see what you make of this.
Yes, indeed. We're going to be jumping on into this KO matchup, Tom. The desk's just been talking about it. I'm excited to get this one underway as well. We've just had a pretty exciting first map. I was happy enough with it.
Yeah.
Right here. I hope we step back towards normality a little bit, though, because things have been weird in some of the rounds with the way they've gone down. Honestly, though, exciting at the same time. So whichever we get, I'll be happy.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Boaster on that KO in particular because he was fragging pretty well when it came to the previous map, and now being given pretty much all the tools he could ever need to try and not only set up his teammates, but maybe give himself a few opportunities to be cheeky. It sounds like a pretty decent choice for him, but yeah, mirror matchups across the board. Both teams making some alterations. Obviously, I think Fnatic's, it's been a very long time since we've actually seen them on this map, so no surprises that there are some changes in there. But yeah, definitely having that double initiate. A lot of information play is going to be going across the maps, looking for those quicker rotations, and by the looks of it, fairly aggressive start.
It certainly does seem that way. Already getting a little bit of information on the players that are outside, expecting to run into a Vova. He's down to 5 HP. He'll make it away towards the rest of the team. At his point, I don't think he's got any more stars left to play with, so that 5 HP is not going to be entirely valuable unless he's in the middle of recovering one, which is obviously possible.
The rest of the team going in towards that A side, but Kellogg's has been left behind into that mid position, trying to catch them as they rotate. Brave, I think he's going for the jump spot. I don't know if he will have seen anything. He hasn't, but it's whiff shots for Kellogg's. That was basically a free kill, and his teammate's gone down on the site to the utility of Magnum.
Oh, look at this. They know that Meadow's down below, but somehow he still survives. Ghost in hand as he gets rushed, and a few too many players to deal with. The door down, stopped his teammates from helping, and with full control and a choke point to hold, that is an easy close for Fnatic. 1-0, they start things out with yet another pistol round.
Yeah, I feel like at some point we're going to get some sort of G2 socials meme about finally winning a pistol round, because they've lost all of them, and it seems like in most of them they've been fairly dominant in favor of Fnatic, able to get off to such solid starts. This is a map that I feel like there was a very small point where it looked like this was going to be something they brought into their map pool a little bit more, and then it just never really came to be. But it looks like we might have a pause coming through.
Yeah, it does appear to be the case. Starting things off strong. But there we go. So a little bit of a technical pause to start things out. Those are my two favorite words. You know that, Tom?
You see them a lot.
I do. You know, once upon a time, Tom, I didn't see any, and it was just Pansy and Hypok. And then you came along, and look where we are. But you know what? As I always say, better to have this in the first round, get it out of the way, and move on with it. Fnatic being 1-0 up, it's another pistol, familiar territory really for G2 to be in, trying to fight back. But remember, they've done a lot of damage in these rounds before. The likes of a Marshall, okay, not going to be as easy to use here on this map, but when it comes to your Sheriffs, you playing those close angles, your crossfires and some of these choke points, they can certainly deal some damage to Fnatic and at least make this a costly round for the team that's invested a decent amount. I do like that Dirk is probably going to stick with a pistol is the only thing, so they can at least afford to lose maybe one player.
I feel like Mel was
in charge of
on purpose.
Yeah, 100%. I was just thinking the same.
I've seen a tweet out a few of them, but it's starting to get a little bit ridiculous, Mel. I'll be honest with you. Like, we might have to have some words after this one.
You'll be sitting her down. All right. Well, yeah, I wouldn't like to get a HR talking to from Tom.
Why's that?
I don't know. I feel like you do everything by the book. You know, you'd keep the minutes and everything. I wouldn't.
Of course, never breaking any rules.
Yep, that's Tom.
But yeah, it's one of those spots where we can't really tell too much about how this is going to be played out by G2. I am intrigued by the fact that after having so much success recently on this map that they've opted to change things up. Like, obviously, still not had a massive amount of time coming through the second qualifier to actually work on anything new. And I guess, as said, like with someone like Hoodie, who I do believe can have these solid performances across multiple different agents, it's going to be quite a lot of pressure moving over from that Sage onto a completely different agent.
Well, Tom, looks like we had some small audio issues, I've been told, on the player's side, but those are fixed on up and they're ready to rock. As you can see, G2 have those pistols, and they're looking to do damage. Brave getting away with his life for now. A lot of these players are low. Over on that G2 side, they all get cleaned up pretty much, leaving it down to just Meadow. And I don't think he's getting away with much. Mystic's being quick and clean. He has got a Spectre, but he's also got the jump on him and very cleanly takes that one out for 2-0.
Yeah, the solid, flawless round as well coming out from Fnatic, so they'll almost be able to play this one as a pure bonus. Just going to be a couple of switches. Interestingly, they're going to throw... I guess they swapped guns because Brave was low on HP, and now they've swapped back to give him back his Bulldog, but yeah, I like the fact that thus far, obviously, again, early rounds of Ascent, not really going to tell us too much, but Brave definitely hasn't looked out of place. And I think coming into such a big team in comparison to who he's played on before, there's a lot of pressure. Like, your first match is versus G2, but come on.
Yeah, definitely stepping up in the world, but as we have to clearly say, he is delivering right now. Doesn't even look like he's competing for a spot, you know? He's cool, calm, and collected. A 2-0 buy round for G2. Weapons in hand as they look to take some of this mid control. And they're going to be caught on their way through. The information's there for Fnatic to play with, but it's unlikely they do anything off the back of it. With the smokes down, your Marshal's not going to be fighting. I don't think you're going to be fighting down mid with a Spectre, although into B main, that fight can be much more favorable, and Evolve is the one tasked with bringing the spike here. This could get messy.
Oh, no. Spike dropped, gun on the floor. Yeah, no one else really available to do anything. I guess they're just going to try and clear out some of the players on this side of the map. But yeah, Spike currently completely under the control of Fnatic. The only real benefit is the fact that there is just that one gun or one valuable weapon that's fallen into the hands of Durka. But look at his position. He's fighting in towards the spawn and almost being used as a bit of a bait, but they do clear him out with the flash. The problem is Mystic is still here, leaving it into a 2v2. And the bigger problem is the amount of time that is left. 20 seconds. If they're going to run in towards this A site, it has to be now. Instead, it's going to be the solo push. Hoodie has 15 HP. He doesn't stand a chance. He's even going to get headshotted. It wasn't needed, but this round is done.
Yeah, Nuki's even called knife out running through mid. That's a free upgraded weapon. ×2. Oh, no, Boaster's not going to reach. He's stuck with a Marshal. Ah, well, worse things have happened. Fnatic have won the third round for the second time. This is in three opportunities. They've won 2. This is ridiculous.
And all of that, it comes down to just weird spike positioning. Like, it was evident that they were going to try and make a move in towards the A site. The rest of the team were all there, and to leave your sort of lurk with the spike, I don't know if there was an eventual plan to move back towards the B site, but it's just an unnecessary risk from G2 that ends up biting them in the back. Now they're all going to go together, try and pick up the pace in towards that A site, but there is already a lot of information. I'm seeing a hell of a lot of suppressed players currently on their side.
Mystic's going to evade that drone. He's done it successfully. And playing even right up close to the fragment. They might not expect him to be here. Great value brought up close, and he's able to get 3 before going down. Nukia, sure, he'll get the trade. They'll retrieve the weapon and look to bring it to sight. But Dirk is there waiting. The shock dart, well, it might be shot, but Nukia gets shot at the same time. 4-0, clean as can be for Fnatic. And I say that, you know, oh, they lost a player. Well, they upgraded their Marshal to the weapon. So, all in all, this is pretty flawless. I mean, look at the credits, Tom. 2 players have got like 8K.
Spike down.
Yeah, 4-0. Similarly to what we saw in the previous map, and this was where G2 came alive. A lot of ultimates close to being online for G2. It's mainly because of getting those ultimate orbs and dying. But hey, I don't think they're going to mind too much as long as it gets those ults online. Kellogg's just racing his way in towards the B site. Only 1 player currently within it as well, so a lot of pressure going to be put initially onto Magnum, and he gets nothing.
Yeah, Boaster wanted to try and help, but he got blocked off by the door. Now when the flash pops, he can't even make it out. He's being tagged up by the drone. There's a fragment blocking. I mean, G2 have got so much utility to buy time here. They're even going to use a lockdown, I guess, just to guarantee that that plant comes through. This should be so easily locked down for the G2 side. I say that. I mean, they still have a bunch of utility to play with, right? But they're using it up very, very quickly. I mean, the knife already gone to try and cancel out the drone.
Are they just going to try and lock them in?
I think they are.
I think, yeah, Brave almost looks to be that sacrificial lamb, waiting to see if he can kill as many players to that spike. Of course, on the other side of things, Mystic was incredibly low, so didn't really want to take too much of a risk. But yeah, they've got to make a cross through this. They had a grab well to slow him down, and although they're going to be vulnerable, I don't know if Mystic's actually going to take this fight whatsoever. So they'll at least get away with the 3 players that they had within. And again, G2 are going to break back with their first round on the board.
Yeah, the pace change there working out perfectly for G2, overwhelming the site, locking them out. And I think that the dash in, honestly, was the game changer there. When you dash in, close that door, it stops Boaster from being able to play in and help his teammates, who are both then kind of isolated because they were both playing for him to be one peeking with them. The other problem is they smoked it, and he was about to pop a flash through as he peeked. And then that's when the door fully closed and he couldn't get anything out to help his teammates who are now stuck on angles waiting for a flash, not being able to have one. Oh, that's a great start. And even without a dash, Durka's out of there, running all the way back to the A site. That is a great opening duel for Fnatic.
And they have a full rotation. There are multiple players here ready in the crossfire, and the trade's coming back thick and fast. Mystic is just going for it. Right click, shot dart might finally clear him out, but it still leaves 2 players standing. Swing back in.
What?
Oh, a little bit shaky. And Nuke almost closing it out, but it's the pistol that will finish the round. Definitely not as clean as it could have been with how Mystic played in the early round, but hey, Fnatic get the round nonetheless.
Wow, impressive stuff. I don't really know how he was able to get that kill on the Boaster in spawn, but this especially. I mean, the call was obviously made that Hoodie was low, so Mystic was taking no risks. Well, except for being stuck down on logs versus Sova. Other than that risk, you know, he was just holding on to his right click, waiting till he was close enough. 5-1 is a strong start for Fnatic. Economy, not as comfy as it once was due to all these losses they've taken. But, well, I guess this isn't even really an opportunity to build it up. G2 have gone pretty aggressive. They've invested fully. Win this, Fnatic have got a great half, but this is so... How? Kellogg's just dashed right into Magnum and somehow didn't die, but eventually he'll fall, and the trades go quickly in favor of G2 as they overrun the site.
Well, that wasn't far away from Brave. Oh! See you later! And he's actually going to pop the ult and kill off Nuke as well. What a play from Brave! And he's just trying to delay the space onto the spike for the flank. That was gorgeous. That was an utterly gorgeous round from Brave.
And they've done it better. Couldn't have. You look at that with 2020 hindsight vision. You know, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. He did everything right.
Change a thing.
It's just so good. G2 calling a pause here, and I can definitely understand where that decision is coming from. I don't think I've seen a Vova have this poor of a start to a map. That's the end of the sentence. I don't think I've seen this before.
It's also, I just like that he puts an extra blast. That is the exact second that was needed for this kill.
Yeah.
I'm just wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. He read that as perfect as could be, and yeah, this Fnatic roster's looking for his. Mystic is 13-4. He is playing a battle Astra, and that is not a sentence I was ever thinking I'd say.
You know, back when Mystic was playing Viper, I fell in love with it right away. This guy's post-plan setups were absolutely unbelievable. The way Fnatic used him for timing on that was also, it was just incredible, honestly. And some of the combinations they had, like on Bind, using the snake bite with the raised nade very early on. This is before that kind of utility. I think they were debuting that kind of utility.
Viper was good.
Yeah, exactly. It was one of the first times we really saw Viper. I think FPX got the crown for that. I'm pretty sure Angel was like consistently pulling it out first.
I think he tried everything though.
That is also true. Yeah. This Angel pioneered every meta. But hey, look, no better man for the job. This is what I was talking about for G2 though. Problems start to arise now losing that round. It's 6-1, likely to be 7. They've only got pistols, but this is where the strategy changes. The pace that previously G2 had a lot of success with a fast-paced round. Well, now that's pretty much the whole game plan. But they are running into the A site where all those Astra Stars and all those Nano Swarms are waiting for them.
They can just pop this as soon as possible. Kellogg's maybe a bit of a surprise, and actually Magnum, now incredibly low on HP, is just going to have to sit towards the back of the site. Mystic goes down as well. This gets scary. The sheer pace that has come through for G2 has made a difference. Now there's a few low players. Shock darts being lined up. Will it get anything done? Seemingly no.
Another through.
Another attempt though.
Yeah, that's not going to land either. A little bit of damage. Hoodie has no HP on the bar. he is 1 health, I think. Very, very close to. That late flank coming through. Sadly, it's an operator, but I mean, just up against these pistols, you'd rather have the rifle. Dirk will do well to find the first. He knows Evova's there. It's communicated over, but the pistols are, it's so many in numbers that they're able to keep on trading. The op of Durka, now good for the one to dash out, but he's not able to escape Nukia. The round will go to G2. They come in with pistols and barely anything invested, and they go out with a victory.
Yeah, I think that's what we call a UK round. Like we're kind of used to it at this point. It's something to get excited by, but the man always seems to just hit that BS meter straight off the scale every round or so. And yeah, 3 kills coming off the back of a sheriff. And yeah, the fact that they managed to still win that without anybody watching the flank, like you kind of look at that position and you think, you know what, Durka, if he has a rifle, I think the round's already over. It's just unfortunate that in that case he had an operator, but the fast-paced play, getting through all of Magnum's utility before he can really activate any of it, and then finding a pick elsewhere. It's a huge round for G2 to win, and a massive boost to their economy at that.
Yeah, it's certainly going to tee things up nicely for G2 if they can manage to come in here, if Fnatic forced by it. And you know, I'm just looking, because Durka had obviously bought an op before we went into this, but I'm reasonably confident he's going to sell that. They might decide to hero op it, but that would just seem like a peculiar decision to me. Still, though, this timeout called so Fnatic can organize themselves. And coming out of it, I'm curious to see what the investment is. To me, it seems like G2 will get a 3rd round for free with a very low investment out of Fnatic, maybe a hero rifle. Oh, okay. They're going to actually get a decently rounded buy with a hero op, a guardian. This isn't bad.
They can still buy next round. Yeah. He just had enough extra credits that he was able to still invest into this and buy into the next round. So even if he just gets a couple of kills and gets towards a Blade Storm, that could also be quite valuable. He's going to be forced off from an early drone, though. Just clearing all of this position, the deep smoke, keeping him back. I say that. He's not really been forced back. There we go. The tag's there. And he's going to get forced out. Oh, I think he'll survive this, just about.
Well, that's certainly going to be Durka counting his lucky stars on that. The Hunter's Fury tossed out for nothing. Brave ready for that flash to come through. So too is Durka. And although he picks up the first, there's still that second player of Brave tucked up close, ready to catch G2 off guard when they make a move. Magnum is even playing inside this smoke, but it's about to disappear. Time to leave the nebula before it fades. The drone going to give away that he's up close. Here's the op rotating in, though. Durka not going to hit the shot. Oh, but the wall bangs for Brave. He's got a Guardian, and he adds 2 and 2 together, realizes, oh, no. This is falling apart for G2, man. Wall banged op through a smoke. They don't deserve this.
30 seconds left.
No, I feel like it's just their defaults at the moment. They're just getting caught off by all these ridiculous plays coming through from Fnatic. The fast-paced round worked because there was no opportunity for them to be had, and well, they're trying to scope out the site before they actually get into an afterplant. Fact is, though, I'm looking at that lockdown. It's not something that in most rounds you'd expect to use in this sort of case, but I wouldn't even mind it for Fnatic just to guarantee everything. They've spotted Nuka. They're pushing in onto Meadow, and Nuka's just got to save.
And they just popped down the utility, dragged them off the site, stopped them, and revealed them as well. So he had a choice. You either get dragged into the alleyway, revealed, and spammed, or you plant. And or knife out. Sorry, running over to the gen, right, to stay in cover. But in that case, you don't plant, and then you run out of time. Really well handled. That was... I mean, he'd hit him with the drone, right? So... It was being revealed up nice and easy. 7-2. Impressive stuff for Fnatic. You know, they lost that eco round, but now they've come back and managed to make up for it at least, maintaining their heavy lead and putting G2 into a very uncomfortable position where they now have to play with a hero rifle, a hero op, and a few pistols.
Okay.
That was brave.
Okay. A bit of a risk taken there, that's for sure. And, well, not the start that they were looking for. Kellogg's a freebie kill as well on the swing. And, well, this has quickly gone into an advantageous position for G2, a huge one at that. They're even going to use themselves the Cosmic Divide? Did he cancel it? He did. And well, I guess never mind. If everybody's just going to keep swinging into Magnum, it becomes easier swinging into Kellogg's, it becomes easier by the second.
It does start to feel like, you know, when you're looking at G2's aggressive success, they really thrive when the round is in chaos. And then when Fnatic are able to slow things down and sort of wield the round, I think that they're far and above G2 when it comes to structured play and slow play. But when it comes to getting in your face, G2, I mean, they're discovering in every single one of these rounds that they're winning, the key is the pace being quick. It's getting up in Fnatic's face, and they don't seem to have any answer to that for the time being.
Yeah, I guess a lot of that comes down to just letting those individual players loose, like Nuke finding kills with the pistol, Kellogg's doing the same. But again, they've fallen back into more of a default style round, waiting outside A, taking a little bit of mid control, also watching for any sort of B push in the hands of Avova, and they might be about to walk straight into Durka. Is he even going to move? I thought he was just going to sit there. It would have been the ballsiest thing I've ever seen, but no, they are going to force him off the angle.
This KO ult's making it quite clear that the intention is to go to the B site. They're seeing him move his way on over. Now, still tucked in is Brave, but they're ready for him. Pre-fire came through, and Nuke wins out the duel. Boaster going to try to pick off what little he can, but eventually it comes time to group with teammates. 3 coming through B main. Now, that is a peculiar strategy, but they've been heard. Oh, they've well and truly been heard now.
Definitely. Yeah. But how many can Kellogg's get? That's the real question, and the answer is absolutely nothing. In fact, Hoodie's gone down as well, and they have a lockdown. In that afterplant scenario, Nuke knows he has to try and push this. He needs to fight for this round, and if he gets this next kill, he actually has a chance to break the lockdown, but instead he's caught from Mystic, the last man standing to catch him just before he solo won that round for his team. And Fnatic instead will have their 8th.
For a second, I was thinking Fnatic had maybe committed a little bit too heavily to that, a round that they'd mostly had tied up by the looks of things. But yeah, then you remember that Nuke is still alive. You remember the team that they're up against. You look at that roster and go, oh, it's one of them? Yeah, let's use the ult. That is nasty.
I cannot use that.
Big ol' round from Boaster. As we said, you know, he's been hitting the DM. He's been hitting those shots right here in this series, at least.
So close. It was just the fact that Mystic just waited behind. Like, the fact that he was just playing it patient and knowing that he has to go for that lockdown, that kill almost becomes as free as can be. But it was damn close from Nuke to actually win that one back. And because of that, there's definitely some pieces missing here for Fnatic. Kellogg's instead is going to throw in the Blade Storm, and he actually has a Bucky alongside it as well. So I think there's a lot of us hoping he doesn't run out of knives.
And they've got wine clear. Lockdown coming into effect as well as quick trades go down on short. G2 are going to quickly move to site. Thunder's Fury to push Mystic out of position. It's going to work. It's going to take him down as well. He was stuck in the middle of site, and Boaster can't get out alive. Well, he can get out. He's got cover. I thought Meta was going to run it all the way down. Now they're going to once again move together. It worked in the last round, and it started out the same way with Boaster picking up the opening. Tom getting a little bit worried here. Avova's very low in HP as well.
Again, it seems like a lot of this comes down to how Nuke is going to be able to play it. Hunter's Fury already used in the round and the pop flash to take that extra space, and this time there is nothing that he can do. It's going to be the 9-3, and there's one thing that actually I was a little bit surprised by, because so Meadow takes that position outside the door, right? But then they've heard the door close, and then he puts an alarm bot down. It's like, well, I'm sorry, bub, but they know you're there now. Yeah. And I know that it's obviously just like, it gives him the position, it makes them vulnerable as they walk past, but it's like, if he doesn't do that, he has a surprise. Instead, he's sat in a corner, and they're going, well, he's there.
Yeah,
I've just seen him put it.
I do think as well, in such a narrow situation, you know, splitting in through the door, it is a huge risk, and putting down the turret in that situation almost guarantees your death, because they know you're isolated. They're going to try to come and fight you, exactly as they did. I guess just lapse of judgment in the moment. I've no doubt that, you know, sitting back, Meadow's probably like, shouldn't have pushed that door. But these are the things you'll learn after you do them. 9-3. It's a powerful spot for Fnatic to play from. And more so when you remember this team has won every pistol round so far. 3 out of 3. They're undefeated this year in pistols. So G2, well,
Would he
have a big
push
task.
behind that util? He tried to take him out as they were denied by that space and just got shot in the face for it. And now there's a reaction, a push straight through mid. Oh, they've opened themselves up. I don't know how that's the shot he connects, but keloqz doing what's needed of him. It is the battle of the Jets, though. Kaquka is going to go running through the smoke and meets his demise. Mystic has traded out onto keloqz and leaves just 2 players standing. The problem is, I think they want to fall back here, but Magnum's already in the site.
Yeah, and that spike's going to be down. Great shock dart. Avova left on a sliver of health, but he connects the headshot far too quickly. Brave has a player up close to deal with that. He can't even connect the shot. Avova pulls a Neo on that one. How does he dodge every single bullet? It's 9-4. G2 have picked up a pistol.
0 kills. He had 0 kills going into that round.
Oh, yeah. I did say he had a bad start. I think he was like 0-7 at that point, but that's it's a rocky first half.
He's back.
Hey, but look, honestly, at the point where you've got 3 rounds, like it's like a silver matchmaking thing. You go like, it's your fault you haven't got a kill. It's like, bro, there's other people who have like 3. You know, it's not making that much of a difference. Me here with my utility supporting you. Well, that shouldn't happen.
Okay. I don't know if I've seen that before. Just a straight collab with the Guardian.
No shields.
All right, G2 are getting into it now. They're getting into it. Hoodie's starting to step up to the plate. We've seen a round come out from Avova as well. Obviously, in this case, well, normally you say a team has bought nothing. It looks like Fnatic have actually bought nothing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They're coming in here, conceding this round completely. It's something that it's very team dependent, whether it's actually worthwhile going for that second round or not. I think it's something that, you know, even investing into sheriffs for a lot of teams at this level will make sense because they can win a lot of duels. But I think it speaks towards the respect that they're giving to G2, that they don't come in here and go, oh yeah, we'll win this one easy. With sheriffs, they're like, let's play the long game. Let's try to take it all the way. Don't let the 9-3 curse catch up to us.
I think also it's also just the fact that I think Fnatic have a lot of confidence in their full buys, which is normally a sign of what I would say is a better team. Like you might be very good pistol players, but your full buys are the bread and butter of the game. If you're confident that you can win those, then you don't really need to take the same level of risks going into these sort of force buy pistol rounds, especially if you don't have a plant. So we are going to see the rifles now bought up. Still not a bad purchase, though, on the other side of things. Like Guardian, Bulldog, even a rifle in there as well in the mix of the Phantom. So this is not like the easy sort of bonus round that you might normally play against. And this is bold from G2. They've taken full mid control.
Well, it's a good thing they have because they've lost their A control. Ravwell attempt into the nano swarms, but it's all a distraction to allow Meadow out. He's good for 1, so is Hoodie, and the numbers stick in G2's favor. keloqz wants to get a little bit more, and that he does. These weapons are being absolutely ruined by the weaker weapons of G2, by the utility of this defensive side. An opportunity here for Boaster. Perhaps he's going to be blinded up, uses that chance to reload and trade out his teammates. No idea where the last player is, though. It's Avova, who stuck his way around from long, but now he's given away his position. Boaster has the info to play with. The knife goes down, no utility, but Avova has his gun, and that's all he needs. 6 rounds for G2, and a player who has had one of the worst starts to a map that I have ever seen from him is now right back in it. No longer bottom of the scoreboard.
Boaster still, though, looking fierce in clutch situations. Like, that was a 1 versus 3 that I never should have been that close. Came down to just the 1v1 versus Avova and a single stray bullet, and he closes that. Still, though, that's a bonus round. So for G2, huge. Like, even though it's only 1 player surviving, they now purchase back up with all the rifles they could possibly want. And I'm liking what they're doing with this initial denial from Hoodie. Just making sure that they can't possibly push that, or if they do, that happens.
And then there's late shock darts coming in. There's the drone as well, just to get that extra info. Hell, Hoodie's killing them with his classic. Doesn't give a damn. And he's getting the ace to close things out. A nice way to get yourself back into the game. 9-7. G2 are hot on the heels of Fnatic. That lead not looking as secure as it once was. And this is the... I mean, look, it's what the community will refer to as the 9-3 curse.
Oh, no.
But it's 4-0 in the half. We saw Fnatic have this start earlier, but it does not mean that it continues this way as we get another buy round on the board. And this is where ults start to come into it as well.
Yeah, a lot of them close to being online, and well, on the other side of things, G2 building up quite a bank alongside it. Kellogg's looking to try and get a little bit more aggressive. They're going to disable his dash, and in fact, he's just going to run out of there. Gets caught a little bit. They've been able to tag him, they have, and he's just going to sit back, try and fall away, but that is well played by Fnatic. All the opening duels going in their favor. Mormeadow finally gets one back for the defensive side, but it might be too little too late.
It may well be. They know exactly where he is. They're just buying time, though, allowing that plan to come through so they can get on with it, play into this 4v2 in their crossfires, and wait. Run that clock down while Magnum makes his way up behind. I mean, look, they don't have to take any fights, and they don't. Hoodie peeking out, got shut down. And then eventually, a little peek into Meadow to close it. 10-7, double digits hit. Fnatic, well, they're only three away from closing out this series 2-0.
I really do like the little bait plays that Fnatic are doing, like that updraft, just to try and get him to focus in on that position, and then the other player comes in from behind. It's just cool little things that they're doing. But yeah, 10-7, huge entry kills coming through, but also they just had all the utility there to force Kellogg's into an awkward spot. And that was one of the things that I think almost changed the map in Icebox, was the fact that they were losing so many duels to him and having to fight back in scenarios that when Kellogg stopped basically just dominating, the map became quite a bit easier for Fnatic. For now, though, he's going to have another operator online. Financially, G2 is still in an all right spot, and they've already got that B control and a player facing into mid, so I feel like Fnatic are going to have to try and reclaim some space here.
There's definitely a lot of risks associated with these late round rotates when you don't have anything around middle, when you've got all these blind spots. And we've already seen them be punished. I think that's where Fnatic are going to be very conscious, because remember, Kellogg's just pushed down mid one round with a Sheriff and completely ruined them because they had left mid open like that. Now Fnatic are playing this much more turtley. They've got a player watching for B and mid with that utility. And this is going to be a nice, comfortable A hit with a late lurk coming through from Magnum. Thing is, though, at Cosmic Divide, it makes things much easier for them not having to worry about the door, but there are already players pushed past it, and they weren't ready for that, but Evova's whiffed. Luckily, his slack is picked up by the rest of the team.
Yeah, with how much space they had, the rotations could come in that little bit early, and, well, Magnum's left almost just trying to save a gun here. Not really any chance for him to actually win the round. Solid crossfires out from G2. And yeah, sure, it didn't go great for Evova, but it's just how they've got so much utility set up outside A. And then they've got, on the other side of the map, Hoodie locking down those initial B control. I feel like it's going to come down to the point where Fnatic have to battle for middle control. Because in that round, they almost left it that little bit more open and tried to just dry push in. And well, they're facing through all of the utility and more than half of the team.
Well, there you go. Rifle is going to be safely escorted through to the next round, but for the rest of Fnatic, it won't be a problem. They've got their nice buy-up. They've got everything they want. G2, I feel like on the defensive side so far, you know, they're really allowing Fnatic to make a lot of the moves. And it's weird because in some rounds you've got Kellogg's pushing mid like with that Sheriff, but on the buys, aside from peaking the angles on range, they're not getting as aggressive as I was expecting they would be. Just knowing G2.
It's the same setup again. This time though, Fnatic have waited out a lot of that early utility. And they're actually going to throw in a drone on the G2 side by the looks of it. Almost just trying to bait things out. The swing, though, it's only going to be one for Hoodie. Nuclear looking like he wants to try and reface into this angle. Because this is the main control they've had throughout the map. And I'm almost glad at this point that we're seeing Fnatic finally fight for it.
Yeah, I realize, you know, I said aggression. I'm thinking more about middle, you know, getting down there, splits through, bar that one round. McCulloch's, they've been pushing B main pretty much every round. They've been fighting for that, making Fnatic pay for that kind of control. But now it's G2 that pay, because, you know, as time goes on, this map, it doesn't get any smaller. They've got the same amount of players to defend it. Fnatic can just group up, hit the one site, and roll the dice, potentially have that advantage to play with. Going to be the crossover on mid, and Fnatic definitely setting their eyes on A site, but there's so much here for G2 to defend.
Need that back.
30 seconds left. All of this utility still set up in position. Does actually get denied a little bit, but they've got the lockdown. They put it in. However, it's a side swipe onto Avova. He's eliminated almost instantly, and they're still going to stick out this plant. They're just going to try and stay within, and by the looks of it, only one player is going to get detained. Now they have that Cosmic Divide almost working in their favor, holding back this rotation just for that little bit longer. But it has a line to start the defusal. They've almost tried to set it up. It won't matter, though. A nice idea from the side of G2. But this time, the execution of Fnatic was too good.
And it was. And the funny thing is, you know, as you said, 30 seconds on short. They run into that utility, the alarm bot's hitting them. You've got a nano swarm exactly where Durka dashed into, but the timing was slightly off on it. Still, it looked like things were going to be good because the utility ultimately, although it didn't kill Durka, it didn't damage him that much, it did stop his teammates from pushing with him, which was the important thing. Avova, though, behind the box on A, did he forget his headset? Well, what happened? He didn't hear the steps, and maybe it was amidst all the commotion with he was just coming out of astral form, put the Cosmic Divide down, and I guess all those sound cues hitting him at once. Remember, you coming out of Cosmic Divide's kind of loud, right? Makes like a loud whooshing noise. There's gunshots. There's the divide. Yeah, he doesn't hear those steps. That cost them the round pretty much. Yeah, allowing Durka, the thing that they had set up to counter was Durka being able to dash in, and then he was able to dash in. It's like, it really does just mess up your day.
Again, we've seen this utility spam into B, but as said, Fnatic have started to just wait, be a little bit more patient, and then deny the drone for information. So although there's going to be these late shock darts, Fnatic aren't actually really challenging for this control. They're almost just trying to play this in the early round as if, okay, you can't now gamble. You can't take those rotations back in the other direction.
Oh, wow. We said G2 have been fighting for B main control. This round's a little bit more passive from them in it. But as they shoulder peek in, a lot of players are spotted. They now know there's a bunch of enemies in here, but that doesn't deter Nuki either. He's just going out for it, and he's winning them. He's already got 2 inside the lockdown, dealing so much damage. G2, they've got a leg up in this, but they have lost the sight. Don't. Oh, Kellogg's, you lunatic!
No way! He actually gets away with that. The swing through, and then Boaster can't do anything either. Mystic has at least managed to drop him, but he's also being flanked and still obviously suppressed. Tries to bait someone into a swing, but it doesn't work out. Good hold from the side of G2, but more so, well played by Nukia.
So I'm pretty sure if you're downed as a KO and it goes to the next round, correct me if I'm wrong here, you still keep your weapon, I think. Because I always assumed you would sort of die. But if the round ends and you're not dead, I think you carry it through, which is interesting. Because I was going to say they eco-resed him, but I guess they just resed him. Just nice dudes.
Just friendly.
Good teammates.
This has damaged Fnatic a lot, though. I'm still looking at that Blade Storm on Durka, and, well, we all know that that can completely change the round. Again, though, they're expecting this same sort of setup, but with no utility put in early into B main, you can see a little bit more hesitance, and because of that, Hoodie's now gained some space into mid. Pushing through this smoke, we've already seen how that goes for Brave on the previous half. It's probably not the best of ideas, but holding within it might be able to stop some of those early pushes.
Here.
Very, very drawn out round with a minute left. Barely any action going down as Hoodie receives almost 150 through the wall. The headshot, I'm pretty sure connected, but he's alive and he's out of there. Getting aggressive at just the right time. Kellogg's has such a good read of like how his opponents are breathing on the map, right? When they start to extend out, he perfectly times that with when he's pushing, and catching them off on a really consistent basis. It's incredible, sort of game sense that he's got to work with.
Oh, he actually activated the nano swap just before he gets suppressed. It's going to be the pot flash from Boaster, but it hasn't caught over in the corner. And again, this crossfire on the A site is ever so deadly. It leaves Mystic alone. And by the looks of it, well, he's at least going to get himself one.
10 seconds
I don't think there's going to be anything else.
Well, there we go. Closed out nice and neatly, 11-10, and you see why. 9-3 scoreline. You win the pistol as that team at 3, and all of a sudden it's kind of winnable if you're going on to the defending half here on Ascent, right? It very much depends. If it was flipped around and Fnatic had gotten the opportunity to play defense now with 9 rounds, you know, a little bit of a different story for sure. But that's one thing that I think a lot of people in Valorant, and I think it took us a long time coming from CS, that you really have to realize this game, you can come back in this game. It's a lot more common than it would be in others.
Well, yeah, I think momentum is far worse, for sure, for the team that's on the other side of it, because ultimates are going to come up a lot more for the team that are winning a lot of these rounds, and the economy game, I mean, you can get some pretty nasty streaks going. Kellogg's with early aggression, but I think he has looked a little bit more tempered in his aggression. Like, he will fall back and not take anywhere near as many risks. We're seeing multitude of Hunter's Furies thrown out. The counter seems to have worked better, and while Brave is only going to manage one, it is a slaughter on the B site. And while Brave with his only kill, nice kill onto Avova. This might actually give him a path back on towards the A site. Of course, there's still a lot of utility available there that could at least slow him down a little bit. And with the rotation, more of that's going to become active, but he's going to go past.
You know, all the way through, they might not expect him here just yet. Although, look, they've slowed down. They're being cautious. They know the control they've given up. Good read by G2 and really well handled round. 11-11, we are tied up, and G2 have a chance to bring us to map 3. This was always known as G2's map, but I mean, not much remains of that of that era. In fact, nothing does anymore.
And while Fnatic are now going to take themselves a pause, like they need to try and fix something here, because the last few rounds, not only have G2 had an incredible read, but their utility has been on point. They've been able to leave pretty much everything from Killjoy over on that A site every single round. And that's the thing, when you have a Killjoy, a lot of the time you talk about how you're going to rotate that player and switch their spots, but G2's defensive hold is so good they don't need to. They're doing well on this B site, locking it down with KO utility in combination with Sova, and so they haven't had to take any of those risks. The only player that's really done anything of the sort is Kellogg's, because he's just roaming the map and looking for fights. So Fnatic need to try and find a way in, and at the moment, I would say the only way that they've found anything is through mid.
Yeah, essentially. I'm seeing a lot of pings go down on the map in mid, so they might have a similar idea. In this round, it looks like decision has been made to play this one light. A Guardian in the hands of Brave, a Stinger for Durka. Obviously likes it with Durka's dashing action. This should be G2's round. We most likely are looking at 12-11. Fnatic are going to do their best to make this one count. And as we said, the rifle of Brave F is the one that we're looking at to do most of the damage.
Oh, the crossfire in mid. Solid. They were ready for this sort of play, watching in that direction. They have, however, caught Hoodie, and if somehow these trades work out in their favor, well, maybe there's a chance. The problem now is the position of the spike. Marvova's got a little hidey hole to sneak into. Meadow even is going to close out the round, and G2 have themselves a 12.
Now match point. I mean, from 9-3 to this, definitely not what most people would have expected, but defensive side Ascent, G2 win pistol. Well, we knew the possibilities were there, but fair play nonetheless for bringing us all the way back. One last chance for Fnatic to close this out, at least to bring us to an overtime and attempt to do it there. Otherwise, we'll be going all the way on to map 3, which, as you can see on the top of your screens, will be split to decide between these two teams. And that's if G2 win this round. We have got Odin coming out. Thank you, Nuki, for kicking it off.
Yeah, I saw him spend a lot of cash, so I wonder if he's got a backup gun just in case that doesn't work out. Pop flashes through mid, Cosmic Defiant thrown in as well. Of course, the information's still going to be there, but they should expect this alarm bot at this stage. Even still, though, they will know that he's there. Avova trying to play on the edge of it. They know that realistically, the spike plant, if it is going to come in, they have to go through, and Darker just takes his head clean off. There's a swing out from Kellogg's, though, and he brings it back into their favor. A second and a third as well, as it's now just one man standing in Boaster. It looks like we are heading to split, as he will be caught.
Wow, of all the times to step it up like that, Kellogg's really chose his moments. We enjoyed a lot of this guy's defensive side operator getting aggressive and finding those duels, but wow, a flashy way to close things out. 13-11, map number 3 to come up, and with the way things have been going, I don't think there's a clear favorite coming into that one. This is the series we were really hoping we would get.
Yeah, and I'm loving the resilience we're seeing from G2. Like, again, we saw in the last map, 4-0 down, managing to bring things back in that first half. We've seen it here, like in a bad spot, losing the initial pistol, 9-3 down going into the second half, which I feel like Ascent is never one of those maps where we're expecting 2 dominant halves over on that defensive side. But again, we've seen G2 do it and bring it to that third and final map. Exactly where we wanted to be, Mitch.
Well, Tom, we are out of time here because we're going to go to a third map. We got to take a little bit of a break. So we're going to toss over to a break. When we come back, Analyst Desk is going to break everything down that we just saw and let you know what they think about Split, the decider in this series. We'll see you soon.
I'm legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious. I'm legendary. I'm legendary. I'm legendary.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Time slows down when it can get no worse. I can feel it running out on me. I don't want these to be my last words. All forgotten, 'cause that's all they'll be. Now there's only one thing I can do. Fight until the end like I promised to. Wishing there was something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. What do you see before it's over? Blinding flashes getting closer. Wish that I had something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die. This could be the day I die for you. like there's nothing I can do. This could be the end, it's mine to choose. It's taken me my lifetime just to prove. This could be the day I die for you. Don't let it be the day.
Well, this wouldn't be an El Clasico, a true rivalry without things getting a little bit closer. Of course, we're heading to map 3, but before that, let's talk about what we saw on Ascent. Much better from G2, Ryan.
Yeah, a bit of a rough start again, but it was just the fact that they were able to sort of adjust. We wanted to see what Hoodie could do on the KO. On the defensive side, super aggressive stuff, the ability to take space to be a threat, and it really made Fnatic's attacking side really awkward. Despite them being 9-3 up, they couldn't find those last few rounds to close this out.
Yeah, and if we start talking about that attack, you know, we were talking when we were watching it on the green room, maybe the lack of that Sage was giving G2 not that much comfort when they were, you know, walking onto mid and getting that control. Maybe it's too, you know, too big of a classic to just use that Sage wall to gain that control and nobody pushing you from the defender spawn. But, you know, we saw that Lux, maybe when they got that first entry kill, they felt more comfortable into the rest of the round. But Fnatic moving as a unit, you know, playing around all the utility that they had for the retakes was enough for them to get enough rounds. Now, when we move on to Fnatic's attack, something was lacking, something was missing. Hoodie was almost always playing for that early control over B main, and it looks like Fnatic didn't want to play, or at least try to play around the timing of that KO. It still wasn't enough, and maybe overcommitting too much onto that side.
I don't think Kaquka that they got onto Hoodie and Nuki's side once. I don't even think they touched the floor of those two sides. Yeah, but they had that on lockdown.
Both to touch it once and he got on his knees.
Insta kill. Yeah.
He was using his ultimate. So yeah, of course it was a very tough one. We need to think also that even though their attack was very rough, probably was not the outcome that G2 was expecting of this map. They decided to go for this. Obviously, it's for the defense, but I'm not getting the feeling that I was getting on the first map. You know, it's still, I felt like G2 was just going to be superior here.
It was just a far too many few rounds where Fnatic were able to sort of go, and even some of the rounds where they were able to execute, it was on the back of ultimates, like the KO, for example, using a null command to get in on the site. They tried it with Cosmic Divides as well, with Mystic. It was that they could sort of clear sites if, say, Meadow was playing on A or Vova, who was down and bad in the first half. It was their ability to just sort of clean it up and have nice post plants, but the rest of it was just G2 saying, you can't come through. They were mowing them down in the chokes.
There were some clean reactions from Fnatic, and it's same as we saw on Icebox. For example, when G2 decided to use that lockdown and the Cosmic Divide, and the instant reaction from Dirk was just like, I'm just going to dash in and catch someone that has to be playing onto side. So it was around that goes for them. But you mentioned that Abova having a dreadful first half, not a single kill. But then the pistol round for the defense comes in. He gets 3. He starts feeling comfortable as well. And we see the true potential of what was, I would say, one of the best controls of last year.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Kellogg's being a big win condition, but Kaquka, Nuki, how good was Nuki? You could, like I said, you couldn't even get past the entrance to his side.
Exactly. That was one of the reasons why it was my player to highlight at the beginning of the day, because I think it's all the work that he puts onto the server. As I said, also picking up the IGR role. As you mentioned, it is impossible to walk onto Nuki's side, not only because he has all the aim in the world, he's also had the support of his teammates. And we're seeing here on the stats, 293 for a Sova is something that only Nuki can do.
It felt like for G2, it was a pick your poison kind of thing. Like you can either come B and face up against Hoodie and Nuki that would be super aggressive, or you can go A, where there's so much like Killjoy and Astra utility waiting for you, and in between you've got Kellogg's being on multiple angles with the operator. Fnatic couldn't make a choice, it felt, without suffering from one side of the spectrum there.
Yeah, and also if we go back a little bit onto who they play in on that KO, I think this was just like a first test because we didn't see a lot of, like elasticity. And when we talk about how they were approaching it on the defense, as I said, taking too much maybe concern about that B lobby, that's what he was doing with the Sage. But we saw a couple rounds that I think he was pushing with Kellogg's onto mid. So I think this is literally just a play test a little bit for G2 onto what we're going to see in the future. I think it was a good map for Hoodie. Of course we are when we're talking about the defense.
How much of a concern do you guys think this is for Fnatic though? Because on paper, you kind of give away the 9-3 lead, but we got to remember that on Ascent, taking the 9-3 on defense it's pretty usual. It's normal. It's not like a massively problematic thing for G2.
Yeah, it's workable, right?
Yeah.
Like you can still be 3-9 down and still pull it back as we saw from G2. I think Split, the fact that it can be very similar in that capacity is a bit of a worry. It's more on the mental side. How much can Fnatic bounce back on it? There were some glimmering lights. I think Brave again had another great map with just the smart plays, the wallbang angles he had, some of the utility that was coming out. So I'm curious again, like KO, as you sort of pointed out in the break, like is a map that we saw Split KO being picked on, right? So I wonder if Boaster's going to do more of the same, whether they're going to switch it up. It's a map where you don't typically play Silver. So what's Brave going to pick?
Yeah, I'm really curious. Are we going to have the controller? Is he actually going to be an initiator? Maybe we see a little bit of a Sage. And of course, I think that for G2, it has to be completely different in the sense that we're going to see Nuki, and I think that is going to be on a race.
Yeah, I mean, Nuki on a raise, I feel like is something that everybody should be scared about. But the concerning thing with Split is the last time we saw Fnatic in a similar position where they kind of had a very close map 1 and map 2 and they had to force into a map 3, Ryan, it was Split. If we cast our mind back to that Crew series, and it wasn't good. It just wasn't good.
Yeah, and it was the fact that you're sort of getting upset a little bit. I don't think it's necessarily that G2 is going to come in and sort of have that upset win against Fnatic in the same way that Crew did. But yeah, it's being able to like pull it back to have that kind of response. And who is going to lead them out the pack? Is it Durka that has to put on again that huge performance? Well, is that more of a risk that he's trying to overcompensate in some areas? Magnum's had a really quiet series. What can he do on this map when he's sort of playing Essential? It could be the Viper, for example. I think this is the map where we see every team playing their own comp. There's no everybody plays this style or that style. Everybody has their own take on it. And Fnatic kind of led with their early Chaos stuff that we saw from them.
Yeah, completely. And I think that Brave has been fitting in and completing his role today. So I'm really happy that he's having a great debut. I still want to see where his place is on this split.
Could be sober. Who knows?
No, okay.
We're not
going there. We're not going there. Okay?
It's a very CIS thing, though.
It is a very CIS thing. We've seen it. Yeah.
Also, I'm wondering if we're going to see any changes coming in from G2, because we were mentioning maybe not having enough time to play with Kellogg's, and knowing that you're leaving this map open and you actually decided as well that this was going to be the decider after 2 bans. So maybe we're going to see something different. I still expect that that double duelist, but maybe it's time to get rid of the Omen. I still like it.
I like the Omen.
Yeah, I like it too.
I'm a big fan of the Omen. I hope that's the one thing they actually keep. Where do you weigh in on this, Ryan?
On the Omen specifically,
yes.
I mean, it could suit either team, because I think Avova is the kind of person that could find space with it. Like, it's a bit more aggressive, right? But Mystic's sort of been more of the same. Mystic's Viper's been so good, though, that you could sort of play that, have Boast to move over to, like, the Astra, play double controller there, have some kind of system going on in that capacity. So, yeah, I mean, it's just there's so many different combinations that they could do. I just think it's whatever is kept most simple and what's leaning into the strength that's working. Like Boaster's KO was fine. It wasn't as pivotal as, say, Hoodies, for example. Yes. So moving away to something more like the Sage, straightforward, something that they can set defaults around and play simply with, I think that's the play for Fnatic.
Yeah, let's go back to the fact that G2 knew that they were going to be playing against Fnatic today for, like, let's say, a good enough time, okay? They knew that probably they were coming in with the double controller. So here's the thing. Do you really want to play a map with only one flash, being that the paranoia, and knowing that you're going to have to go across so much utility from the other side? Is that where you're going to rely on the aggression of your duelist just going in with one single flash? Is it going to be enough?
I mean, I wouldn't hate seeing Hoodie back on KO again for this map. I mean, he did really well on Ascent, so maybe we see that. But I want to quickly talk about the overarching storyline of this. We spoke in Group A about how important that top seed is and how it ultimately probably does come down between Gambit and Team Liquid. How do you guys feel about this match? How much do you think this will be an advantage for the team that wins when it comes to wanting that #1 seed in their group?
I think it's important for both of them because if we look at the 4 teams that came from Champions, let's say the Fnatic has been like the most quiet one. So of course for G2 is very important because of the way that they qualify and, you know, and not having Mixwell and the story around them themselves. But for Fnatic, I feel like they need them more than G2.
Ooh, it's more of a case of you've got Ascend and Guild in this group too. Like it's the difference between qualifying and not qualifying. It's a shame to say that like in the first day and in the first series for these guys, but knowing that they have to deal with Ascend and then Guild in upcoming weeks. I don't know the schedule off the top of my head, but it could be next week that they have some big games to deal with. Starting off on the right foot is good, not only to have that momentum going into that series, but also just to make sure that you keep your head above water, because this group is very tight with teams that could quite surprise people.
So you're not even thinking about Seed 1 right now, Ryan. It's for these 2 teams because
survival.
I mean, the chances of both of them qualifying at the end of the 5 weeks over one of Ascend and Guild. What do you make of that, Ryan?
It's the fundamentals, right? It's not so much, hey, we beat G2. It's more what we're working with works. We know it works against those top teams. Whereas if you're on the losing side, say, for example, Fnatic look at their Ascent and go, it didn't work, back to the drawing board. We need to think of something else. We need to avoid being anti-stratted by X team that's coming up next week, for example. It's more the mental side of what we have works. How do we adapt and change it up? Or what do we double down on to make this stronger?
I think, you know, you also have that window of opportunity when you lose a map to actually see what wasn't working so you can fix it onto the next week if you want to approach the map in a different way. And maybe, you know, during this weekend you find something that you're like, okay, maybe if we play the map this way, it will be working better for us. Of course, the split is going to be a tough one. I'm really concerned about G2's attack because on the previous encounter, again, we saw on map 1, Fnatic taking both pistols. And if it goes the same, just like it was for G2 against Tenstar, and only getting 2 rounds on the attack, it's going to be a tough one.
I'm kind of concerned about both of their attacks.
Yes.
Yeah, I think both of them, they need to have a really good attack.
But with the double controller, you still have more room to change things up. It's like, for example, when you're playing on maps like Haven, where you're like, okay, things are not working on this side, but there's so many opportunities no matter what comp you're playing. I feel like when you're playing that double controller, there's so many things that you can do both on the attack and the defense that even if for 5 rounds things are not working, you still have a lot on your book that you can pull out.
Yeah, I think for me, like Split, it's less on the attacking side, it's more the defense. Like, how much can you have defensive aggression on B main to push with like an Astra suck? Yeah, like being able to like push on A main if you have a breach with stuns, like we see from Big, for example. It's those, how obvious are your plays and how successful are they being? Because I think the defensive aggression out of G2 was great. The pushing down mid, not only with Kellogg's with the ult, but sometimes Nucky, but also like B main, fighting. Obviously, Hoodie was there quite a lot. And just one side being a bit more aggressive, the other side being passive, and using that to sort of dictate and influence where Fnatic's going to go, because it's all the mental battles at that point.
I mean, we are heading into Agent Select in just a minute, shortly. I want to see where you think Brave is going to be playing, because he only plays the Sova. They signed him onto this team specifically to play the Sova, but as you know, Kaquka, Split is not really a Sova map.
Yeah, on my side, I would like to see him maybe playing on the Astra, because I really like how Boaster did on the KO. I think it's still great practice for him. Maybe it's not the right moment to practice anymore, but I think that he did good enough and he could have the team playing around him in such a good manner that if he pulls it out also on Split and he needs to feel comfortable playing the Agent.
I was going to say, like, it probably most comfortable on something like a Sage, which is what the hover pick is telling us.
Yeah, okay.
Boaster on the KO, again, is sort of a good look. Of Over's over on that.
Magnum on the Viper?
It makes sense. I've seen so many players. I spoke to many about this as well, like just the matchup in the roles, right? Because Magnum is a Sentinel player. Because you already have the Astra, the Viper is going to play very differently, like holding on to a site like Anchorage. So despite Magnum going up against Meadow, Viper versus Cypher, they are going to play in similar ways. I'm just wondering where Magnum's going to be playing. We see a lot of like Nats play from mid, for example, with the toxic screen sort of post towards there, and then the orb right on the ground as we've just passed on the flyover. I'm curious if it's going to be that. And Avova, well, it's how punchy G2 can be on their attack, because you can't reach the rest of the map like Astra.
Yeah. It is a concern to me because you have the Sage wall, you have the 0 point, you have the toxic screen, everything that you can pull out of an Astra. You're only lacking the breach, but I think the KO, it's good enough. It's really concerning to me because as G2 is going to be starting on the attack, if Fnatic starts, snowballing and feeling too comfortable, it's going to be very tricky for them. But they managed to pull it back on Ascent, so maybe, who knows?
Yeah, we will see. Indeed, this is a decider, guys. Map 3 between G2 and Fnatic. Let's throw this over to Mitch and Tom to get us into game.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Tom, we're jumping on into Split to decide which of these two teams gets to start the year off with a smile on their face. God, that sounds a bit grim. Everyone can have fun. Everyone can be happy tomorrow. It's okay. But yeah, we want to see who gets that win to start the year off strong. Tom, I'm really not able to call it when it comes to Split. Both of these teams have just been close to inseparable so far.
Well, you know, I've been told by certain sources that it's not possible to play Omen. So if G2 were to win this, then George would be in the mud. So if anything, that means that Fnatic have to win just to save his reputation.
Makes sense. I'm sure he'll be cheering for them in that. Probably will be. Look, can't go much worse for Avova than the first half of the previous map. So
that is true.
I'll be honest. I think an Omen would have been a help in some way. That was tough, man. I've never seen Avova struggle like that. He's a player that we hail as one of the best Astras out there. Like he almost defines Astra gameplay at times. And to see him go a whole half without a kill, man, it was wild. You will not get to see it here on Split. I'd almost guarantee it. As we are jumping on into things, G2 will be on the attack side. It's going to be a tough battle for them, starting things out. I hate playing attack side Split. You start to feel so shut out, like the Analyst desk was saying.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, the composition that Fnatic has plays into that even more. Like, just look how much utility they're going to have for just delaying. Like, you've got Sage thrown in onto Braves, literally has slows. You've got the fragments, you've got Viper, and you've also got all of Astra's utility. Or maybe you don't, because Mystic is already dead.
Wow. As a once great man, as a great man once said.
As a once great man.
I shouldn't quote it anymore. I'm not going to quote it anymore. I've ruined it. I'll get in trouble. Well, great sayings have been said before. This round is going to G2. Those are the two takeaways as they flawlessly overwhelm the B site and pick up the attack pistol on Split. Tom, it's like gold dust. Any rounds you can get on the attack here, you'll take.
Yeah, a pistol in general for G2 seems like gold dust, but especially going into the third map after having an incredible comeback, they are definitely a team that have players that just the momentum alone will be able to pull them through. And especially after we saw, I think it was Hoodie have a fairly slow start in the last, I think Meadow as well when it came down to the first map. So just making sure that the team morale is high is going to be incredibly important. And yeah, as you sort of mentioned, if they can get some solid attacker side rounds, well, their composition sort of leans into that, but at the same time, their opponents, I feel like, almost leans into the defensive side.
It sets up an interesting half then. Oh, Boaster, little right click out, the classic. Good for damage, but not the kill this time around. You know, okay, decent by Magnum. One more kill here would be fantastic for Fnatic, and that nade's gonna do damage and take Meadow down.
That's a rifle. Now, there should be absolutely no way they're able to get it, but they might be able to stop their opponents. Never mind. Look at the Spectre Collat. Not something you're going to see too often in G2. Well, they lose a couple of players along the way, but it could have been much, much worse.
Oh, that could have been an absolute disaster. Yeah, they can be thankful with the way they've managed to make it out of there. I'm seeing a lot of investment coming through on Kellogg's, which makes sense when you see he's just 3 orbs away, or ult points rather, away from grabbing himself a Blade Storm. So he buys the Vandal here, gives himself a good opportunity. Evolva's decided to take the pistol. Fair play. I think it makes sense as well, though, playing the smokes. He's going to be removed from a lot of the action. He's going to be trying to assist kills more so than get involved in them here in the attack. At least you would think so. He's holding mid and taking a lot of swings.
Mystic has tried to slow the push in. It has delayed a lot of the early presence. Durka as well is going to find that initial frag, and the trade's still going back thick and fast, though. A little bit of an awkward spot now for Durka to be in, but luckily he's got teammates alongside him. That's not what he meant to do.
Yeah, that's not the nade he was looking for. He's got the reload off at least. The flash popped, and there's the swing. Oh, that was very nice indeed. Durka with 4 kills, 1 away from ult, and Boaster deserves the credit. That flash was fantastic.
It was the sacrificial nade. It was almost just to confuse the opposition into believing that he wasn't a good Raze player, and then he just peeks out and kills everybody off. A good return to form for Fnatic. An important one at that, especially the way the round was going initially. G2 made it incredibly costly, but also had a very real chance of actually winning the bonus. And we've already seen Fnatic do that across both maps so far. And on the attack side of Split, that's not something that you'd want to see if you're a Fnatic fan.
No, not at all. For G2, bouncing back in with their opportunities. As we said, the bonus being what it is certainly not off the rhythm just yet. Now, a player was spotted outside. It was Nukia. Not sure if anyone else got seen by the knife, but they're certainly suspicious of this kind of push coming through. The snakebite does very little to deter them, though. They just keep on steaming forward.
They wanted to deny the orb. Like, Kellogg's was 1 away from getting his Blade Storm, so they're just trying to stop that from coming online a little sooner, and now he's been dropped a rifle. Like, he initially started things off with a pistol, but instead they're trying to set him up in order to get that online, and actually, they're gonna go straight into Brave! That is the worst gun you could have met in that position.
I honestly... Nuki was lucky to get out of there alive. That nade landed just a second, a fraction of one, after he had crossed out from heaven. Dirk is gonna leave. And that is open space for G2. They're going to capitalize on that right away. At least they're going to try, but those steps are being heard. Dirk is pushed down mid, and he's going to completely cut them off. He's letting them by. He knows the timing now is perfect. They're still watching forward, conscious that he could be coming. But again, they're not going to see him. He has the angle and drops Nukia. Ult goes through, and there's Meadow down and out. Spike in main. Round is over. Volvo would have to perform a miracle to get this one planted.
Yeah, he's just going to try and fight them, but even still, there's another player elsewhere, and Durka is just not losing a duel at the moment. We've always raved about his jet, but, well, I think you're seeing evidence already just within the first few rounds that his raise is just as good, maybe even better.
Yeah, I mean, look, not a lot there that he couldn't have done with the jet either, though, right? He's just pushing down mid slowly. It's the reading of the space, of the timing on these rotations, and once he heard those steps, it was over and done. I guess you couldn't do that with a jet, but it's more so the fact that I reckon he could have killed Meadow too. It was a fight, but the ult comes in handy in that moment for sure. Altogether gorgeous stuff, and we're up and away. Nukia is up through mid and trying to fight them before the rounds even started.
It seems like Magnum's more than aware, though. He's fallen out of ropes, given up that control, and just allowing them to play with it, especially knowing that this is likely a weaker purchase coming out from G2. There's not really any need for this. Actually, the jump across allows of over the kill. Okay. Okay, now. What's that?
Running sprayed through smoke. That's something, isn't it? He's going to be upset with that. Magnum's got a good angle here, but they're checking it too. G2 are being so conscious of these ratty little angles that Fnatic are trying to catch them off guard with. They'll get onto the site. They'll receive a plant, and, well, they've got the advantage to play with. Durka has been heard moving into heaven, so that information still stands that they know where both these players are.
Mystic will make sure that heaven control is at least clear, and while Meadow has the information that they're trying to fight back in towards the ramp. The positions right now from G2 are decent, and Mystic, he doesn't even have much ammunition within his gun. The first kill will go his way, and actually he gets out of there, leaving things into a 2v2. The res straight away brings Kellogg's back, but he'll know that there's a couple of players in this position. Unfortunately, there was absolutely nothing he could do about it, and Durka has no choice but to save.
Yeah, a good attempt, really, but once that res comes through, it's just too safe. 3v2 time on their side. Durka's miles away now, looking to save this weapon. He'll do so successfully. No one really close by. But the rest of the team's economy, I'm not too sure where that's at. But, you know, when you're on the split defensive side, you can make it work. Even if you've got some weaker credits in there, I imagine we'll see likes of some judges or something like that coming out. We've already seen it used for the heaven hold, but it was unsuccessful.
Brave's been using it in most rounds. It's just grotesque. Like, if you're over on the other side, it's like, well, what do I even do against that?
After such a bad first half to the previous map, you know, you just want to get into this new agent, new map, forget about it. You know, hey, I got a kill, and then you get running sprayed through a smoke. Like, it's gotta be feeling. Oh, that's an aggressive push coming out of Fnatic.
Okay, he's got res.
No, can't res.
He's not gonna get the chance to use it. UK trying to find the player on Spice. Actually, is going to be able to find it. And
they heard
not
Nuke.
really anything coming through from UK.
They know.
An ult that gave him some space, but the space is worthless.
And he knew there was a player on site. He decided not to kill that player so he could come into spawn and maybe catch them off guard. Even though they knew he was there, though.
Oh, dear.
Oh, no. Oh! What? I've never seen anyone win that fight. Not like that. At least he gets shut down afterwards. They know where Nukia is, and the spike is down on a different map, practically, as far as Nukia is concerned. 50 seconds, so he has time to make it on a loop-de-loop all the way around. And that's going to be a little bit of a problem for Fnatic. Like, nowhere is safe.
Yeah, it's a long rotate, though, especially if you're walking the whole way. By the time he gets the spike, he's almost dedicated to going in towards B. It's going to be very difficult. Now, Magnum, there's no way he expects this, but, well, he's not going to be quite as lucky as Meadow was on those ropes and won't get anything for it. 3-3, a break back from the side of Fnatic, and, well, the economy on the other side's not fantastic, but it will still work.
Well, an important round, and it almost flips because of a man sliding down a rope, killing someone. Gave him so much control. Brave did well to grab 2 there. And it was before the grab well or any of that even came in. You know, none of that was live and online. The decision to go for the res afterwards as well. Fnatic 3-3. In a comfortable enough spot. You're going to use a Viper's Pit very early on to take control of A.
Straight up mid again. We see G2 battle, and again, Brave is waiting on the other side. Not gonna be anything found within the smoke early. It's been a battle that Nuclear has won, or whoever's been waiting outside that B site has won quite often, mainly because of the aggression of Mystic looking for those players outside and looking for the map control ultimately. But for now, ended in a little bit of a stalemate, and yeah, you could just see it's so ratty. It's just like, yeah, go on, you know I'm here, I know I'm here, but who's gonna make the first move?
Listen, it's the man behind the Bucky FC strategy. Well, what can we say? Can't really be surprised.
The history.
Oh, Mystic. Ooh. That's unfortunate. The push comes out of Brave. He can't really stay up there. He's just gonna get killed from sight, and instead he gets killed from mid. Very patient play from G2. Like I said earlier, they're ready for these ratty plays. But when it comes to heads-up duels here, Boaster's at least gotten a leg up as he moves towards the site.
Spike planted.
Oh, he's going to be caught in the corner with the paranoia and the swing out from Nuke. It's an easy dunk, leaving Magnum. And the problem is his position is one where he will almost indefinitely get flanked if he actually tries to go for anything here. You can see the sneak up coming through from Meadow, and, well, with the time already ticking, chances of winning the round is nigh on impossible. I think he's just going to try and hold onto the gun and maybe catch someone on the way out.
Best opportunity, really. At least make it costly. I mean, just take a look at G2's credits, and remember, you tap scoreboard, you can see that in the game. Fnatic know that there's not really a lot working for G2 here. After the investment, if they could drop, you know, 1 or 2 more rifles, it would have been great. It would have kept that economy low, but Meadow has avoided death and dealt it to Fnatic, leaving the lead into G2's hands. Lots of rifles to play with, and Fnatic have got practically nothing. Now it's defensive side. They can still, you know, they can still do a lot in holding down some of these choke points. But G2 have not really given those opportunities away. Every peak that they take, if there is an associated risk, they use utility to mitigate it almost every time.
I think the only person that's really been able to negate that has been Durka. Just his aggressive plays have been the only real success for Fnatic so far, and any other form of aggression... I was about to say he gets caught, but there you go. That was barely even aggression.
I don't know, you can call
Brave
that
was
aggression.
already dead.
The man was behind a wall. There's aggression, though, and they're running straight down. Durka is the man to do the damage with the Sheriff in his hands, but his teammate falls. And so the advantage sticks towards the attacking side, who's already pushed out and received the B site. Control is all theirs, and Meadow's even lurking. You're a ratty player, Meadow. He has ruined Durka's day.
Spike planted.
Boaster, I don't know if he even realizes that a player's gone in towards the spawn, and while Magnum is probably sick of it at this point, that he's playing the A site, because There has been very little pressure there over the last few rounds, which is interesting because a lot of the time I feel like teams would almost shy away from hitting into B because it can be incredibly tough to try and break through all of this utility. Fact is though, G2 are doing an incredible job, and 5 rounds already on the attacking side of this map. I'm starting to get very worried for Fnatic.
Oh yeah, let's say that plainly. G2 cannot win any more rounds at this point. You know, they've already had a fantastic half. The foundation's built for what, even without a pistol round, can still be a pretty decent defensive side coming into the next. But then you add to that, you know, there's plenty of rounds left to play with, and Fnatic are once again backed into a corner economically. Now, they do have a lot of ultimates, and Dirk is about to get his online as well. But the fact is, if they lose this round, they do not have money for the next one. And so G2 can snowball this game out of control. Comebacks are possible, but you do not want to be coming back on attack side split.
Okay, nice start from Kellogg's, just taking this aggressive fight to the opponents. But that's the thing, he's almost just being used as bait. The pull is going to be in towards this B site. The straight TP to the back of site will grant them that back site control. And although the full rotation has now come in from the remaining players, is there much they can do about it?
Well, they've at least got to slow down, but it hasn't slowed G2 from making it to the site.
Spike down.
The showstopper about to end any hope of Hoodie getting in there. Okay, the spray goes a little bit out of control towards the end. 5-4, good recovery by Fnatic, a much needed round. Another very heavy cost though. They used the showstopper in that one, and although it didn't, you know, win them the round necessarily, it is now gone. It's out of play, and that could be a very valuable piece of utility, you know, missing for the next couple of rounds. Used to secure it here though, so it's worthwhile.
Yeah, to be honest, with how many kills Durka is getting at this point, he'll probably be online in a couple of rounds anyway. So
true.
I guess it's not that much of a detriment. And that round, as you said, it's hugely valuable. The problem is, with how well G2 has been doing at keeping things clean on their attacker side, they have plenty for this buy. Kellogg's even going to have an operator, which is not something he's really been utilizing so much so far.
He was out staring at a lamppost. Here we go. Nuki is on his way across now, but he's not going to be able to find Brave. Good early fight for Fnatic. They're going to maintain control of Heaven. They've got still a very nice A-hold with information. They're jiggle peeking for the players coming out ramp, and they were wide peeking for the players coming out B main, but Kellogg's was a man on a mission, taking that kill they know. And Fnatic don't have a res right now. So that's an opening duel that they can back away from happily. Avova needs to be careful, though.
And Boast is going to be able to get back that information. Avova will be suppressed, but it's him backing away. And more importantly, the rest of the players are starting to build up outside of this A site. There has been a very aggressive push. This time, though, look at Brave. He's all the way up through the back of B. He might even catch Avova in mid. Avova has no idea that he's going to be there. And I believe that, oh no, the smoke did at least go off. So they'll be able to catch it, but it won't matter. Magnum Spam gets another, and now the time is ticking.
They can't even get the spike. You know, there was a snake bite inside a poison orb. You do not push into that. You will die. And that lesson learned the hard way. A couple players tagged up. They're going to back out and try to save this with low time on the clock. G2 stopped again. The question is whether they get away with these weapons or not. There's no chance the round goes their way. At this point, I don't think there's any chance that Fnatic push them. They're going to save these rifles through.
Mystic has got to feel like so cursed at this point that every time he has pushed B, he has died, and the one time that Brave does it, he wins them the entire round. Like, you just got to be infuriated. Like, he takes down their controller, and then he locks them into the back of the site and basically tells the rest of his team exactly what's going to be happening there. So 5-5, good recovery from Fnatic. Still, economy a little bit shaky, but it's in a spot where they'll probably be able to buy until the end of the half at least. And on the other side, the saved weapons are actually going to play a fairly big part because there will still be a purchase for G2.
In particular, I'm waiting for Magnum's ulti to come on in. I presume at the start of the round, it's going to be tossed into play. Timeout for G2, acknowledging how important it can be to get that little bit of an extra leg up coming into the next half. Like we said, 5 rounds attack side, they've already done a damn good job, but they want to pick up those extra few breadcrumbs just to make things a little bit easier in case Fnatic come out with another pistol round.
Well, that's the thing as well. I feel like they have done an excellent job so far. Like they have been able to control the B site in a lot of cases, which is very difficult to do on this map. It's something that's normally locked down, especially when it's played by an Astra in combination with a Sage. But they have, well, especially Nuclear has done a great job of finding those opening kills. The fact is now, it seems like Fnatic have adapted a little bit to at least be able to lock it down. I think they've had Durka as a slightly faster rotator than they did before. And the A site, it's been a decent hold all the way throughout. So if your initial play is no longer working, what's going to be the adaptation there? And that's what I want to see out from G2.
Well, no surprise that we're seeing an early Viper's Pit in such a pivotal round. Fnatic are going to invest that to have a much lighter hold on the A side, but that means they've got to deliver on B. This is where they've put most of their resources. Same hold up on top of Cat, but this time they've got a nasty position by Mystic, who got boosted up here to start things off. We saw him jump into the corner just before we switched off, and obviously this is the fruits of that work. They've got to maintain control over Heaven. There's no way they give this up. Not when you've got a player tucked where he is. Oh, Mystic's good for one, and Durka assists with another. The Heaven play not even going to come through. That spike is now dropped on the floor, and G2 need to rethink this approach.
Yeah, I don't even know how you come back from that. Like, the spike being down in this position with a wall that locks you out from the site, at least for the moment. Like, Mystic can almost use that to his own advantage. And he has a crossfire with other players from the site to make sure that they can't get anywhere near this. A site, of course, is now completely clear, but it's irrelevant at this stage. And as said, there is so much utility on the side of Fnatic that they could hold them out for the remainder of the round.
Well, they've at least got the spike over. He misread that by a second or two, but he's made it out with his life. And the smoke goes back down. 15 seconds, they're out. They've got to save. Yeah, there's no other choice.
10 seconds left.
Here.
Yeah, it's one of those cheese plays. I also think that G2 got very unlucky with the exact play that they decided to make, because it was like, if you put the wall down normally, you're going to check the left-hand side because it's logical. You're going to go, okay, we wall the right, and then we check left. Instead, because you've walled the left, you check the right, and so you're instantly dead because you didn't expect that player to be able to see you at all because of the little like boost up that they did in the early round. So it was almost like Fnatic had the perfect counterplay to exactly what G2 wanted to do, and it was just coincidence.
At this point, I think G2 are feeling a little bit restless. You know, it's not nice to lose that many rounds in a row. Can start to make you reconsider things, play a little bit differently. Nuki's not going to make it up into Heaven this time, but he is right down below them, and they have no idea. A man behind enemy lines, giving them the opening and the advantage to play with G2 wanting that 6th round, but they've lost Kellogg's. The res will come through. Luckily, he's down below, so they can't even spawn. That's worked out quite well.
And they need to clear him over. Holding the back lines with an operator. It's actually going to get legged up. He's got to be a little careful now, and actually going to try and sneak him behind them. I thought for a second he might have just threaded the needle, but instead Magnum is there waiting and watching as they now look to try and sneak back through. Mystic watching the flank, leaving just 2 players surviving over on that other side. One of them is Hoodie, and he's going to use that Cosmic Divide to his benefit, sneaking through, picking off a first, and now Meadow needs to try and make a play of his own, just sneaking back through the corner. Another one comes up, it's all onto Hoodie, and he's going to end up with 4 kills. What a round from him and G2.
Wow. 6-6 at the halftime, and a well-deserved round out of G2. They hung in there for quite a while. It was a bumpy ride towards the end, but such is the attack side on Split. That's very much what we were warning about coming into this map. But now, with 6 rounds, the foundations are, I mean, they are strong. You've already got the first floor built. All they got to do now is put in the final tweaks. This pistol round would certainly help them out with it. A remarkable clutch by Hoodie on that backside, though. Especially where he was. It's a wall-bangable position.
Well, that's the thing. It was a decent retake. I actually, it's the curse. It's the curse of the Cosmic Divide. Like, I feel like that actually gave him enough space to play around. Otherwise, he probably would have been dead. And it was mainly used, I think, to more so section off Meadow and just isolate him as a teammate. But instead, it ended up completely working against Fnatic.
Oh, there's 2 players, 3, 4 spotted. That's a lot of information. Devova's going to get a smoke out before he's getting hit by that knife. Playing with utility out there, Nuki didn't seem to think they'd be that close already. Fnatic have just overrun A, and this is going to be a free plant.
Ooh, okay. Hoodie's definitely feeling it after the last round. Brings things back into a workable position. They've still got a clear Brave, who is just trying to hold on to that ramp control. And in fact, he's got his whole team with him. The swing might be a little bit of a surprise, but they're actually winning every single duel that goes their way. The reclaim doesn't work, and now only 2 remain.
In fact, only 1. That flash not quite landing onto everybody. We are going to see the defuse for G2. As I said, the pistol carries an immense value when you're already at 6-6. Getting a leg up on the defensive side now, this is looking very scary for Fnatic. They have got a big task ahead of them to make this work, and it starts in the next round, really. In this one, it should just be a write-off of an eco.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. Oh. Okay. Both are just baiting. I see him buy a Spectre shields, and I'm like, oh, maybe they're going to try and risk it. They did get a plant.
Oh.
Oh,
okay.
There we go. They are going to risk it. Risk it for a biscuit. Try and bounce straight back already. Kellogg's not going to be able to dash out of there, but not far enough forward that's going to cause too many problems. Going back, that's the thing. They don't know that this is a full investment up from Fnatic. Boaster actually gets one with a frenzy.
Oh, you are so nasty. I think someone was peeking there with the classic when they had a rifle. But either way, they concealed the kind of buy that they had until they allowed that extra risk to be taken by Kellogg's. You know, he's like, I reckon I can turn around and get one here. And as he sticks around, overstays his welcome. Who comes barreling through that wall? But 3 Spectres just spraying him down. He's flashed. He doesn't know what's going on, where he is. I mean, that is... if that had hit him... if he watched it come all the way down mid and then it just got him in vent, that would be beautiful.
It was tracking him. There's a few low players, but this would still have to be one for the ages for the remaining players of G2. Nice start from Nuke. Gets out of there without really taking any damage either. And an extra kill here would grant him a nade, which could be enough to pick off one more. Now, Brave is still in this corner. Hasn't been able to escape just yet. And Boast is so desperately low that there's not really going to be much option for a trade. It's on to Nuke to try and do it all, leaving it down to just a couple left.
Right, nade.
The time starting to tick away, and they almost line up for him. So deadly in every single scenario. But this time, the round's Fnatic's.
I mean, the attempt at fighting back into that from Nukia it was masterful. And the difference there between victory and a loss, I mean, look how low. You can see it there. One of the players, it's Boaster, he's literally 1 HP. And if he had been taken down in the initial fight, if Nukia hadn't jumped off the top of that box, there's so many different things. If Boaster's gone, that's a 1v1. I have no doubt Nukia wins it.
Fact is, though, Fnatic still won with a 4-spy.
There.
And on the other side of things, they're going to have to come back into this with pistols. Now, Nuke is not that far away from getting his ult online, which, yeah, it's fairly ludicrous considering they managed to lose that round, but that's one of the only ways I really see them winning this, if he can somehow get that into play. But now, though, Fnatic taking their time, not over-facing. They know that they've just won a round of a 4, so probably going to play this one a little bit safer, and while they're rewarded for it.
Well, the Vova gone. I mean, plenty of options for Fnatic. Only 1 player was spotted super passive. I mean, you see in Mystic outside A doesn't indicate anything that needs to rotate. With the pistols, yeah, it's likely that they just group up, right? Try to stick together, use the numbers to their advantage. Fnatic are going to counter that by doing the exact same. Just guarantee they can trade from this point out, and it's home free. And then indeed, heaven's clear, side's clear. They know at this point that, yeah, they've picked the right side.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, this comes down more so to what G2 can do on the exits. Keeping these pistols into the next round serves no value. You're not looking at players investing into much else either, so they can steal a gun away, or more importantly, stop the Fnatic guys from keeping every single one of their weapons. That's more important for them, or even just getting closer to some of those ultimates. Now Magnum's about to have a lot of players pushing his way, and he handles it pretty well. Taking 2 before he falls, no chance for Meadow to claim anything else, and now it's left onto Kellogg's. Even a single kill here would be beneficial.
And that he'll be able to deliver on. But he needs to die. He's just gonna sprint forward, make them kill him. Oh! Yeah, I didn't expect him to be in the corner. Thought maybe they'd run away. Fair enough. He just wanted to catch that spike before it receded, and he was left there with the sheriff for the next round.
Well, yeah, we saw that from Scream earlier. He did so much damage that it didn't. I wouldn't even say it was that bad, but yeah, not ideal, that's for sure. But yeah, good read from Fnatic. They keep that one clean enough, I suppose. And now they're in a sort of weird quasi round, because it's not so much a bonus because they managed to win a force, but there are still some weaker weapons in there, and they can still invest into the next round. The more important thing, though, is they're actually very close to a lot of ultimates and even have a Viper's Pit available.
Certainly going to give you a boost in a lot of these late rounds. That's going to wall hack video, isn't it? Well, if Boaster's not cheating in this turn. I love it. Well, look, with all the control that Fnatic have right now.
Toxins going up.
Okay, the wall's up in B, but they're pushing it. I'm a little bit scared. I was more looking towards the A site for combat, but different ideas in the camp of G2. They're just running on in, looking to take these weapons down. A strange time to do it when they've got the bonus to play effectively, right? They've got those weaker weapons in hand. Oh no! The distraction in B mains left Kellogg's caught off guard, blindsided. The site falls easily after losing Heaven. G2 are left with no choice but to save, right? 2v4? Then I see Nuke is online. This happens every time. I'm like, oh, okay. He'll sit around, try to find some kills, and they might win.
It's funny as well because his teammate is already gone. So I know we're saving, and he's like, there's still a chance. Do you not believe in me, you fool? Fine.
What if 3 of them pushed me? I would have killed them all and we'd win.
He's like, and then Meadow on the other side, so you're coming to save? And he's like, shut up. Oh god, yeah, I feel like a lot of that round just came down to a little bit of tunnel vision from Kellogg's. Like, it just so ready to try and catch the players as they pushed out of main. It didn't realize that he was the only player actually left still defending middle, so could have come down to communication. As said, it could have come down to just tunnel vision. And while 9-7 up, we were looking at this as an incredibly good half out from G2, a pistol win alongside it, and now, well, perfect timing. Tactical pause.
BYB fam. Going to
definitely the timing to call in that pause for G2. You don't want to let Fnatic run away with this. Remember, we said the advantage there for G2 at 6-6. They win the pistol. It's like, oh, this is home free. You know, this you've got a leg up in it. It's gonna be very tough for Fnatic to recover. And then they came in the next round and won 3 in a row. So, you know, if there's one thing we've learned, it's that, you know, it's not predictable. These teams are not predictable. Boaster's also had a weird switch, right, from the previous maps. He's been unreal in this series so far, but definitely struggling when it comes to a lot of these duels. Although I think a lot of that is down more so to it being split.
Yeah, I feel like there's so much more of a focus as well on your calling. And I think on this map in particular, especially going into their attacking side, he's going to be a really vital spot because the compositions differ by the fact that the double duelist on the other side, you have both Nuke and Kellogg's pushing and pulling both sides of the map, trying to find those opening kills. They're very reliant at the moment on Durka. Now, that's an okay player to be reliant on, but one of the reasons they brought in Brave was to support him on a lot of maps. On this map, doing that with a Sage on the attacking side, it doesn't really work as well. So that's where Boaster will need to step up to the plate.
Granted, Durka does also need to play a lot of the entry, right? Especially on the attack side. But when it comes to defensive side, yeah, you need to put up the numbers there. It's what we come to expect. Look at the credits for Fnatic right now. After just winning those just 3 rounds in a row. But after winning those 3 rounds, they're stacked up. Their economy is peaked. They're Ultimates are starting to come online as well. Things are going to feel comfortable. But I say that, look at G2's ult economy. It is dangerously close. And in a round like this, where you have 2 rifles, but if Nuki gets a kill, he has a showstopper. And Meadow, okay, well, not that excited about that, but Nuki could do a lot of damage and really turn the tides of this round.
Yeah, it might help them with their gamble at least. And right now, it seems like it's in the right spot. They're trying to throw in this fake. I like it. Look how perfectly this has worked. They've got all of the utility, the stars being put down, the cosmic divide. They even have Boaster over there like, oh, look at this knife. Are you suppressed? Well, there's no one else here, lads. And they've even actually used a Viper's Pit. Probably not knowing that it may not be needed in this sort of round, but they are very well set up. That is how you sell a fake, ladies and gentlemen.
I actually think with these ultis like Showstopper, Rez about to come online, it's not a bad time to use that ulti. You'll probably have Viper's Pit before the game's over if it ends up being an extenuated game, if you don't just close it out. And then the other ultimates are here for the near future, right? For these next couple rounds. The key thing being that G2 are so close to so many ultis, that Showstopper could come online any moment, and having something like this to play inside of can help you secure that round. You see that in the fact that nobody has died on Fnatic yet. They're still on the site despite these pistols rushing in. Eventually, though, they get a little bit too close. The time is low, though, so the round's already won. Ultimately, oh god, they've been ruined. They've been absolutely destroyed in those fights. Even though they have lost a lot of weapons, I think that Viper's Pit is what saved the round, really.
Yeah, they just played within it and baited out the time, and G2 just went, all right, you stay in there and you die with that spike. So that I think both teams actually come out of that in an okay spot. Like G2 fell hook, line, and sinker for the fake, but they take down what, 4 players with what was mostly pistols? That's fine. Now they come in with a buy of their own. You mentioned those ultimates. Well, now 3 of them, and more notably, the most important 3 are all online.
How dare you?
They're in an okay spot.
How dare you speak so ill of Omen?
Yeah. He can TP to the other side of the map.
Ooh.
Fast
that could
rotate.
be helpful for spotting fakes.
True.
But yeah, no, obviously G2 are in a fantastic position right now. They have a good position in early round. They're on defensive side split, and ultimates are online. This is their best shot at stopping Fnatic from taking it all the way, especially because Fnatic don't have their ultis either. They are sat here having to play a vanilla round against a stacked G2.
They have to win this. If they don't, it looks like it's over. Especially because although Fnatic lost all those players, financially they are fine. Like they will buy into the next round no matter what. So it's definitely an important one. And again, it seems like a lot of this is going to be put onto Kellogg's shoulders, especially with no mid control. Like 4 players currently around B. Even if he does get the first kill, he's probably going to come under pressure elsewhere. Like this setup is incredibly bold.
Cypher almost got caught in that as well. If he got caught by that, he was done. Kellogg's is dashed back into 2 players after 1 kill. Showstopper's used. Little does Durka know, he doesn't need to use that in this round. They have the site, and I'm sure Fnatic are about as perplexed as we are to see that setup. And, oh, it hasn't worked. Now G2 have to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, this needs to be an impeccable retake, and while the ultimates they would have used are somewhat diminished, they might be able to at least try and bring back 1 Mystic. He already gets the first. It's going to be traded out. Hoodie's actually found another, but the flash is solid from Boaster, and they now have that heaven control. And this is where things become so difficult. The main play is just going to be smoke and try and get onto that spike. Try and hold on. The flash is good, but they have the lineup. The ping onto the spike is not going to deny anything, and they know now that Avova's within this. Great setup from Fnatic. Perfectly played by them, and I do have to question that a little bit from G2 because it looked like Fnatic basically just played them.
Listen, this is where I stand on that. This setup was not terrible from G2. It's a gamble. That's the problem. And the gamble didn't pay off. Now, the time that they have chosen to make that gamble at 10-7, their economy on a thin line, and you're seeing the results here. They're going to use a Blade Storm right away. Even with that, they don't have a full buy. Hoodie having to play with a Sheriff. All in all, G2 took a massive risk, and the reward, whilst it could have been good, I don't know that it outweighs what they're now going to have to play with to recover it.
Looks like they've got the gamble wrong again. This is another spot where basically one player is left to try and hold on to things. The rotation will at least come through, but as you mentioned, Hoodie is left with just a pistol. Okay, he's going to get himself one, and actually hits a pretty heavy tag onto the second of over. Is slowly being pulled out of position, and his spot might be given away in just a moment. Durka will take one, but here comes Kellogg's looking to try and do this on his own, but the knives have missed and brought back into a 2v2.
They're pushing up Brave though. The crossfire's there. Mystic spotted, now stuck behind the wall. He's got to go out, and Meadow survives with a sliver of health. 8 HP and 8 rounds for G2. That is a lifeline of a round. If they lost that, it was game over, man.
I'm sweating for them. Like the amount of stuff that just seemed to go wrong initially. Again, just the clapback coming through from Kellogg's with that Blade Storm. He seems to be so strong with it at the moment. With the fly through, misses the last, and then it almost manages to go in Mystic's favor. As said, 8 HP, a single bullet would have been enough to basically what it looks like close out this game. Instead, well, there is a purchase, but again, it's not a great one. There are pieces missing. You've got the operator, but you don't have the shields. You have pieces of utility missing for nuclear as well. So it really is another last-ditch effort.
Kellogg's taking a much more aggressive stance, and around middle, G2 will follow suit. Utility used to open some space. Those smokes, though, although they stop Fnatic, they're also stopping G2 from following up on this side that they're stacked on. It looks like they want Fnatic to push into them. Maybe they're content to just run down the clock. Looks like they're going to get exactly what they want, as Fnatic are creeping ever closer to middle.
Whoa. Brave getting a haircut for a second. Durka's managed to find one, but he's got his backup. We highlighted Brave as that supportive player. Well, he's just found such an impactful double. Kellogg's again is left alone to try and fight versus the might of Fnatic, and they might not even push him. They are slowly starting to back away, expecting the rotation to come in. They are, however, going to back straight into Meadow, who is waiting.
Oh, yeah, he's spotting it. Help Sir is already called. The rotate's coming on in. Meadow down below, able to at least catch one more. But now they're surely going to swarm him. He'll do well to stay alive, if at all. But no, he's down, and Kellogg's is a little bit late on that rotate. The spike will be planted, and a 1v3 commences. He'd already dropped his rifle in anticipation, ready now to play. With this Vandal in hand, a really tough clutch ahead of him. And he's going to be spotted. A barrel seen right away by Mystic. That's 12 for Fnatic.
Yeah, they did incredibly well. Like, and this is the thing. Like, you've got Durka as the tip of the spear, but I'm giving him plaudits again. Like, Brave was just so ready. He was just watching, just making sure that there was no way anybody could get aggressive and take down the star fragger of the team. And after that point, everything just fell apart. Like, trades back through the smoke, and Fnatic now have their 12s. And this is the damage, Mitch. This is the main problem. The damage to the economy of G2. Ultimates, not ones that you can really use proactively either, unless you're going to basically try and run in, get a kill, and have the res. Like, it's just not going to work. So this is going to be a tough round, and they need it.
Well, they need every single one. That's the thing. Match and series point here for Fnatic, and they open it up by taking down Nukia. The pistols are doing practically nothing. The rifles follow suit. Meadow, the last remaining man, walled out of heaven. Fnatic have got complete control of this. Their whole team still alive. An impossible clutch ahead of him, and what seems to be a successful opening to 2022 for Fnatic.
Oh, Meadow is about to try and prove you wrong. A 1 versus 5. It does not seem likely. The time already starting to tick, and with the positions that are currently held, utility going to be disabled as well, and the G2 fans asking an impossible task of one of the new boys on the block, and I don't even know where he goes from here. Boaster's going for a knife. I think he saw Redguard do that earlier and was like, you know what, I can steal that one away. Instead, Brave, the new boy, is going to close things out. Fnatic will get their first victory on the board, a hard-fought one at that, and honestly, after seeing the matches today, I think we have some pretty open groups, Mitch.
That we do, yeah. There's certainly some discussion there. G2 delivered today. They did well, but it's these lunatics you're seeing on your screens that are responsible for the victory here. Definitely deserved at the end of the day. They played clean, and coming into Split, I'm impressed by the amount of times they're able to come back. Like, they have a 6-round defensive half. They lose the pistol, win the game pretty convincingly. That's a rarity.
Yeah, they lost just 2 rounds, including the pistol going into that second half. A huge attacking side out from the side of Fnatic. And do you know what? I have a question, Mitch. How do you follow an in-game leader that acts like that every time you win? Like, if my in-game leader was doing that, I'd just be like, okay, everything he's saying is a meme. How can I take this seriously?
Of course, but you have to remember, we've seen it on the international stage, right? This guy,
that is true.
He'll get the whole team behind him, and he's got the kind of energy to carry that all the way. So it works out. Now, speaking of some of the players on Fnatic, let's talk about the player of the match. It's going to be one of them, and you guys at home get to decide. Head on over to @ValEsports_EMEA and get your vote in for who you think deserves to be the player of the match. You see your options on the screen here. They are Brave, Af, Mystic, and Durka. Maybe Brave Af deserves it for being the newcomer to the roster, but then performances like that from Mystic and Durka certainly do stand up to it as well. We'll see what you guys think. Again, that's @ValEsports_EMEA. Head on over to that Twitter you'll be able to vote. Tom, it's been an incredible opening day here, certainly delivering, and a pleasure to be back with you on the VCT. We're going to be back tomorrow as well for more Valorant action. Super excited for that. But before we go, Tom, anything you want to say to the people out there kicking off 2022 on the official stream?
Oh, I always knew Brave AF was going to be great. Always knew. He was fantastic. No, he gets my vote today, even though I still feel like Durka is that superstar. He gets my vote. I'm really interested to see who the desk thought was the best player. So I think maybe we head off to a break and then we let them do the talky thing while we go get some food and chill.
Sounds good. See you later, guys.
I'm legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious, victorious. I'm legendary. I'm legendary. I'm legendary. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I am no regular citizen. Nope. Do you understand what you're witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions. Do it. So I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they out for me. Just do it and stop at our talking G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one stunner, don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta 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 rise up. Yeah, I'm legendary. I'm legendary. Notorious, victorious. I'm legendary.
We had a lot of questions for a split, and it was Fnatic that came out on top and answered some of those. I'm back here to bring you guys a quick post-match interview with Mystic from Fnatic. Hi, Mystic. Welcome back to the show. Now, I watched a video where you said that G2 was going to be very free, but it was a lot closer today than you expected, right?
Yeah, I mean, I still stand by my word. It's just that the 9-3 curse came into play. But yeah, no, they played well, and it was a good matchup.
I want to ask about the map vetoes real quick, because G2, they floated the Fracture. You guys are unbeaten on that map. I'm a little surprised that you didn't pick that as your first pick.
I think it's just that we're so confident with our Icebox right now. I think we didn't go straight into that Fracture pick, and the fact that they left it open kind of did surprise us at first, but we were just happy to go with Icebox, and we felt pretty comfortable in it.
Yeah, you guys did very well on Icebox, but map 2 Ascent, it was super close for you guys, but you mentioned it already, the 9-3 curse. What actually happened on that map towards the end as well? Why did you think you weren't able to close that out?
Maybe, I think it might be like first official jitters. I don't know, maybe we weren't as calm as I thought we could have been, but like we played well, especially on our defensive half, I feel like, but when it just came to the attacking side, we fell short.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult on that map, isn't it? It's not the attacking side is not the most fun side to play out of the rest of the maps. I want to ask you about your new teammate as well. Brave had a fantastic debut. He honestly looked like he's been part of your team for a long time. What's it like to have a new teammate like him?
It's fun. It's good fun. Like I feel like he fits into the team like quite well, and like we all get along with him. And obviously, like he's had such an amazing performance today. So we're happy with him. All the boys love him, and yeah, especially due to the recent circumstances, he's been playing on like a messed up setup, and to give that performance that he did today was insane.
I heard a rumor that Redgar had to give him his PC or something. I don't know if you know much about it.
Yeah, maybe he might have to do it. He might have had to done a last-minute drive to Redgar's house to play this official, but yeah, we live in Pit, and it was well played.
Yeah, you can always trust Redgar when it comes to needing a helping hand. I also want to ask you about your map pool, because back at Champions, everybody seemed to have a little bit of concern when it comes to your map pool. You didn't get to show that much. Do you think you've addressed some of those concerns today, or is there more that we haven't seen from you guys yet?
There's definitely more that we haven't seen. Like obviously in Champions, we didn't showcase a couple maps. Bind, Ascent, Bind and Ascent. We still haven't shown Bind, so people still need to look out to that. And obviously we've had all this time to rework and implement Brave, of course. So if anything, we're just stronger as ever right now.
I want to talk about your own individual performance as well. You were absolutely on fire, super consistent across all 3 maps. How does it feel? I know you always like to outfrag Durka, so how does it feel to do that in an official?
Yeah, of course, you know, whenever I outfrag Durka, it's like a once in a lifetime opportunity kind of thing. But no, it's fun, and obviously like coming off of a bad individual tournament in Champions, I think I'm quite happy now that I was able to perform fine anyway.
And lastly, your first opponent, you've overcome them. But next week, you have another big opponent as well. I know you're a big fan of Turkish Valorant. What are your expectations for the BBL game?
It'll be a tough matchup. They're all insane individual aimers, of course. We'll be coming in prepared though. We'll definitely review and see how they play this week. For sure, it'll be a good matchup.
Thank you very much, Mystic. Well played once again today, and we'll see you back here next week.
Thank you.
I don't want to make this about Redgar, but like,
well, can we please make it about
wholesome person of all time? Imagine someone calling him up like, "Hey, my PC does not work right now. Can I please borrow a PC from you?"
I'm telling you,
And he's
Redgar
just
is the kind of guy that even if you're playing against him, he will lend you the PC. He'll be like, "Oh, yeah, just
I'm going to DM him now and ask, like, hey, can I borrow your PC? I got like a video to
He
make or
would
something."
probably fly all the way here just to deliver you his PC. You know,
and that PC must be good. It's won 2 series today as well. So
yeah, bless her, Redgar. But also, you know, hearing a little bit more from Mystic on the insight of the map picks as well, the map pool, and the fact that they didn't have the best end to a champion. So this is a very, very good start for their 2022.
it's a bright one, right? It gives you, and I think a lot of people root for Fnatic for that reason, just because they're such good, like, players to follow their attitude and stuff like that. So it's promising to see them go up against a really good-looking G2. Have the Fnatic's fundamentals been diffed in a lot of cases, like not being able to perform well against a very tight, restricted G2? The fact that they still came out on top from individual brilliance, team play, and adjusting things in the middle of a map without a timeout between them, it was a lot tighter for the end of split for Fnatic, and they looked great doing so.
Yeah, exactly, and especially in the attack. And also we need to mention that, of course, they were coming from that ascent where they were unable to actually close that map and end this in a 2-0. So, you know, to be able to reset that mental, including having Brave as the new player, I think it says a lot about the Fnatic that we're going to get in 2022.
I mean, we talked about Durka perhaps being a little bit quiet on Icebox, but when he's not quiet, Kaquka, it's incredibly hard to beat them.
Yeah, exactly. And especially as I was mentioning on the attack, we were after that 6-6, we were like, oh my god, this is actually going to be a really tough one. We were even considering that overtime, but G2, I think, managed to get maybe 2 rounds out of their defense, and probably one of the reasons why the way that Fnatic create that sense of insecurity. The moment that G2 left that open space onto mid, they took all the space up to rope. So obviously G2 has to create a response. Okay, what are we going to do against it? We saw a Kellogg's playing alone onto A, and Fnatic is slowing down the tempo so much that by the time they entered the side, G2 had no idea, because we saw that round, for example, when they did the fake, and G2 was like, okay, we need to break the timing, we need to break the time and over-rotate, and Fnatic was just playing around that.
For the first 8 rounds, and even in the first 10 seconds of the pistol, it was Fnatic were not playing off of each other, because you don't have a Cypher, you don't have that utility to rely on to cover some of the gaps. They're all spread out in like a very wide default. But if you're like, say, Mystic, and you're playing in B main on defense, and you have Nukier running at you and all of the rest of G2, there's only so much that you could do. You can either stall them, but they're still going to try and push through you and aggress. So it was just the fact that they played a lot tighter. Durka looked great because he was either playing off his teammates trading for them, or he was being supported by people like Brave, who had some insane like Sage walls to catch G2 off guard. It's that team play in such a short space of time that's really impressive about Fnatic.
Yeah, and speaking of those rounds, Orion, there's one in the second half you want to take a look at too.
Yeah, the fake. It's one of those things where I think like the fake, the fake. And the reason why I say the fake is because nowadays I think fakes have got a bit too obvious, especially with like Astra utility and Astra ultimates, because you could do them across the map. They could be done from anywhere, and it doesn't necessarily dedicate to anything. So if I start playing it from here, it is a bit of a iffy buy from G2. It's not really something that they can like look forward to take the round, but they still make it close. It's the Cosmic Divide that goes up on A, and I'm going to attempt this again to try and get it. That'll do. It's not only the Cosmic Divide over there, Meadows on the site, and the thing that these defensive teams will call is there any other utility? Is there any other stuff like flashes coming in, a recon dart if there's a Sova, a breach stun if there's a breach? You get the point. Any other tells that it's a natural execute. And Meadow at this point goes, no, it's just a Cosmic Divide. But then Boaster, who was over here defaulting anyway, throws in the 0 point. A few more things are added in when it comes to Astra Stars, and that is enough to pull all of these G2 players over to this A site. The B site's open, and another thing I wanted to highlight, despite not being the reason why they won the round, it could have been, but the fact that Fnatic were very loose with how they used ultimates. They weren't waiting for a perfect scenario to use them. You might even say that the over-dedication of this like Viper's Pit used on the attack is exactly that, an over-dedication. You didn't need to use the Viper's Pit, it was better to save it. But because G2 are so good on the fly, they always have been, it's almost just a security to make sure that the round goes in your way. And I think even Mitch called it on the broadcast, right? If they didn't use that Viper's Pit, they probably lost this round. And I think that was another thing that I liked about Fnatic, the top decking almost, like Hunters, not Hunters Fury, the Razels, the Showstoppers, like Durka not afraid to find that perfect moment. He just wants to confirm a kill and confirm a round. And I think that's one of the reasons why Fnatic were able to close it so decisively on their attacking side.
Beautiful stuff, yeah. As you were mentioning, the fact that every single time that they got a ult, they gotta use it because they need to secure those runs. It's not only because it's the attacking half, but it's also, you know, the feeling that they were given to G2 of you're not safe. It doesn't matter where you're standing, we're going to be extra aggressive. You're gonna heal the ultimate being popped off, and you're gonna have to make a decision. They were great on Icebox when they were calling about those reaction times, but for G2, it just wasn't there.
I mean, the ult economy, like you guys said, them just using it the most generous way I have ever seen, and just recycling it over and over again is often the differences, right, between winning and losing. I want to talk about the player of the match for this one. I think for the first series, it was a bit more obvious who we thought it would be. But for this one, I don't know how many players have won player of the match on their debut. I would love to see production.
Navera did.
Yeah, I'm sure Navera did, because he got an ace on that pistol.
He
as
had a
well.
great performance, but the same goes for Brave here.
Yeah, if anyone, production, if you have any stats on the amount of times players have won a player of the match on their debut, it'd be great. But Brave, we spoke about it already, but that is such a good debut from someone that we didn't really know anything about.
Exactly, and it's something that, as we mentioned, Fnatic needed. He has performed from day one. So what can we expect for the rest of the weeks that are coming in from Brave? Because now the feeling that he has to get is like, okay, I was kind of scared because, I mean, somewhat everybody has to be a little bit scared. Like, am I going to perform because this team is like waiting on me to shine? And he actually did it. So for the rest of the weeks, I want to see, you know, him shine a little bit more.
It was just so well-rounded as well. It wasn't like he was just clicking heads like crazy. In fact, there was a lot of moments where he whiffed, but it's the Solve utility that came in. Not many, but also just the street smarts to wallbang certain positions, to just spray and know. It's the knowledge and that adaptability that I think really helps people like Boaster, where you know that not only are they going to follow suit with the setups, the defaults and stuff like that, but they can also do some pretty interesting stuff that Boaster can go, oh, you just got 2 kills out of nowhere. We can use this and go from that. And I think that's what Gambit looks really good at in the first series. So if Fnatic can kind of follow suit with this sort of hybrid CIS style, it could be a lot of merit to it.
I'm telling you, in like 2-3 years' time, our entire region is just going to be Russian players. Like that's the future. That is the future.
You're getting one player out, just go to Russia and find someone there.
Yeah, we'll just keep poaching them over. Thank you guys for that breakdown. Now, we had an interview from Mystic already, but we've got something special for you guys at home today, because we're going to do a bit of a cool down, a post-match, a more casual chat with the in-game leader of Fnatic, which is Boaster, of course. Hi, Boaster. Welcome to the show.
Okay.
I don't know if you can see us there, but yeah, welcome to the show. I just saw you tweet a little cheeky picture clowning our Carlos from G2. So talk me through how nice it feels to be G2.
I mean, it feels well, firstly, to beat G2 after we've lost to them 2 times now in a row, it feels nice to get that sweet revenge. I know they have a slight different roster. And also, it also feels nice because Hoodie and Meadow, I think, or I don't know who it was, but they said we were the weakest team in their group and that we play better on LAN. And I was like, that's funny that they talk about that, because I don't think I've ever seen them on LAN yet, but that's what it is, you know? But yeah, I'm feeling really good. And yeah, I clown on Carlos, but we have a good relationship. He's cool.
We love a little bit of that friendly
clap
banter.
back. Yeah.
We need to talk about your agent picks for today, okay? You can either start with the Sage or with the KO, whatever you feel most comfortable with.
So Sage on Icebox. I think... So what happened was I wanted to play more of a kind of support flashing role. I felt like I could... I wanted to play an agent with more utility than even Sova, essentially. And I felt like the way that the meta was going with the KO coming into play, I felt like I would be a good KO that's not only just right-click pop flashing, but also being able to support teammates with like knowing the best time to use a knife or the best time to ulti or nano, like all that kind of jazz. So that's kind of why I went on to the KO. And as for Icebox, because we brought in a Sova, and on other maps I'm playing KO when Brave plays Sova, it only made sense for me to play Sage on Icebox. Although at the start when Brave was trialing, I was like, I ain't giving up my Sova. I'm unreal at Sova on Icebox. But I was like, screw it, I'll try Sage, see how it goes. And, yeah, well, I got a bit lucky. G2 kept running into my crossfire. I was looking at the minimap half the time, but it was pretty fortunate.
That helps, yeah, that definitely helps. I want to talk about Brave real quick because obviously the new addition, your new teammate as well. We kind of know like roughly the reasons why you brought him in, but I want to know for you as an in-game leader, how nice it is maybe to play with someone that kind of you don't need to micromanage, because it felt like throughout the series, Brave was getting picks, he was getting, I don't think he missed a single Hunter's Fury, and he was doing pretty well on his own, especially defending the site with Durka.
Yeah, I think it's really important when it comes to CT defense that you have good partnerships and a good like site captain. So essentially what happens is we've got Durka and Brave. Now, they're both Russian, although Durka is also Finnish. But like they have that kind of synergy to kind of play with each other, and it really helps on the sites, especially because I don't normally play with Durka too much. I'm normally on the opposite side to him, or I'm like rotating in. So it's really nice to have them like two chatting away and like getting with each other's kind of flow together. So it's really handy in that sense. And obviously Brave had a solid performance. He wasn't even on his own PC. His client wasn't working, so he had to go to Redgar's, and Redgar's finished the game. He's like, all right, Redgar, get off your PC. Let me log on. And he didn't even warm up. He was cracking up.
Yeah, that's got to be the most valuable PC right now in all of EMEA. Yeah.
Yeah, PC is 100% win rate right now.
It's one of the things as well is because you've been so like instrumental to like the strats and the ideas for Fnatic. I think you playing Sage made a lot of sense because you know like, okay, we're going to go for this plant where I'm going to wall off Snowman, for example. And I think that KO's not really an agent we've seen in the same way, right? We see it usually as like super aggressive. It's not usually as a support role necessarily. So what did you feel sort of about your own performance as well? Because like Split, you didn't have as many kills, but you had like 11 assists at one point, and that kept going up and up. So is there any merit to like support KO, and is that a playstyle that you think could suit you?
13 assists to end it. Yeah.
Oh, tasty. So with KO, it's quite easy to get assists if you hit them with the knife. But I think a lot of my assists were from flashes in the end, that's the difference maker. You see KOs would get a lot of assists, but it could be just because on their ulti, they got 5 assists, you know, like because everyone died through his ulti. But I think with me on KO, if I go to Ascent, CT side, I think the utility usage was pretty good, like stopping them and like the kind of good knife timings and good kind of overall placement of utility. But when it came to Split, I think defense-wise, it was hard to kind of have that opportunity to kind of thrive because we were making too many like we call it tournament mistakes, where like when you play an official and you got that kind of like I'm trying to practice the discipline with the boys. Like I didn't scream at them in officials, obviously, but in scrims, I'm like, what are you doing? You make sure that doesn't happen again sometimes. But I think it's just, that's the big thing for me is like, we win rounds if we can just play off of our utility and let them come to us, because I was telling the boys, we got comp diff on Split when it comes to G2's comp. It feels like our comp always beat that comp. So I was like, we got comp diff, play to our win conditions, boys. And I mean, attack side, I had the reads, and somehow I was just calling and I was just throwing in the fakes and it was working.
I also want to know, because obviously you won today, but you know, if we look back to that Ascent where you weren't able to close that map, what is the kind of homework that you get off after today, and how are you going to prepare for BBL next week? Like, is that going to have any kind of impact? What did you pick up from today?
I think it's 2 things. I think as a team, it's the big calls. Coach Mini was saying to me when he came in, it's the big calls that we make. Like, you remember that round on Split? I know I'm not talking about Ascent right now, but you know that round on Split where we were on A and we killed them and there was 3 dead. And then it was Cypher and Jet alive, and Jet had an AWP on A main. Someone said, both on A site. So I was like, oh, if they're both A, let's go B heaven. Let's go back to B, quick. And then we were running, and then Cypher was in B heaven. And I think it was those sort of calls that kind of let us down, both on Split, but also in this Ascent game on attack side. It was we were too late to read what G2 were doing to us, and we were too scared, it seems, that sometimes. We weren't going in and like using the utility at the time that we had it. And I think just a few whiffing of the shots. And I can't reveal what the big mistake was because it's an IGL thing. And I don't want teams to think, oh, Bosun, he's going to do this next game. You know, so like, yeah. I think I know what went wrong, but it will take a VOD review and a week of prep.
I'm going to ask you a very quick question because we got to let you go. I need one word from you. What would you like to say to BBL because you're facing them next? One word.
Tell them to lock their doors, tight their pee. More time than I given them 40 nights and 40 days of dazzle, fear, and raw might. All right. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, very, very well done. Thank you very much, Broster. Thank you for joining us. Okay, thank you for joining us. And go look after yourself, and we'll see you back here next week. For those of you who don't know why he just rapped that is the BBL song. It's called Hasdo. I definitely urge you guys to go check it out. But that is all the time we have today, because NA currently want to play Valorant now. Not that it's worth watching, but if you guys want to check out Cloud9 versus 100 Thieves, because Eccles is going to be playing, of course. I count that as a Brexit. He Brexited to all the way to NA. But Eccles is going to be on your screens soon, right after this, more or less. 1 p.m. PDT or 4 p.m. EDT right on this channel. But also, I want to shout out our VOD channel. If you missed any of the action today, if you want to go back and rewatch that, Redguard Knife, definitely encourage you to do that. Make sure you go to ValorantEsports.com/VODs. That is everything from us. But don't worry, we're going to be back tomorrow for more VCT EMEA action. But for now, go watch NA, guys, and we'll catch you tomorrow.
You can't stop me now. 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 Round. Coming for the ball, it's a takedown. There ain't really nothing left to say now. And we got them on their heels, throw the fade now. Yeah, watch your eyes step. Cause you ain't really wanna like that. Oh, you ain't know I was running like that. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back.
I'm just running non-stop, we ain't stopping to the top, nah. You ain't standing in the way, giving work, ain't no play, time to clean them on my plate, yeah. About to feast up, I'ma eat, run these patterns in my sleep, want to sell clean sweep, yeah. Ain't nobody can compete, leave these haters out of reach, they can't touch me with my wings.
Always stay moving, I don't wait round. Coming for the ball, it's a takedown. There ain't really nothing left to say now. And we got them on their heels, throw the fade now. Yeah, watch your eyes step. Cause you ain't really wanna like that. Oh, you ain't know I was running like that. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. Watch how I step. Cause you ain't really wanna like